What's up, chat? Good morning. Sorry about that. I had to rush the old grill, do a couple things. I didn't end up washing my face, but it's whatever. Good morning. How is everyone today? OBS is gonna be a little pain in the ass today, huh? She gonna act up today, so and we might not have the video. She might decide to do what she wants today. She feeling that type of way today. So good morning. Welcome everyone. Glad you're joining us. I'm going to go over some of the news first. Some of the earnings from this morning. That way we can, we'll touch on the S&Ps, the Qs, all that fun stuff. And yeah. So like I said, we're still pushing into this box here, right? That area Friday's close. All right. I'm going to be watching for 508.50. All right, that Thursday high. Come on. I don't know why everything has to be a pain in the ass. So you can see we had a nice consolidation. What I wanted to let you guys know too, that I didn't talk about last night. You noticed Friday how we had all this down move, and we didn't. Dude, this is unreal. Why does this thing do this to me? I would love to know why it decides to work one day and the other day it just cuts in and out. When I literally repeat the process of putting it on the days that it works. I would love to know. I don't know if it's Logitech. I don't know if it's the camera itself. But I need to know what the hell's going on there. So we don't have nothing stopping us, guys. So you're going to get these days where we could get these follows throughs. Like if we get a rejection up here at 508.50 on the SPY, it's like, how can I explain this? All right, and you're going to see that we could get some follow through. All right, and these are the days where it's setups like these where we can really make our money. We don't have anything until 501. You have a little bit of a consolidation from like Thursday's highs and Friday, right? But other than the little area that we're in right now, other than that little area right there, right? You have nothing stopping you when you get down. Like once you start to break 507, guys, there's nothing there. So I'm going to be pushing for a break of 507. I would love to be able to take that short. Give it to me at high a day, right? See if I can't take that into tomorrow. So that might be a trade you guys see me put on today, is if we continue to push up to a high a day. I'm not just going to put it on just to put it on because this market's obviously going higher. If you're going short, you're losing. All right, you're wasting your time. So keep that in mind. I meant to say that last night. So let's take this rectangle off here. All right, where are we at? 15-minute chart. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep stating my plan, guys. Thursday's high, 508.50. All right, 508.50. Really? We're gonna watch this area right here too, though. If we run a test back down off of this level, then we got to see if 507 holds. If it doesn't, by the time the bell rings and we're starting to break this level, you have a little bit of support here. What I would say is for the downside, if we do not get above 508 right now, and if we were, see, we already put in support right here. So I would look to see if we can just continue to push. And I think we will get that pullback off 508.50. 508.50. We'll wait and see. I'm not going to make any guessing games here because, what I would like to see is if we pull back, right, and we start to hold here at on the bell, like 507.36. Maybe you get a test of 507. Maybe you get another test of 507. All right, then I would look for the long up to 508.50 and even possibly the break. And if we do get that, which it's highly unlikely, I mean, either way, no matter how we look at it, whatever the range is, right, from 507 to 509, that $2 range, it's about a half of a percent, just under a half of a percent. 509.21, so it's like 0.45%, 0.45%. All right, and that would be the range that I'm going to play there. So, yeah. All right, and remember, you did not test 509 like 17. You didn't retest it once you broke it. I mean, so look, right? Like, look at these tails. You kind of hit it with this tail here, but you know you want to see that candle get up into that what is that, 509.25, 509.27. All right, so that's a SPY. That's real quick. I don't want to spend too much time on this. All right, the Qs. That's a really nice hold on the Qs. So I'm looking for 439. Right, 439, 438 on the Qs. All right, and that's that, guys. Pretty simple today. Pretty simple price action here. You know, part of me wants to keep that, but now what I would like to see, just so you're aware, is that I want to see us pull back and retest. I can't get over this. I really can't. Hold on one second.
Engagement of television time where they need to get much more above that, and so
it's not gonna let me do it. Whatever. All right, Qs. Look for Thursday, Friday's highs up there, 440, 439. And pay attention to whatever name it is that you're looking at, and notice if they also have resistance coming up above. All right. It's going to be interesting to see where we open up. This is a nice consolidation. We have 437. Oh shoot! Sorry, I thought the mic was on, guys. Yeah, let's look for 439. I think that's our best bet. 438. You got a little bit of struggle there, but if you can get above 438, you know, 439. I feel like you might try and make new highs on the Qs today. Weirdly enough. So let's get right into some of the news. We can look at some of, you know, like I told you guys yesterday, Lee reported earnings. And if anybody here is new, welcome. If you guys could comment and chat, what are some of the names you're watching? Throw some tickers in the chat, not stickers. If you want to throw some stickers in there, that's cool too. Who am I to say what you throw in the chat? But yeah, if you could, you know, throw some tickers in there that you'd like to go over, or some of the things that you're watching today. So, Domino's Pizza surged more than 6%. So there's a runner and gunner there. It will raise its dividend by 25% and increase the buyback program to an additional $1 billion. All right, so that's why Domino is going higher. As far as options and trying to trade that, you know, I haven't done it. I want to say it's not too liquid. Like the spreads would be pretty wide there, so I'm going to ignore it. HashiCorp, shares of the software company popped 8% on the back of an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Okay, that's HashiCorp. I'm not sure what that is. HashiCorp. All right, never heard of this thing. HCP. Oh, this thing is way low. This thing hasn't made, so even though they've made this price upgrade, guys, notice how it's not doing anything like as far as keeping up with the market. Like, that's an ugly daily chart. Everything else that's decent is up here at 51. You know, it's down for a reason, and you know, that's why these small caps like IWM are down like that. Let's see here, IWM, where are we at today? Let's go with the 30-minute chart. All right, so we did not hold. What did we say yesterday? 200. 200. I gotta clean these charts up, man. This thing is so bad, bro. Like, so you may not get it, but if you get another pop up to 200, if you do not break it, because I want to do something here. We might.
With Allegra, allergies won't hold me back. Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claire's.
Alright, we might.
Like Zyrtec won't make me drowsy.
That's funny. Let's see here.
It's the
Yo.
fastest non-drowsy.
I gotta figure this out, man. I don't know why this camera continues over and over to do this. 4 hour. Yeah, we might get a pop here in the IWM. Keep an eye out for that. See if small caps try to get a bounce. I think, though, you're under this level now, though. It may be too much. It may be, may not just be the time. All right, you guys can see this major resistance level up here at, like, 199. You know, it's still flirting with it. 199.75 area. 200. And you just can't get up there. You just can't get up there, close, and continue higher. You just can't. She just doesn't want to. So there's obviously something going on here. I want to see if we start to break down. 50-day moving average, 20-day moving average. Maybe you get some support here up at 198. So IWM, possibly look for a 198 hold. I need to get some new composition books. Now, where would we, you know, you could look to try and take that to the gap and get that gap fill up at 201.50. Maybe you get lucky and get that 204. So maybe that's something we go ahead and try to look at today. We'll see. We'll see where the relative strength and relative weakness is. Let's keep it moving. All right, let's keep it moving. So again, once you get up here, if I can show you guys, you don't have much stopping you, right? If you can get above and hold 200, you have some congestion up there at 203, but still, from 200 to 203, 202.50, there's nothing there. There's nothing really there, guys. All right. So we'll watch out for this 208 break. If she pulls back, she pulls back. No big deal. Look for some support down there at 198. Then that's the better long, in my opinion, anyway. 198 to 202.50. If you think you do have upside. All right. Berkshire Hathaway, Class B shares of Warren Buffett's conglomerate climbed nearly 3% on the back of 30% year-over-year surge in operations earnings for the fourth quarter. Berkshire cash hoard also swelled to record levels. So they're hoarding cash. Can't blame them there. Gap, the clothing retailer, added nearly 2% following an upgrade to neutral. Excuse me. Monday.com, ticking up. Fluence Energy. Well, Bank of America gave it a buy rating. Fluence Energy added more than 5% after an upgrade deposited from Susquehanna Financial. So you're seeing a lot of upgrades. Oh, Moderna. The biotech stock slipped 1.6% after a downgrade to reduce from a hold by HSBC. The investment firm said in a note to clients that Moderna's RSV vaccine may not be as effective as its competition. Well, it's not. They already know that. That was news. We talked about that here. Amer Sports. So let's go right into it. And again, please throw some tickers in the chat. I'm going to start with mRNA, and then we'll go to Big Cap Tech. Big Cap Tech. So let's go to a daily chart because Moderna can pay, guys. This is a stock. If you get it correct, you know, it will not. It doesn't take much for this name. I kind of like trading it. You do have a little bit of a cup and handle here, right? You do have a little bit of a cup and handle, but you don't. Look at that. That's why I feel like this is going to be a failed breakout higher. Look at that volume there. All right. You want to see a decrease in volume on the way down. Nice tight price action, like you say. Whenever I say tight price action, you're seeing it right there on that down move. Same size candles, and you know, kind of just doing its thing, and it's not all over the place. Rounded, nice low volume round bottom, and now you want to see an increase in volume onto the upside, which, you know, I don't know what happened. That was the RSV news. All right, so let's look here. Let me take. I'm gonna leave those levels. I'm actually gonna leave those levels. Man, you have a gap here too. So we're trading at 94. We're just under 95. I think I already know what I want to look to do. mRNA is going to be one of my ideas today. And obviously, we want to watch for crypto, all that fun stuff. So I told you guys last week, or a couple weeks ago. Okay, that's way up there. Yes, right there at 100. Okay, there you are, 95. Let's do it. 95 is going to be the level. 95's the level. All right, so 95. All right, 95 bucks. I want to see if we're able to get a nice little pop back up in here at like 95.50, 96.50. I want to see right here. Yeah, 95.20. I'm going to leave it there. That 95 area. It's going to be an area. All right, you got that 50-day moving average also coming in here. Let's go to an hourly chart. All right, and this is off of a downgrade. You know, I don't know how much they're going to take with the HSBC because of their earnings. Their earnings were not so great. You know, watch for... You know, I'm going to give it a little bit because I don't want to just get excited, jump into this trade. I need to see that low of Friday start to definitely start to break. Or not, you know, that you can't break up through it. I'm sorry. I know I'm taking forever with this. All right, you can already see. Come on. I don't understand what's up with all these government shutdowns. All right, so Friday's low. You have a whole bunch of wicks up here, so you do have some resistance. Now, it may take you until like Tuesday for this to really set in, but maybe there's, I don't know how many people are going to be watching this or not today. All right. Of course, my cat's going to try and come in. Gonna have to give her some breakfast in a little bit, gang. All right, so that's Moderna. Let's look for 90, that Friday's low. All right, to pop in there. Come on, man. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, my God. Look, remove. I want to hurry up. Yeah, I want to see if we can get back down to 92. That's going to be my target. My target's going to be that 92 area. Hold on, baby. I know you're hungry. I know you want breakfast. I know. And look, guys, we have nothing. We're underneath that level. We don't have anything stopping us. We don't have anything stopping us there. This looks like a nice idea. All right, this looks like a really nice idea. And again, if any of you guys are new here, welcome. If you could say hello in chat. What are you watching today? What are some tickers you guys want to cover? I'm just going over my watch list and some of the names I want to look at today. If you could, please, we just need a few more subscribers. It would help us out it would help us tremendously. So we have broken 95. We can see that. Let's look for that again. Bounce into 95. Look for the rejection off of Friday's close, 95 area. And then what we can do is we can take this blue 100-day moving average and look to get down to that 100-day moving average. And or, what is that, like last Friday's high? 92. All right. Let me pull up a 15-minute chart. I always want to do this. Here we go. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let me say, well, all right. So, come on, man. Fuck. Excuse my language. Yeah. Total domination on this trade, guys. I'm excited about this one. This is a beautiful setup here, guys. Look at this area that we have. Nothing. You have no price action there. Nothing. There's not a consolidation at all. So it makes sense that somebody's coming out with a downgrade. All right. Now, they might be a little bit more expensive for your taste early in the week because you got to remember that, Moderna is volatile. Okay. So even though it's a $90 stock, these options might be a little pricey. So please be careful. Don't do anything that would harm you. We're here. Capital preservation is first and foremost. All right. We're not here to lose money. We're here to make money. All right. So we're going to look for that pullback. See if you can't reject 92.20 or 95.20. And I'm going to look to be taking profit all the way down and trying to get to that 92 area. So again, though, I would like to try and get this at like 96 to 95.50. She make me nervous. I was like, girlfriend, you okay? I do need to get her fed real quick, though, so we can... I'll do it before the bell. All right, so that's Moderna. All right, I want to look for another bounce higher. Hopefully they don't take this trade from us. 95 short. It'll be like 95.20 right where that red box is. And I'm going to look to take it down to like, I got to be honest, 92 to 91. $91 will be the target. So that's mRNA. All right, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's a really nice setup. I'm glad we've seen that. So it's important to look at those things, or else you may not have known about it. They don't have Li Auto on here for some reason. I don't understand why. Unless I missed it. That's crazy. That's crazy if you ask me. I gotta be honest. That's a little shady. That's a little shady. All right, 39. Li Auto, 39. Sorry, gang. Alright, so Li Auto, if anybody's looking at Li Auto, 39 would be your rejection level, okay? 39 would be the rejection level. 39 flat. Straight up 39. All right. If that's what you're looking for, okay? You can see, 38. See, you got above there, man. You might have room to 40. I don't see why you would stop there. See, we're at 38. Was I correct or no? 38.99. Okay, yeah, I was right. So this thing just seems to be consolidating here. I see what's going on here. 37.38. So that's 37.85.
Well, look, it's really clear there was a negotiated deal in the Senate on border security.
These people are so goofy.
Biden actually made a lot of concessions that some Democrats, frankly, were not happy with, but would have
I always ask myself, why do people think they're cool talking about politics because they know they want to say something just to piss somebody off? Like what do you get about being so into politics? I really don't get it. I think we should all be equally and I'm not even gonna get into it anyway. Watch out for 38, that 38 level. See if it turns into support. You're above it now on Lee Auto. Okay. So 38. That's what I'm going to watch for on Lee Auto if I decide to play this. What we could look for, guys, is look to see how that whole sector does. Okay? Look and see how the whole sector does. So now that you're above 38, okay, 40 maybe. I would, you have a gap fill up here at 40, 40.25. All right, 40.25. So you do have some gaps every which way. 38.25, 38.80. I would watch this name. All right, again, your resistance isn't up until 42. You do have a gap fill up here at 40. I'll draw it for you. I'm sorry. Right here is the gap fill. Right there. Well, really, I would consider it that. I would consider that the gap fill. That's at 39.35 to 40.25, okay? And then your resistance level is pretty easy, all right? You have a lot of resistance as you start to get up to 42. All right. 42. Come on. There we go. Alright, so I would watch out. I'd watch out for Lee Auto. I really would. This thing is going higher. So don't fight the trend. Understand that you do have some gaps that you need to watch out for. Let me take this off. Alright, I am going to really quickly, if you guys don't mind. I don't like how this thing... it's not that I don't like it, but 38.90. And look, it's pushing. It's starting to push again, back up to 39 to try to break through it. All right, that's what I would look for is a push up to 42.25. Into the gap. The gap is at $40.30. Your resistance would be 41. So I'm sorry about that. The resistance, you have minor resistance at 41. All right, 41. So if you get long, you can't just long it right off of the bell. You got to look for 38 to hold. In my opinion, you do what you want, but if we're not at 38, I'm not going long. All right, if we're not holding 38, it's just my opinion. All right, so that's that. Let me go feed my cat real quick. I'll turn on some CNBC real quick for us. I just want to get it over with before the bell starts to ring and we're get ready. So I'm going to cover more so mega cap tech, names like that. We'll look at some of the movers from this morning. If you guys already have a list for pre-market gainers and stuff like that. If you could throw them in the chat. If you're new here, subscribe. All right. If you could subscribe, that would be awesome. It would help others find us and join us. It would help others find us. For anybody that would like to be here, join us. You would help. It would help others find us. For anybody that would like to be here, it helps out a lot tremendously. And what anybody that would like to be here, it helps out a lot. Oh my gosh! So the whole time, are you guys listening to? Oh my gosh! So the whole time, are you guys listening to? I wonder if that's why the camera was gone. I'm so sorry. Nobody said anything in the chat. Oh my god. I can't believe that. Nobody said that that was happening. Oh man, that's killer. That's killer. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Give me uno momento. And I'll be right back, okay? Again, I'm just gonna go feed my cat. I'm gonna throw a little more coffee in my cup. And we'll get down to business. We'll look at Tesla. We'll cover some more names. Again, I would look to see how Li Auto, how that affects the overall auto electric makers. All right, Tesla, Ford. All right. All right, so there we go. Look, SPY already. The S&Ps are already trying to hold 508. Just like we said. All right, so now what do? We look for 509. 509. You break above 509. Or no, 509. Yeah, we look for 509. All right, really, now I would start being interested in a test of 5955. 5950. 50950. All right, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Box.
And now to the activist battle at Disney. In a presentation viewed by Reuters, Blackwell's Capital calling for Disney to come up with an artificial intelligence strategy, saying that could lift the stock price by as much as 129%. Blackwell's is also pushing for Disney to hire a chief technology officer. The activist campaigning for 3 board seats at Disney. And that battle is separate, we should mention, from the proxy battle taking place by Nelson Peltz's Trian Fund Management. Joe.
The world's top EV maker, China's BYD, unveiling what it's calling a pure electric supercar. The model's priced at more than $233,000. Phil LeBeau calls it a conversation starter. Let's bring in Phil. Now, what do you make of this car? Sounds like right up your alley, Phil.
It is a conversation starter. Joe, are we going to see this car anytime soon here in the United States or outside of China? Probably not. And frankly, you're not going to see many in China. They've unveiled it. It's going to take some time to bring this to production. I do chuckle. Online, you hear people saying, oh, it's a Ferrari competitor. Let's be clear here. Ferrari is in a different category for a whole bunch of reasons in terms of desirability, the limited number of vehicles that are built, the fact that they have a built-in demand, if you will. This is a supercar in price only. Now, if it ultimately develops into a must-have among the world of supercar owners, then it's a different story. But at this point, it is a conversation starter. That's all it is at this point.
The news of the day, again, Wall Street Journal on the front page has that, I know you probably saw it, that bar chart. Then the story later in the paper, cooling demand puts electric car startups in a bind. I think everybody's in a bind, Phil. It used to be, and it points out, used to be they couldn't build them fast enough. If we could build them fast enough, we could sell them.
Right.
Now they're building them just fine. They just can't sell them. And we're not going to be ready all those fears that we keep talking about that all of us have, all the anxieties that come with an EV, is there enough money around for these startups to last until we get those problems solved in terms of infrastructure and battery life and all that stuff? I mean, you only have so much money before, and I don't even know if the big three,
Right.
do they have enough time to, with all the money they're blowing on this kind of stuff, they're eventually going to have a
Well,
day of
look, the
reckoning
big three
too.
are not going away. The big three are
No,
not
I
going
know,
away.
but it's
The
a lot of
profits
money
that they're
there.
making
It's
off
a
of their
black hole.
You're absolutely right. Look, and that's the argument that you've heard in the last 6 months to 9 months. Why are you spending as much as you are spending on EVs when some of that should A, either be pared back, which they have now done, or B, bring that back to shareholders, which they have also done. And since they've made those decisions, you've seen the shares do a little bit better. Look, they're not off to the races, though the big three shares really haven't in some time. Though Stellantis did hit an all-time high, I think about a week and a half ago. And as for the startups, we'll find out, Joe, if they do have the money to make it.
All right, my bad.
to,
My bad,
let's
B.
say, 3 years
My
from
bad,
now.
B.
We talked with RJ Scarinci.
My bad, B. We back.
You heard that conversation.
We back.
And he essentially said,
Let's get
look,
it.
we think that we have the means to get to the R2 production.
Man,
in
this
2026.
sucks, guys.
They also
I'm
have
sorry
Amazon
that
as a
this
primary investor.
continues to happen. It's crazy how they're talking about EV say Leo. I mean, it's not crazy because they all had earnings last week and Lee had earnings today. But that Sapphire Lucid is so badass. I'm gonna try and get you guys a video out there of it. All right, so we'll continue on here.
At KOI, there is hopping after announcing results from its Xiaomi phase 3 clinical trial in the treatment for pediatric HPA.
Just 1 second, gang. I'm gonna get signed in real quick.
India,
Oh my gosh.
AKOI,
With Allegra, they won't stop me. Nothing
There we
beats
go.
Allegra. It's the fastest non-drowsy 24-hour
shares hitting 49 cents, up more than 100% now on AKOI.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, man. That pisses me off. God damn it. Fucking God. Now maybe, just maybe, we can actually get to a fucking watch list. I don't know, guys, she kept me up so late last night. So I was behind getting up. I don't know what. I'm sticking her to one food right now because I noticed she's been getting really irritable. So, I'm talking about my cat. Anyway, so there's your rejection. What did we say? 508.50. Look to see if it holds. It's not holding. See if you get a test back down to 507. 507.50. You do have some support on the SPY. So keep that in mind when we go through these names. Look. What did I tell you yesterday? Just because Apple's oversold does not mean it can't sell off even further. It can remain oversold. There's your break. All right, there's your break. What happened last time you were down at this level? All right, look for 182.50. act as resistance. Apple. It's another beautiful idea right there. AAPL. We're going to look for prior day's close, which would be Friday. We're going to look for 182.50. Let's look for like 182.50. Really? I think you might want to be careful because I got to stay with it. I got to stick with that. All right, 182.50 to 183. That would be my stop, right? I want to see what we do here. You can see now it's starting to act as resistance. All right, this is a 5-minute chart. Let's see if we can continue that. Oh, shit. Hold on here. Where was undo? Okay, so it is that level. Sorry. So we have mRNA. We have Apple. You got to watch, though. If you start holding Friday's low, and if you start to rally, all right? You know, technically, we're not at the bell. We still have a little bit more time. So what I'm going to look for is if we end up getting through this level, right, and at the bell, let's say, like, which I don't think will happen, but if we open up, like, up here at, like, 182.75, I'm going to look for a pullback into Friday's lows, okay? And, you know, yes, this level was support, and now it's turned into resistance. There's just some serious weakness with Apple. So, all right, if we're above Friday's close, look for a pullback to Friday's close, Friday's low, and see if it holds for a possible long. And I'm also going to look for a 182.50 short entry, stops above 182.75. Like 182.78, 182.76, whatever you feel comfortable with. This is the area that I'd like to get short. 182.75. Okay? 182.75. Well, we'll see where we open at. I gotta say, a lot of things are setting up really nice today, guys. And remember the past few Mondays, I've been telling y'all, you know, we've had some really nice setups the past Mondays. If anybody could, if you guys could share this stream, like it, subscribe. I'd like to do something really cool, maybe a giveaway or something. I'm trying to, you know, somehow by myself and with your guys' help, be able to, you know, kind of like get the stream out there so we can get some more people in here and be able to have a group going here. Anyway, watch the support level. There is a minor support level down here at like 182. Now you can see if I turn, again, it's all after hours it looks like, but you can see, well, really it was just that day, right? And then it ended up breaking 182.50 and you just rallied right to the 100-day. So if I get short, gotta look to take profits off in front of like 181.50, 181. All right, that's going to be the target. So 182.50, 182.75 would be the stop loss, right? Right there. That's your stop loss, that dotted line. That's going to be at 182.75. So 182.50, 182.50 short. And we're looking for 181, 181.50. All right, and a possible break, depending on the volume that comes in, depending on what the markets do. Because here's what I'm saying: if the markets pull back, if the SPY starts to pull back, the Qs start to pull back, Apple's been weak. You could really start to get some follow through, and look to get back down to that orange trend line down at 181. All right, it's not a big trade. 181. 50, 181 target. So that's up to you to trade it. I mean, it's only $1 move, but you know, maybe you wait for the long. All right. The thing is maybe we get more. Maybe we break 180, 150. Okay, and you get right down into 180. And then all of a sudden, you've broken that orange trend line. All right, so that's that. Let me look at the daily chart. It's always important to look at the daily chart and really see what it's telling you. Right, so you have this like curl down, like you hit the 50-day, you completely rejected it, you just crashed right through the 100 and 200-day. Look at all those tails, right? Look at all these tails, tail, 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 right? Tail, 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 tail. But Friday was like the first time down in this area. We closed at the low because they're getting the point that, hey, this thing is, there's nobody wanting it. And what we have here is a break of 185, right? And it pulls back, like it bounces back higher to 185 in that 100-day moving average and solidifies 185 as resistance. Now where are we headed? All right, where are we going? 180? Where is it? Where is the destination? The volume was low Friday. Let's see here. Let's look at this. Let's see if we can't look at this right here and see where our, let me change this to see the chart, actually. Chart. All right, and where do we have any holes? All right, do we have any holes where the price action can just, in my opinion, it's like, it's a lot of congestion there. You know, maybe 175 is where we're heading. I gotta say, you know, it's looking like 175 is the area. We don't have anything to the left of us, quote unquote, to really stop us until you get down to 174 or 173.50. All right, 173.50 to 174. So let's see what happens. But first, we got to worry about 180. 180 is a major support level. You can see here, support. You know, chances are, if it tries to get down there again, chances are 180 breaks. Just be aware of it. You know, maybe you're able to get this at a higher price and short up there at like the 100-day or the 200-day. That's what I'm looking for, though. All right, 180, 250. See if it continues to act as resistance. Personally, like Friday's close, and I would have a stop at 180, 275. Just above 180, 275, right? Maybe I have it up at like, really we'll make it like 183, right? 183, in my opinion. All right, so that's that. Looks like she's trying to hold. I think you can get a bounce here because I don't think anybody's going to take that short. It's just not enticing, right? The risk to reward. All right, risk to reward. Microsoft. So I told you guys last night that I took a long on Microsoft last week talking about how I wanted to see us fill the gap. Well, she filled the gap. You came in with a huge gap up. Now, what I want you guys to remember is, you know, when we got this, we were looking for 412 to hold. That didn't happen. That didn't happen, unfortunately. So what I'm going to look for, I'm going to start making these lines my entry lines. I'm going to start making those my targets. What is this, a 2 or a 3? It's a 2. This is a 3. All right, so we're above it. Wow. All right, so maybe we're going to get another opportunity. All right, maybe we get our second opportunity at 412. Yeah, maybe we get another opportunity at 412, guys. You got to understand that, you know, unless you were in this Microsoft trade, it was just, you know, you got above 412 and it just completely just did not want to hold it. So I'm going to give Microsoft a little bit, but still looking for 412 to act as resistance, and look to see if we can get to the bottom end of this range down here at like 403. That would be a nice trade. I'm going to look to maybe put on a swing trade with that. Let's see if we can get a bounce higher, and let's see where that takes us. And I'm going to be buying out of the money puts with a little bit of time in hopes that we can get that gap fill. All right, in hopes that we could get that gap fill. So again, my target's going to be the entry at 412. All right, MSFT. All right, Microsoft. 412 short. And I want to look to get to like 404. Remember the internet thing I told you guys yesterday? Site unknown. You have a nice little double bottom down here at 398. Okay. But look for that gap fill up at like 402, 400. Closes. Close. That's an open. Close. Yeah. I'll do like 404, 402, 50. So honestly, guys, like 404 is going to be the target. Just watch if you have a nice gap up. Watch out for that 20-day moving average at 408. It's been a little bit of an area of support. So you got to break 408. So you can see here, right? It pulls back. You get a bounce. It pulls back, and then it bounces off of 403. And it rallies off of 403 to 420. You get that pullback, gap down with the dividend. And 404, 403, 90 holds. It rallies, rejects the 9 EMA, pulls back. You come in with the gap up. It sells off. And where was that at? That's at 407.75. Call it 408. Yeah, 408. Sells off. It gets bought back up off of that 404 area. 404.60. What is that? It doesn't really matter, but 404.50. And you get a nice long tail. Okay, so you get a gap down, you get a rally, rejection, gaps up. It pulls back, it gets bought back up. Rejects the 9 EMA, so bounces off of 404. You get your rejection up at 410. All right, and you're pulling it back down to 404. You break 404, and you get that 398.50. 398 long. All right, and then you get a gap up off of that. So, you know, we got into 412. You came in with a gap up. You broke 412. So let's see where resistance is now. 412. Is 412 resistance, or do we get like 414? Okay, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? Is 410.50 going to be support? All right, is that going to be support? So we got to look, right? 410, 412, that whole area, you got to look for it to be support. Now, the reason I do that and just went through all that for you is so you guys can see like what's going on, right? Like you're seeing the bounce, the pullback, it bounces off of, and locating where the bounces are, where the rejections are, right? Rejection at 412. And then it goes down to 403. 403 bounces. It goes right back to 412. Breaks it and pulls back down into 412, solidifies it as support, rallies. That dividend, whatever comes, it pulls back. You get it coming with a gap down. Then you're like, okay, right? You know, you just kind of sit here, consolidate, go up and down. It breaks. You get buyers to step in down there at 398. So we know we have buyers at 398 and sellers up there at like 420, 415. Okay. That's why I do that. That's why I just did that. All right. So I am going to be watching for that like 408 area, and I want to see what happens at 407. Yeah, 408. 408. Does it hold? Okay, 408 is an area we want to see what happens. All right, so you can see here your close was at 410.50. You're above that. You know, you can see here, right? These little pivot areas up at 408. So Microsoft, I want to see what happens there. I want to see what happens there. 408. Okay. 410. Yeah, 410 looks to be a resistance area. 410, 408. Right, like this whole box. Right, that whole area, you could say, is like a resistance zone. So, let's see where we open up and where we are in accordance to that box. And we're outside of the box. So for now, you know, I'm still looking for the 412 rejection. All right, risk to reward. Remember, I might make that a swing trade. If you haven't done so already, please hit that like button, subscribe, comment down below. What are some names you're watching today? What's one thing you want to make happen this week? All right, and show some love. That's all. Show some love. All right, let's go to AMD. Let's see what NVIDIA's doing first off. We got to go to Mama. We got to go to the Mama. What's she doing? What's Mama doing? Mama NVIDIA. So, she kind of flat. She's just hanging out flat. Doing what moms do, just hanging out. She's taking a break. She's had a long, hard summer. Getting all the food and stuff for her cubs for the winter. Okay? Getting them all fed to sleep all winter. Alright? So, not really anything going on with NVIDIA right this moment. Let's see here. Let me just undo that exactly. So, I'm going to look for a pullback into this area, and you can't help but be a buyer. Alright, I'm thinking 8. We're already at 8. Damn it. You know, there's no stopping NVIDIA. Until something happens. Until something happens, you got to think long. Alright, you got to think long. So, I'm looking for support, 780, 769. 780 to 770, that's a $10 area, because that's what NVIDIA needs. It'll run $20, $30 in a day. $7 as an area of support is totally fine. Whether it's not that whether it's fine or not, you know, like don't just because NVIDIA starts to pull back, don't get scared, okay? Don't get scared. You'll be all right. Like look at this move. This thing went from 775 to 830. So $10 pullback isn't too bad. Look at this resistance zone. Wow. Okay. We on to something. Gonna watch 799.65, 799.50. Wait. What? Why did it say 799.65? Yeah, we're gonna watch 800. See, that sucks because it broke above 800 and then it's trying to hold it, and now it's turning 800 into resistance. So be careful. Be careful with NVIDIA at 800. Alright? See if you just consolidate here for a little bit. Get your pullback. You know, ultimately, you want to get 745, 740 area. Alright, 742. Okay. Major support level down here. That's what I would wait for to take the long. You have nothing below, guys. You have nothing below. If you start breaking, if you break 774, how about this? If you break Thursday's pivot low, right here up at 770, you have all the room in the world to get to 740. There's nothing stopping you. Alright? There's nothing stopping you getting down. Taking back everything you did Thursday, which was the day after earnings. Okay? Alright, that's NVIDIA. Let's go over AMD. AMD did break back below 180. You know, she's been doing alright. I think NVIDIA's just going to continue to consolidate, in my opinion. All right, I think she's going to continue to consolidate. It's already 9:17. So we got some nice watch list. We got a nice watch list today. So Friday, keep in mind, you came up, you broke above, what is that? 172, okay? So we know 172, our buyers came in and they came in hot with NVIDIA. You broke out up through 180, and then Friday, you flipped it right back around, turned around and you broke 180 to the upside, then you broke it to the downside, only to come in and hold 175 as support. That was your previous pivot high. It was like the middleman, kinda, not really, but yes, kinda. All right, it was a minor support and resistant level for that 160 to 180 range, okay? So AMD pulled back Friday. All right, no big deal. We have the 20-day moving average, the 9 EMA, and this level here at 175, all converging at 174, 175. It's got to bounce off of it. It's at once. We're at 178 now. So now that we see we're bouncing, we pulled back to 175. If the markets can bounce, especially tech and NVIDIA, all right, but if NVIDIA continues to be weak, if we think NVIDIA is going to pull back, and the majority of other semiconductors last week pulled back, right, we want to see if 180 continues to act as resistance in NVIDIA, or 800, if 800 continues to act as resistance, let's do this, NVIDIA, let me write this down, okay, AMD, NVIDIA rejects 800, and the market pulls back and is rejecting, pulls back, then watch. Let's go to AMD. We know we had resistance at 180, right? We know 180 is a big area of resistance. We're going to make it a 3. Because that's the type of time we're on right now. That's just what it is. All right. If you know that it may not be a trade today. So we've broken out, we're pulling back, you solidified 175. If you try to rally again and you cannot get up through like 179, 180, okay? The downtrend of this pennant, all right? You guys can see here. All right, you guys can see this flag. It's just a long consolidation bull flag. Failed breakdown, then it broke out. Failed breakout, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Fail, fail, fail. Anyway. 179. Okay, it's a minor level. We're going to watch 179. I'm not going to make it a dotted line, but I should. So I know, like, hey, this isn't just, a minor level. It's like, hey. So right now, you can see back here in this area, right? Resistance 179, resistance, and then you made 179 support, and you rallied right to 180, 50, 180, and rejected. So 178. So we're going to watch 178 real quick, because I'm looking at my RSI, MACD, and all these things here. You have some nice volume. Excuse me. Look, and that's some nice support off that pivot low. That's not cool, though. One, you didn't hold 180. Two, Friday, you damn near took back the whole move from Thursday. All right? So I'm definitely looking for a rejection. Let's see if we get the rejection at 179. Let's go to a 4-hour. Yeah, that's what I'm going to look for. All right, that's my plan. All right, I got to come clean and say it. That's my plan. All right, so what I'm going to look for is that dotted line you guys see there at 179. to 180. 179, 180 rejection. I want to see if we can get a nice bounce. Right into 179, 180. Hold on, let me write this down. 179, 180 rejection. Short. All right. Getting short up at 179, 180, whichever level comes first, right? If we get through 179, okay, what do we do at 180? If we get through 180, okay, what are we doing at 184, 183, 182? All right, keep it a buck. All right, just a buck, not $2, $1. Keep it a buck. And then I'm gonna look for an obvious pullback to Friday's low. Would be a target. Target is going to be 175. Come on here. Come on. Wait, let's look and see here. We have a lot of congestion here, guys, to hold us up. That's the sad part about this. We got to break 175. You got to break 174.85, 175. You got to break this double bottom at 175. We got to break that. Got to break it. All right? Got to break it. Got to break that. Let me go to an hourly real quick. All right, market's getting ready to open in like 5 minutes. So we got a nice watch list today. I'm really happy with today's watch list. All right. Because you can see we've just consolidated like from 179.75 to 165. There's just, you know, it's just used and abused. Right? So if we do get a break of 176.50, we can look for a pullback down into like 170 or 169, 170. Yeah. You guys can see, just like look at all this, because you've been consolidating, right? You've just been sitting here going up and down, up and down, up and down. And what that does, it makes that whole area congested. And you got to wait for an area where there's no volume, like Moderna, right? Like Microsoft. You're getting into those areas where there's open space. And there's no buyers and sellers in there that have traded hands, so that when you start to rally or you start to sell off, you're just constantly met with a bounce back, and you're not getting follow through, right? So that's some of the things that I look for is like, hey, do we have room on this move, all right? So I'm going to stick to that. I'm sticking to my 179, 180, all right? 179, 180 rejection. Try to get down through 175. It may not happen today. You know, again, get time with it, because this thing could take a little while. If you like this, if you like that trade idea. All right. And for the month of February, obviously, you have your value area right here as well at 176, 177. So it's going to be tough sledding. Some tough sledding there. All right, so that's AMD. That's a semiconductor. Oh, targets. We have to break Friday's low. 175. 175 has to break. All right, hold on 1 second. Has to break. All right, give me 1 second. So that's our watch list. Again, the target is going to be a break of 175, break of 19. We're going to look for 172. 172. And then hopefully we can get back down to 165, 166. All right, it may take a little bit, like a government shutdown or something, okay? So again, if you guys are ever like wondering, you know, go back to the daily charts and see what it's telling you. You had a nice bounce off of 162. You broke out, but that breakout could not hold 180 level. All right, your resistance is up there at 185, 184. Okay? So you tried to break out. You could not hold 180. Now, do we try to bounce back today? All right, do you try to put in a candle that looks like this? And you get like a tail, All right, it puts in a tail there. Actually, I should take this and go like this, right? And then you have the tail, right? Something like that. Maybe you have a small tail down here that tests Friday's close. So it's up to you how you want to play this. You could look for a pullback into Friday's close, a possible long into 180 if you want to scalp. Okay, there's all different types of ways. Just understand the levels that you're playing with here. Give me 1 sec. God, I love you guys. Thank you guys for the likes. Give me 1 minute. The market's getting ready to open. Let's go back to the SPY real quick and let's see what we got going on there. Again, we're still watching Meta, Amazon, Google, and stuff like that, but I'm not going to go too crazy. Moderna is probably one of the top ideas on that downgrade, especially if the market pulls back. Okay, mRNA. Oh, it's taking it from us, guys. It's taking it from us. All right, that trade was going to be a 95 short. Take that down to $92, $90 level. Damn it. I knew that was going to happen. It's a beautiful setup. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, gang. All right, chat, let's go, baby. Let's go, guys. Good luck today. Take your time. We got all week. Comment, participate. What's really good? How you guys doing today? Let me know something. Something. Not really sure what I want to do now. Now that they took the trade from us, Apple's pushing up into pre-market highs. All right, that Moderna trade, it's a shame that they took it. I had a feeling, that hurt. I had a feeling they were going to take it. Look at the rejection on Apple. All right, we told you guys targets on Apple are going to be 180, 150. Okay, 180, 150 if we end up breaking. Look for a 183, 182.50 short. That's a nice tail, though, off that pre-market low. You can tell that there's a lot of support there at that trend line. Once again, solidifying that trend line is still acting as support. All right. We said Li Auto was another one. All right. Li Auto, if it bounces and gets through the highs, it's got room to $41, $42. All right. Tesla, we didn't really talk about. Shit. Look at that nice pullback on Tesla. What a beaut. All right, Tesla, watch for 195. Watch 195. What the heck is going on here? See, now I'm already deviating from my plan, and that's, oh my God. All right, resistance for Tesla is going to be up at 198. 198. 198. Okay, so there you go. 194. Pulling back. Look for support at pre-market highs. You got to get through that 195 level to get to 198. So, again, good luck today, everyone. I'll let you guys know what I do. I'm only going to call out strong names. Oh, shit. It already left. Just like that. Just like that. So, the SPY's bouncing. SPY's got room to 5.9. 509. Wow. I cannot believe that just happened. We didn't get the pullback. That's all right. I'm going to wait for 198. If I got to wait, I got to wait. No big deal. What is that? 192. That volume is really low on Tesla. I got to run to the bank later on today as well, guys. Yeah, looks like you got room. Looks like you may have some room up there. 194. Let's go look at Moderna. Let me pull this up. Okay, look. Moderna might give it to us. Oh, no, that's Tesla. Look at that rejection there. Possible area of rejection for Tesla up at 195. 195, minor level of resistance from Friday. You know, the real level, in my opinion, is 198. Okay, 198 would be the level in my book. She's just increasingly taking these levels back. Yeah, it looks like 198. You gotta look for 198 on Tesla, guys. You know, if you can get a pullback to VWAP, I think that would be really nice. A pullback to VWAP would be awesome. Actually, this level here, too. There's a little flat top resistance here at
Coming up at 10 a.m.
194.50.
January expecting 680,000. That's at 10 a.m. Eastern time coming up in about 25 minutes.
194.
ZBSA halted.
Let's see what happens there at 194. Let's see what happens there at 194. Shit. I did not mean to do that. No. No. Look, that's going to mess me up. See if you get some buyers in there at 194. All right, well, look at that tail. That's a nice tail that got put in there.
Popping here again, $11.66, hitting the intraday high. On volume, HOLO.
Nope, that just kind of gave up there. That sucks because it was on a roll to be able to just.
METC, Remico Resources, spiking here, $19. Shares up about 4.5%.
Yep, there it goes. What we say, 194 long. You got to get through 195 though. It's got to be able to break 195. 195 is going to be right around Friday's open. It's a minor level of resistance. Good morning, Chris. How you doing, man? So look here on the daily chart, right? You pulled back off of 195.50, 195.46, whatever, 195. Pull it back. You get some wicks back up into like 194.63. Pull it back. But I think your real resistance level is up here at 198, right? That'd be a nice little long to take. Look at the volume starting to, pull back now. So be careful. That trade's over with. All right, because if you look here, look at that. You reclaimed that pivot low from Friday, right? Nice boom, double bottom break and retest type deal here at 192. And that's when you got that huge bounce right off the open because you just, they seen it, right? They seen that. And look, there's your pullback to 194. Now is the problem. Because now you're coming into 195 resistance, 196, 197, and 198. All those areas are areas of sellers. So as it tries to climb, unless it does it with like, a tremendous amount of volume, I would be careful because the risk to reward doesn't make sense now. Like in order for me to get long, I need a pullback to 193. And if Tesla pulls back to 193, then it's already taken back too much move. It's underneath VWAP. So that's not the ideal situation. The ideal situation is let it go to 195, or not 195, I'm sorry. Let's see if it gets to 198 and struggles at 198. let's see if Tesla struggles at 198. And we'll look to see if we can't get that short. What did we have here? What is that? 199, 198. And look what happened. All right, bang. Comes back up to where? 197.89, 189. Or 198, I'm sorry. Bang. What happened here on Thursday? 198 test. Bang. Here we go. One more time. Right? Is it going to make a lower high here? 196? We finna find out. Alright? We're going to find out real quick. Alright? So, watch 198. Chances are, if we keep going there, you know, there's only so many times you're going to go test that level, and then, you know, the sellers are just going to step away and sell it at a higher price. Alright? So, that's what I'm doing. I would much rather look for that short up at that area. But again, if you just keep getting there, remember, you continue to get there. It's like, how many times do you got to test it before it breaks? There's only so many shares. And who's to say that those sellers don't just step to the side and sell at, you know, a higher price? Especially if you keep jamming it back up into that level. They'll step away one day, let you run it up, and then they'll step in when you least expect it. All right, mRNA. They took that trade from us, guys. I'm sorry. 192. So 192 test. So that's awful. That sucks, man. This was a beautiful trade. It did give you a nice little bounce here in the beginning, but that... So I'd look for the 100-day. Wish I still have my hood calls from Friday. Might get into them later again today. Yeah, wait for, I think, do we have retail sales today? I don't think it, so if you don't know, retail sales is like outside, I know you guys have probably heard me say this before, but outside of 2 negative quarters of GDP, no, we have new home sales. Okay, not retail sales. All right, so no, not really any data. All right, unless you get a terrible number, right, so... Previously 8%, they're expecting 0.9. So, month over month, new home sales 664,068. So they're expecting more? 664 versus 68. That's a big decline. I don't know. Let's see what happens when it comes out. But unless, you know, it's way above or way under, you know, we'll see what happens. Other than that, I don't think you're going to get much volatility out of home sales. Again, it's got to be a number that's really not expected. All right. All right, Hood. Hood's doing really nice. All right. Who's to say it doesn't just keep climbing? That's what happens, right? People, I do it. Not people, I do it. It's got room to 16. $16.50, $16 to $17. It's got room. It's got plenty of room. Yeah, that does suck, man. I know the feeling. There was a trade last week that I didn't get into that I wanted to take, and it ended up working out. All right, so let's keep our eyes on the list, right? So there you go. What did we say? 412. There's another test and a rejection of 412, you guys, on Microsoft. Another test and rejection of 412 on Microsoft. Let's stay focused. It's trying to hold 410.50. Trying to hold 410.50, and we said that it would. We said more than likely that it would. And that's why we made 410. What did we write down? 408. That's the level. 408. Does that hold? Yeah, 408. 408. Again, like I said, this weekend I had to reel it back in a little bit because, you know, I felt like I was getting a little off track, not just with my trades, but, you know, trying to help you guys and trying to provide some winners and grow the stream, and I got to do better. All right, so 410.50 is holding. I'm just going to keep an eye on Microsoft. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on Microsoft. All right, because right now on a 15-minute chart, you're stuck between the 9 EMA, and VWAP. I want to get that entry, right? I want to get that bounce back. Because you could have already had the 412 trade and taken profits off at 410 already. Malik, good morning. What's up, buddy? Yeah, I'm with you. I hope it does. It's going to go crazy this week. It's going to be a fun week, I feel like. Fun in a good way, right? I think we can all... I think there's some setups where we can all benefit from. All right, so one more time. Microsoft's on the list. Let's see here. This stinks, man, because now it's in this gap at 410, right? Now I'm like, okay, I need a break of 410 to get to 408, and then find out does 408 break, and gets that gap completely filled. So I may miss this trade, but I'm telling you guys right now, I wouldn't mind putting on a swing trade with Microsoft short to try to get back down to 405. All right, but you need a bounce. You need a bounce, and I think you get it.
Well, $2.50 now on Diversa.
Because you have this flat top resistance up here, 412.35, 412, and it sounded like they just ripped one on CNBC. Like, seriously. Again, I'm gonna be patient today. Man, you have a ton of downside that could possibly come. So keep an eye on the indexes. Keep an eye on the indexes. All right. So look, you're getting a small rejection here, but just be careful because you have support at 508, 507.85. Friday's close. Okay, on the SPY. But you also, in the same token, don't have nothing stopping you on the downside. There's not a lot of volume to the downside. Okay, so look, there's your break of 410.50. There's a bounce right into the level. Shit. Fuck, man. I cannot short down at lows, guys. It's very hard for me to do that. But if we make this level of rejection, you know, I wouldn't mind taking profits off at 409. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's breaking back above. Good deal. Let it bounce. I want 412, 411.40, 411.50. I want that level. All right, I want that level. That's the level I want. Okay, pre-market highs. I'll keep my ugly ass face up there for a little bit. Next time it does it, I'll just leave it wherever it stops. Man, I may not get it though. Shit. Look at that 1 minute. It's just riding the 9 EMA. Look at it. There it goes. Trying to go. It needs some help. It needs some help. What you doing, Microsoft? So I was looking for this area right here at 411.40.
Donald Trump appeals ruling in New York civil court case.
We know. We know that was going to happen. So what do you guys see here? You know, out there yonder. So they took Moderna from us, as in that got sold off mRNA really early. We were looking for that bounce into 95. Get short. Look to get it down to 92. All right. You may have a little resistance here. Possible 94 short down to the 100-day moving average. That's a $4 move. Okay. All right. That's a $4 move there. You might get that. You might get it. Okay. All right. Look. Expanding in Europe. Lucid popping, baby. Dude, we were just talking about Lucid yesterday a bit with the Sapphire car that my dad brought. If you guys don't know, my dad holds land speed record for Lucid. And They have the brand new Sapphire Lucid car. I went and seen that last night. It's so fucking beautiful. It's a beautiful car. And they're going to take that to the Salt Lake Flats and set a land speed record with that as well. So that's awesome for him. Really excited, you know, for everyone that's a part of it. He personally, again, drives and has said it. Let's see right here. Come on. Get 320, baby. Give me 320. Give me 320 hold. Give me a 320 hold. Give me a 320 hold. I was just thinking to myself, too, that, like, Lucid could be a possible buy. You know, I just feel like this car is so underrated. And again, I'm going to have a video hopefully have a video with this Sapphire. I wanted to do it last night. It was a bit dark when we went out to eat. But man, just the carbon fiber trim on it, and said it's got 1,200 horses, something like that, equivalent to 1,200 horses. Faster than the Air Dream. I asked him like how, the comparison, because I didn't ride in, and I brought my own vehicle, and I had to go run a couple of errands. You know, and he was saying that it's a lot faster. I'm like, damn, like, you know, pushing the bar higher and higher and higher. So look for Lucid to see if you can get a bounce into that 50-day moving average. Again, it feels almost like it's about time to turn it around. It does. I think you'd be dumb to not buy Lucid here. You just got to, you know, Lucid's just got to be able to make it. It just got to be able to make it. So, and look, I told you guys, watch this whole sector. You can watch Ford, right? Look at Ford catching a bid. All right. You can watch Ford. So this is what I was saying yesterday, right? What did I say? Watch for the electric vehicle, like watch for automotive sector. All right, you could get some volatility in this automotive sector here. Ford's still acting as resistance, trying to. It's trying its hardest to break above. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. So that's, look, there goes Lee Auto, guys. Another stock you guys could have profited from. Damn it, I just can't watch everything at once. I just can't watch everything at once. There's your 41 test. There's your test of 41. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. If you guys could share this to a random email or share this with somebody, with a friend or something, that'd be awesome. All right, come on, Lucy. Come on, Lucy. You may need a pullback to 310. That's going to help Lucid out so much to get into another country. It's going to cost them a little money, but it'll pay off in the end. I was saying last night how, you know, with Lamborghini and Ferrari, man, you know, getting rid of their V12s and V10s. Like, that's why people buy them. That's why they buy them. They don't buy them because they're fast. All right? If they wanted something fast, they would obviously buy, you know, something fast. Not saying that they're slow. I'm not saying that they're slow. But that V12, V10 sound, right? That's, you know, it's why a lot of people buy those. Now that they're going electric, they better have their game up, because Lucid, I'm telling you right now, bang for the buck. I mean, the detail, the quality, it's like, you know. So I was mentioning last night that if, you know, since Lamborghini and Ferrari, or at least Lamborghini, is getting rid of the V10, V12, going electric, you know, which they'll probably have a V8 or V6 or something bi-turboed and along with electric motor. And, you know, I was saying that you could start to find those type of buyers that start looking to get into Lucid. It's just this electric fever. All right, electric fever. It sucks. I don't personally care for it. I think it's ignorant as a CEO to not offer your fan base what they want, and that's V12 engines and V10 engines, right? You want to do the electric thing? I feel like as a CEO, I would say that you're obligated to give the customer what they want, and they want electric vehicles. You have an electric vehicle, and or you have the V10, V12 as well. So, I mean, so the only reason I feel like a lot of these CEOs are getting on board is because it saves them a ton of money, and they can also make a ton of money on top of it. All right, it's just they don't have to worry about casting and making parts for rods and pistons and fuel lines and alternators and all this stuff, and coming up with the molds to make those products. So it's going to really help their balance sheet, right? Give me an electric motor. Again, they're still probably going to do like a V6 with an electric motor, sound like a bi-turbo V6, V8, maybe even a bi-turbo V8. I doubt that though. I forget what Lamborghini and Ferrari have in those engines. Maybe just like a V8 with an electric motor. All right, so here we go, right, guys? 410.50. We pulled back. You had some minor support there at Thursday and Friday's low. You have a huge gap here, so that's probably going to be our target. Our target's going to be that gap fill down at 405. The volume is still very low, so I need to really get some conviction here on Microsoft to start taking this trade.
Earlier announced their earnings.
And look, here we go. Looks like Moderna can start to... It might try to hold. That just really sucks, though. I really wanted that 96 level. We'll see if we get it. I'm not going to rule Moderna out. If we get another 96 entry, I'll look to take advantage of that. What else do we have here? What are you guys watching right now? What are you guys seeing out there? What's the lay of the land? All right, I'm noticing automotive, Microsoft, Apple, Big Cap Tech, the SPY. All right, the S&Ps. What I'm looking for, sorry, I had to let it load. It's trying to hold pre-market highs. So, kind of curious if the SPY ends up not only testing 509, but it goes and attempts to test 510. I'm going to give it a little bit, but I might try out for a long here. I got to do a little bit more work on the SPY, but this whole area is a consolidation. All right. Right here. And I hate not getting much sleep. Damn, that was a nice test of that level. All right, so far we have the high. Now I'm talking today, not pre-market. Resistance up there at 508.65. And it looks like we're attempting to put in a lower high. Right here. Okay. We're going to find out if we break it.
basically tennis for babies, but for adults. It should be called wiffle tennis. These guys are intense. We got nothing to worry about. With E-Trade from Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served.
Remember, I gave you guys Morgan Stanley also yesterday. The pattern that look at Morgan Stanley today, guys. Look at the volume on Morgan Stanley.
Thanks for coming to our clinic. First one's free.
All right, look here. Right, you're getting a bounce off of that level. See if you can take it to 88, if not the 50-day moving average. Up at like 88.50. All right.
With all the critical minerals to make electric vehicle batteries, 65,000 stem crunchers per year. One of North America's largest IT clusters, a fully integrated supply chain, all powered by one of the
Spreads aren't bad.
North America, Ontario.
Spreads aren't bad. Shit.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy.
Damn it.
Even a term
That sucks, guys. I fucking missed it.
plan carefully for our retirement.
Quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have 100
So that's Morgan Stanley. A lot of top ideas. A lot of ideas here that we're giving out.
your policy lapse without finding visit CoventryDirect.com to find
I think you got to watch for 88.50.
523-6900.
That's the first level.
Redefining insurance.
This is Remington. He's a member of the family for sure. We always fed him kibble. It just seemed like the thing to do. But he was getting picky. We heard
And
about the dog, and it was a complete transformation. His coat was so soft. He had amazing energy. He was a completely different dog. It's a no-brainer that Remy should have the best nutritious and delicious food possible. Investing in my dog's health.
87.50. All right. 87.50. We got to get up through there. You got to get up through Friday's highs. You have some mild resistance up here.
That your customers need to know about.
But again, I think we can do it. I'm kind of just taking my time. I'm not rushing. And I'm not rushing.
Constant Contact delivers all the tools
I'm not rushing and I'm not rushing.
your business grow. Get started today at ConstantContact.com. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
A CNBC exclusive interview. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon, live from Miami Beach on regulation, the state of the banking industry, the Fed, and the economy. Halftime report today, noon Eastern, CNBC. Job seekers have spoken. CNBC Make It's new career-boosting online course is a hit. Learn exactly what hiring managers are looking for and ace your interview. Get an edge over the competition. Register now at cnbcmakeit.com/courses.
All right, so let's go look at the heat map real quick, see what we got going on. Again, Morgan Stanley, guys, I kind of like that long to $88. Okay, long to $88. All right, market pulling back here. Market pulling back. It's not ideal for a long. All right, let's go to the Qs. Right now, the Qs are red. We're flat, but we're red. All right, trying to tell them. What did we say? 438. And this double top up here. All right, Thursday, support. All right. Resistance, blah, 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 blah. Resistance. And what did I say? We don't have nothing stopping us to get down to... Where? 430. Okay, 430. 430, my friend. Okay, look for 430. That would be cool if we could get down to 430, but that's not going to happen just yet. That's a little far away. You know, maybe we look for, on the Qs, you know, maybe you look for that 434 and then that pullback off of 434 and see if you can't land into that, like, 430, 250 area. That's what I would look for. Me personally, that's what I would look for. You have massive, see, you know, we're going to find out right down here at 436. 436. 436. 436. 436. We're going to find out. New home sales. Yeah, it came in light, guys. I'll get you guys that information. I do apologize. You did. I didn't even know it was out already. So watch the SPY here, because it may try to make 507.88 support. Okay, sorry if you guys typed in. Okay, don't really have any individual tickers on watch right now. Just watching the SPY. I'm with you, buddy. But there are a lot of good setups. I need y'all to know that. There are a lot of good setups. Again, Morgan Stanley. Okay, if you hold this level right there, that downtrend, this could be a very nice long. What else do we have with it? It looks to me like you have some solid volume down here. Right? When did you have a day where you just had some steady volume like this? I don't see it. Right? Look at all of that. So that tells me what I'm seeing, others are seeing. All right? But that probably won't be without a pullback first. You don't have anything stopping you to get up to that level. Hold on, I'll give it to you. Let me see something really quickly. You know, you got to watch 87.50, but you know, I'm going to keep my eye out. Look, this is like an ascending wedge in my opinion. All right, if I take you guys to the daily chart, I know I showed you guys yesterday. I apologize for yesterday's stream. It was so long and stuff. So look at that wedge, and I'm looking to see if we can just get back to the 50-day. You had a nice bounce off the 200-day moving average, right? And then you pulled back to that downtrend. All right. The downtrend right there, as in the orange line. You pulled it back Friday. And look to get that bounce. Again, I'm going to look to get up to like $80, $88.50, $89. Okay. I think that would be a nice trade to try to get it up to 89 and the 50-day. Nice double bottom as well. Right? Descending wedge, double bottom. Like, these are the things that we look for. The hold of the 200-day. Like, everything about it, to me, screams, hey, try out for the long. Because, you know, you're going to pay less. Really, you should have been buying down there. But, you know, I feel like you're going to know pretty quick what's going on. And it's not volatile. It's not like it's ripping and running all over the place. All right? I gave you guys Tesla, Microsoft, Moderna, IWM. Okay, look at IWM. It filled the gap. So, if the SPY and stuff keeps pulling back, watch for the Dow to follow. All right, watch for the Dow to follow. Or the Qs and the SPY and the Dow to follow IWM. Shit, I missed that. I don't, crypto ticker's getting a nice push. Nice, okay. Let's look at Mara. So there's a lot. Yeah, they are. Good eye, Chris. Good eye. Mara's got room to 28. Previous highs of $29 to $30. $29.50, $30. All right. Yes, so watch crypto. I said that this morning. Crypto's still obviously on watch. All right. BTC USD. And look, what did I say? Like, look at coin, right? Coin. Look at that anchored VWAP right down in there at 162, 160 on the daily. This is an hourly chart, but still. Like, you can't make it up, even if you tried. Anchored VWAP from previous lows with earnings, like, you have a little bit of a double top there, but, like, look at that. On par with 160. 159, 160, and then you get that push. So, sorry that I forgot about that. I didn't forget about it. I talked about it yesterday. I just wasn't really watching it because I didn't think crypto was moving yet. Watch out for a little bit of resistance here, possibly. BTC USD. Alright. Uh-oh. What does Bitcoin have? Bitcoin's got to break through this level. It's got to break through this level. Alright, watch Bitcoin at 52,000. 51,991. 52. Watch 52,000. If Bitcoin breaks 52,000, I'm going to look at getting long some of these names. All right? That's a fact. Damn, look at that. Look at the volume. Damn! Holy shit. Nice call, Chris. All right, that's what it's about, guys. I don't know if you're going to get a pullback. All right, you got to watch because crypto or like Bitcoin has an opportunity to pull back to 52. That's what sucks about all this. 2750, maybe. It's already up a 12%. Holy shit. Damn. Is Bitcoin flagging on the daily? Am I looking at this wrong? No, you're not looking at it wrong. You're not. You're not looking at it wrong. It is. It's consolidating. Right? It's consolidating. You could say, like me, I would say that it's not really a flag. It's just a consolidation.
Bitcoin futures up 880 now. 630.
I would look for, yes, look at that. Like, look at the hourly chart. Now, that is a nice flag.
Bitcoin futures at the highs now.
And it's giving you an ascending wedge,
DGL
which is a reversal pattern.
grade to a sell at B. Riley and DGL.
See, I needed to be connected to that. And that's why this may not work.
That's Michael Delta Golf Lima getting that downgrade at B. Riley.
All right, let's see here, guys. I'm sorry. Let me see here. What could I do? Could I do it like this? I could. I could do it like this. That's what she said. Look at that trend line. That's actually a beautiful trend line there. So, let's see if... We're going to figure this out. We're going to figure this out. Let's see if we can forecast the future.
IFBD shares resumed trading. Infobird shares are off the lows now, $2.80. That's down about 22%. IFBD. Coming up at 10:30, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index for February.
All right, that's what I'm going to watch for. All right, that's the level that I am watching for. You have a nice little double top here. A lot of people probably don't see that. But the good thing is you got through 5150. Look for a pullback to 5150 on Bitcoin and look to get long your names in Bitcoin if you so choose to. All right, because you have a minor resistance level here at 52 that you're bumping into right now. And Liz Ann Saunders is on CNBC. Give it up for the queen of the market. Well, she might be the queen. I think a lot of people would say Kathy Woods is, but, you know, it's up for debate. There's a lot of women that would be in competition for that department. Anyway, pullback off of 52. Let's see if we can't look for that long at like 5160 to break 52. We got to look to break 52. And if we get that pullback, maybe we get our pullback in Mara and names of the such. Brutal that we did not get this pullback, man. I missed a few trades this morning. You know, I kind of am not rushing, I would say. It's not that I'm not rushing. Man, look at that volume, man. You're going to have a tremendous day in some of these names. Dude, you volume like that, you get 3-4 times the normal volume. Watch out. All right, watch out. All right, Coinbase. OCEA. Yes, OCEA was on the watch list too last night. Just so y'all are aware, OCEA, you're going to start getting a lot of short squeezes. Look at it go. I told you guys yesterday where it had room to. It's got room to that 200-day moving average at like the high $2 area. Can't say I didn't tell you so. No, I'm just playing. You gotta be, you know, some people say, oh, I just trade large cap. Well, look, dude. When we get back into a normal market, you got to be a versatile trader. You need to be able to trade all kinds of markets. Small cap, mid cap, large cap. Because you can't just get stuck to one thing, because when the market slows down, and who's to say you're going to get those moves? You got to be able to trade the volatility. Right? Volatility is our friend. Watch out for $2 and watch out for Friday's high on OCEN. OCEA. Yes, OCEA. OCEA. That's Ocean without the N. And rejection up there. Also, the one thing I do not like about this, okay, on OCEA is the fact that the volume, come on. God damn it. Come on, man, please. All right, so the volume is, I want to see 2 to 3 times the volume than you had Friday. Okay, 2 to 3 times the volume you had Friday. Sorry, I know I'm getting off track a little bit. Come on. So, that's OCEA. Mora. Alright, see if we can't get that pullback. Yeah, I seen that too, buddy. We said it this morning. Watch 200. You got room. It's all good. You got room. So, you got to watch, though, because I was just saying, the SPY and the Qs, if they start to pull back, watch IWM if that can't hold. So don't worry. Because you have resistance up here at 201.50. Alright, you got to be able to pull it back and try to hold 254. 254 or this 201 area. But I would look for this personally, $200.50. Alright, to really show you a sign of strength. Let's see here. And look, you have room. You have room all the way up to like 203, 204. Okay? Come on. Like, things are going slow now because, for whatever reason. Yeah, 201. See if that's a short entry if the SPY and Qs start to really pick up. Alright? On the IWM. Look, it's trying to make it resistance now. It's trying to make Friday's high resistance. Let's see if the market tries to pull back here a little bit. Let's see, baby. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Alright, so if this 408 level breaks and gives way, we got a little bit of room. Right? And what did we say today? So there's a couple ways you could play this. If you think that we're not going to be so weak, the volume is crazy low today. Maybe you're a person that either looks for a buying opportunity at 507, or you look to reject what you just did right there at 508. Okay? You're looking to get short either right now or whenever you so choose. All right? Watch and see if you get a little bit of support here at 508. 508. That's your level, dog. That's your level. There's levels to this, and 508 is your level. There's levels to this shiz. All right, there you go. It's a nice little resistance there, 508. It's just like oh, never mind. It's going. Decisions, decisions, decisions. I was just thinking about watches and stuff like that. And just like when I was saying decisions, because look, it's bouncing up in here at 508. See if you can't get some resistance there. But 507, guys, that's obviously, you know, where we're heading. 507.50 to 507 on the SPY. Where I don't know if you guys ever heard of Trax NYC, where Max always hides gold and shit. And I don't know why I was like, just Max hiding gold under a grandma at some retirement. If you could find this ounce of gold placed under this 110-year-old at this retirement place, you can have it. All right, so there we go, guys. 508. See if you can't make that resistance. Again, what did we say with Bitcoin? BTC USD. Oh, look. Pop. Look at the pop. 52. Get that pullback into 52. See if you can't get along. 52. Going once, going twice. 52. Any buyers? 52, 50, 51, 53. Buyer in the back. 53. Damn, man. Fucking Mara and Coin. Mara, just look at that volume. Just dwarfing. Can't, you know what I mean? I understand that we're probably going to 28, 27.75, but I can't do it. Can't do it, baby. You know, it's already up 12%. Yes, it'll keep going. I'm sorry. Right now, it's up 15%. All right, ATR. Let's see, 18, 22, 19, 20, 21, 22. That's a $4 move. Where are we at now? 24, 27, almost 28. So look, it's getting ready to put in its ATR. So is that a good deal? Maybe. Maybe you start to get that squeeze. It'd probably be better if you could get a pullback. And that also means if Bitcoin can pull back into that area to set you up for that long. But it may not. When they just keep running like this, you just got to get on the bandwagon. I always talk about relative strength. Yo, where the hell did all those 3 freaking watchers go? All right, we had freaking 6 people watching. Where the hell did y'all go? What about this did you not want to watch? Wink, wink. I'm just playing, by the way. Let's just check in on Netflix and some of the names we were watching. mRNA, beautiful trade. You know, it's trying to reject. Possible rejection there at 93. What else do we have on the list? IWM, Apple. All right, Microsoft, AMD. Apple is hanging out. Let's look at Microsoft, MSFT. That's the ticker in case you didn't know. And look, it gave it to you. It gave you the 408 break. That's why I need to not continue. I do this to myself all the time. And that is, I leave the stock after watching it for some reason. I do it all the time. At least, Chris, you feel me on that. At least I wasn't alone. Like what the fuck do I gotta do? What do I gotta do here? Huh? Look, another one. Why are y'all leaving? Huh? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? I'm just playing. Man, don't let the door hit you in the ass. You mother... Anyway, 410. All right, so we gotta. I'm gonna look for that rejection there. That would have been a nice trade there on Microsoft, right? 410.50 break, get short, take it right on down to 408. That's just about exactly what happened. All right, I still think there's a longer term trade here. It's just, can we get the continuation? Can we get that continuation? So I will be keeping Microsoft on my watch. Like literally right there. I'm just going to put it right there on my watch. Just going to set it there. Sometimes this happens. Just keep an eye on the markets, and if you don't get your move, just relax. We got it all week. We finally got a full week, and look, there's a bounce. There's a bounce on the S&Ps. All right, and I said watch for the bounce because Bitcoin. I may not have said it because some of the people that left. With Bitcoin being so strong, chances are you're not going to break 507, let alone get there. Okay, unless something changes in Bitcoin, right? Risk on. It's pretty apparent. Risk on right now. So what I would do is I would look for this pullback. Is this a 2-minute chart? I would look to try to get above here. Look for the pullback. Try to be a buyer at 508.19 off of VWAP. Or really, you could start to do it right now, right? Right here. And look to get that extension and break above this pivot high here at 508.30. And see if you... Oh my gosh. Yo, I'm just struggling here today. What's going on, boys? Why am I struggling like this? This is crazy. Wow. You actually do have... Hold up. Look at this. And again, watch semiconductors. Don't forget about your semis. Alright. Don't forget about your semis. Shit. I just want to see what happens here. Here you go. Support right there. Buy trigger. Bang! Sorry to shout. Bang! Right there. 508. You're going to know pretty quickly whether you're right or you're wrong. Low volume pullback. I might actually do it. Coming up at 10:30. Dallas Fed manufacturing business. Look at that tail, guys, off of 508. Let's see here. Man, you're struggling though at 508. What's going to happen here is it's going to eat up the clock, right? It's going to make people nervous, take time. Oh my God, I just can't hold it no more. And as soon as they sell it, boom, rip to Friday's highs. All right, 510, you can catch that for 20 cents. Where are we right now? We're 0.6%. 509.47 cents with a delta of 33. That's pretty cool, bro. That's pretty cool in my eyes. If I can get 36 cents a dollar on a 40-cent contract, that's damn near 100% though. And depending on how fast it gets there, So, let's see here. All right, we do got to watch for that resistance. Remember, TLT was in... I just want you guys to be aware for later on. Look at TLT slamming to the downside today. All right? Look at this. Look at that sell-off in TLT, guys. So just be aware. It is an area of resistance, obviously. 94.50 is an area of a sell-off. It'll probably pull back to 93.50. But if that doesn't hold, you might have an opportunity to get down to 93 flat. Look, it's gaining some ground now. So, say a prayer. Damn. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. So, how is everybody doing thus far? All right. How's everybody doing? Look at Bitcoin just go. Holy shit-tard. What the? Yo, that's crazy. Why is the camera not working now? That's why they left. They're like, yo, man, this trigger is frozen, bro. I'm not gonna sit there and watch a frozen guy. I need to see. I need to feel. I need to touch. I need to smell of the product. That's why I'm not watching. Yeah, still no trace for me either. It's all good, man. Just relax. Just relax. Just take your time. All right. If you did the work, right? You get your resistance, you get your support, you figure out. But out of all the names that are out there, what do you want to be? Where do you want to be? And it's pretty apparent Bitcoin is off the rails. It's just, waking up 5 in the morning, just doing rails, just going crazy. Just like, hey, I think we need to have a talk. I think we might need to have a talk with Bitcoin. It's getting a little out of hand. All right, these early morning, 2-3 week bingers to the upside on these uppers. It's not a good look. It's going to lead to some bad habits that you don't want to see out of Bitcoin. So, but for now, party on, Garth, party on, Wayne. All right, in Bitcoin. Take it higher. All right, so there we go. Nice. So this is the level I want to see for the SPY. 508. 508. 508. It's still pretty weak in my eyes. I got to be honest. No. All right, so what is going on here? I thought they said 40 cents for oh, that's because we dropped. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So there's another break, guys, on low volume. They're going to shake and bake. The old shake and bake. Let's see here. So where did we open up? So we opened up. All right, we opened green on the SPY. All right, so what I'm looking for, guys, is this level right here to continue to hold. 507.75. 507.75. Maybe it tries to fake you out and give you a wick down to 507, but
Dallas Fed Manufacturing Output Index 1.0 in February versus minus 15.4 in January.
I hate that commercial. When you say yes, well, it's my dick. I meant to say, I did that completely wrong. All right. Trade line VWAP, obvious area of a rejection, as you guys can see on a 3-minute chart. Rejection. It's only a matter of time. Dude, this volume is so low. There's like no volume, guys. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's literally no volume today. None. So hold on 1 second. Okay, so like we said, let's see if we get a pullback to Friday's or Thursday's close, and try to test 507 and see if we can't try to get a bounce. Now you did have some volume come in there. Keep an eye out. If it tries to make another run to VWAP, all right, it's pretty clear where the rejection is. Do your thing, Chris. That's up to you. I can't tell you what to do. I haven't even looked at the cues yet. Well, here's the thing, in my opinion. Make sure you look and know where the other indexes are. The Qs are up at like high of day. The SPY is at low of day right now. Right? So it's at low of day, technically. The Dow is pulling back. So the Dow's in the middle right now. The IWM is like kind of green, trying to go higher. So these riskier names are going green, like the Qs, the IWM, and the SPY and Dow are kind of just, holding back. Playing it safe. Sorry. Yeah, you might get away with it. That The problem is you could just trade sideways.
Amazon, one of the best performing Mag 7 stocks this year, and as of this morning, one of the 30 names making up the Dow Jones Industrial Average. But is that a good thing? Let's go to the paper and discuss.
All right, hold up. Let me keep scanning here. Let's keep scanning. All right, are you gonna go? Is this it? Now again, watch for like 11, 12 o'clock. All right, watch for that like weird time where it tries to shake everybody out, and then they start rallying. All right, so you're getting a little bit of volume coming in. Now you can see this whole area is just an area of support. VWAP. Watch 508 on the SPY. I haven't made my mind up on anything, but I will say, look at the rejection on the 15-minute chart on the SPY. And if we get another rejection of 508.50, then maybe I will try and take a shot there. It's not what I want to do. I wouldn't mind seeing a long because you're getting it out of Bitcoin and, yes, TLT selling off, but I want to see if Bitcoin continues, if that can help send the markets higher. I mean, that's what I'm curious to see if that happens. So there you go. One more time. Testing. Let's go here. No. I just had to get the timing right there. All right, right there, guys. So look, that pivot high from Friday. Can we get up through there? Can we get up? Look, and look at that blast. Blast off. Like I said, just be patient. Listen. Was Friday a down day? We didn't close. We closed red on the day, but as far as from prior close on Friday, I think we closed green, like flat. So I wouldn't really use this as an example today, which is, you know, one of the playbook trade ideas that we have. You know, when we get down days and you come in with like a small or a medium-sized gap up, and we look for that pullback into the buy area. But we need multiple things telling us that it's a buy. Let's go look around the markets real quick. Let's go to the heat map. Let's keep looking at Bitcoin, AMD and stuff. What does this stuff mean for Nvidia, AMD? All right. When Bitcoin goes, there's a whole economy, right, that's needed for this stuff. Now look at the resistance there. You got resistance at 52.63. 52.56.3. Lift out a number. Look for the pullback to 52,000. Get that pullback to 52,000. You know, that's where I would look to buy some myself, but I feel like I missed that opportunity down at 16.
Kerrisdale said they are short CVNA.
CVNA. So Carvana can never get going for whatever reason. It just can't ever like spread its wings and fly. Like you think you're going to get a short squeeze and it just never happens, even though 30% of the float's short. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do with Carvana. But I guess the companies came out and said that they were short, and you know, there's always some trade ideas here with Carvana as far as the levels, trading, resistance, and support. It's just crazy. Mara is just absolutely insane. Wow, look at that inverse head and shoulders, guys. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Dude, if you get a pullback to $60, oh my gosh. Now that's an inverse head and shoulders, guys. You guys know how I am for patterns. You can't argue that that isn't a beautiful head and shoulders. With another like cup and handle, double bottom. It's just like patterns on top of patterns. That's crazy. That's seriously crazy. So look, you have a left shoulder, head, right shoulder, but then even here, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Do we pull back, rally? You have a cup and handle. All right, so let's see here. Let's keep it moving. Sorry, it's getting a little tired there. I only had a few hours of sleep last night, unfortunately. It was just, I would let Carvana pull back before I thought about doing anything with it. All right, so what I want to see from the SPY, if anybody wants to know, I want to see what we do if we can test 507.50. All right, 507.50. I need to get some water. I will say, the longer we hold, you know, the better opportunity that we have for a breakout, but chances are we break down. I want to see us get, like, because we have this gap here, guys. Like, this whole area, we have so much room. If we can just get going to the downside, you have so much room. Like, you don't have much at all stopping you. So, I would look for that 504.50 as an area to look to take your final profit at. Let's see what happens. If I get short, I'm looking for 504.50. And maybe I look for tomorrow contracts. Part of me wants to try to. Like, I'm just curious if we pull back to 507.50 for the long. So, I would be patient, guys. Thank you guys again for the likes. If you're new here, welcome. Don't be shy. You know, don't be shy. Put your social security number, your debit card, all the information you'd like. Put it in the chat. I'll probably get in trouble for saying that, but you know, it's just a joke. Obviously, I would hope that you wouldn't do that. If you do so choose to do that, we understand, right? You're a caring person, all right? And we appreciate you. Let's look at the markets. One day performance. All right, Google down bigly. Semiconductors kind of flat. ARM is actually doing pretty well. It's up 12%. Why is ARM up 12%? That's what I want to know. Why is ARM up 12% right now? What happened? Was there an upgrade that I don't know about? That's crazy. So you're seeing all these short float names, just like, I don't care if it's, you know, mid cap, large cap, small cap. OCEA doesn't have the volume, but like ARM is a, look at OCEA now. Look at the volume there. We said it yesterday, guys. Look for the 200-day moving average. We gave this trade out yesterday. All right, you're coming up in the resistance up at like 250. But if you are able to, which I think you could, and I don't think there would be an issue there, you know, you got to look for $3, 299 area, the 200-day moving average. That's where I would look for a resistance. All right, and then, you know, maybe, you know, if you do clear $3, you have a gap to 353, and then that previous support level at $4. We took that trade Friday on OCEA because it looked like it had some decent room and it was somewhat of a low float. All right. 15-minute, I would have to look for buy opportunity at $1.79, $1.80. So what I'm getting at is you're seeing a lot of these short squeezes start to happen. ARM broke above the level. Like, look, let's pull up DWAC. I haven't looked. DWAC's pulling back. Let's look at Save. Save ain't doing nothing. That was the bummiest pit. This is Dave Portnoy for you. All right. Just nothing. Ain't it or not a nothing. I like Dave though. Big fan of Dave. You know, I don't idol him or anything, but all right, so Microsoft is bouncing. 15-minute trade line, 15-minute VWAP. Keep your eyes peeled. All right. Keep your eyes peeled for, you know, maybe it tries to give us another 412, 411 rejection. Looking at Microsoft and Amazon right now. Yeah, I'm with you. I think I got to be honest, Chris. In just my opinion, this is why I'm saying this. I think this was the trade, so be careful. All right, be careful. Let's look at Amazon. Did Amazon break out at all or no? Oh wow, look at that little cup and handle there. Bang. Mm. What happened to Morgan Stanley? Wow. I'm really happy I didn't get sucked into that. That's why you take profit. Holy shit. That is the buy area, though. I mean, it's a double top, but, like, the support level would be... Yeah, support level would be right there at, like, 86.25. What a shame, man. Wow. Was there news that came out? You just hit the daily chart and just rejected right there. Hard. Because you broke out with huge volume. Like, look at the volume you had there. Oh, I can't, like, that's a joke, right? Look at that. Look at that volume. To the buy side and then just poop. Like, that is shady. That's shady.
New highs now, Delta X-ray, 16.5%, $44.07, following their earnings reports earlier.
All right. 507.50. $507.50, gang. Yeah, it's well, did you not hear me? That's what I was telling you. Maybe I said it afterwards. But notice where it is. That's why I'm looking at the SPY. So if I didn't say that, I apologize. The reason I'm looking at the SPY is because it's been at lows. Look at the Qs. It's up at highs. It's literally up at high a day. The Dow is in the middle. It's making a new low now. IWM up at high a day. Qs. QQQ, high a day, SPY, low a day, Dow, low a day. So that's obviously telling you blue chip names are probably pulling back. Look at JP Morgan pulling back here. IBM pulling back. UNH kind of starting to pull back. So that's why I went with that. That's why I was looking at the SPY. So I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. That's my bad. My bad, y'all. My bad. My fault. My fault. So yes. That's what we look for. Now, if the market turns around and goes higher, okay. Excuse me. Sorry. Technology. You want to be long technology names. Because there is relative strength there. All right. Oh, you're right. Okay. It's all good, bro. My bad, Chris. My bad, B. Damn, bro. My bad, bro. No, I'm just playing. Look. My bad. So bad, the fucking camera had to shut off. It just couldn't take it. I was trying to shut the show down. Just trying to shut it down. Shut it down. Just like the FBI. Just trying to shut that shit down. Y'all, you guys got a lot of good things going for you. We gotta shut it down. It's time to end the show. Let's see here. You know, guys, like I said, I'm gonna be patient. I told you guys to watch that 507.50 area. There's obvious buyers there. Maybe I try for a long. Maybe we try for a long. Let me look. Yeah. You know, I just, you know, the blood ain't on my shirt. I wonder if I sat here and sang like rap songs or like rap songs, however you want to say it, if they would send me a copyright. I'm still curious about that. I think we brought that up last week. Copyright. It's stop singing. You can't even sing songs anymore. You ain't allowed to do nothing. Sit in a chair and look at the wall. You're not allowed to do shit or you're getting hit with that copyright. Alright, so again, 507 seems to be holding. You have some nice volume that did try to come in there at 507.50. Let's see if we can't. Here's what I'm looking at right here. Right there. That box. Let me know. Let me know. It's got to break out of that box, right? That's that previous support and resistance level. Now we're back under it. Can it break above and get like a boost and like turn it back into support and start going back to the upside? That's what I want to know. All right, so look. It's trying. It's got to hold, though. It's got to hold 507.80 area. It's got to hold. Let's try for a long. Give me the pullback, though. I want to go long on a pullback. I want to go long on the pullbacks. Go long on the pullbacks. 509. Trade options. Go long on the pullbacks. Go long on the pullback. I'm not going long just yet. Just yet. Just yet. Keep it saturated and wet. It's a nice rejection. See, part of me saying it's a nice rejection. It's a really nice rejection there. Give me. Yo, I'm looking for this, y'all. I'm telling you right now. I'm looking for that motherfucking 507.40 long. Let's get it. Let's get it with all we got. Or I might just get tore up. But I'm going to still try. 507.40. 507.19. 507. Resistance. Boom. Come on. Just give me something. Please. Sorry, guys. I haven't looked at the chat yet. No, what? I did not. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to click on that. All right, so once again, let's go back over. All right, can we get it? Can we get that pullback? Sorry, I got to go back on the screen. I apologize. Yes, come on, baby. Come on. The blood ain't on my shirt. Because he got hit. Close range. We be talking bricks, too. We be talking sticks, too. I ain't got no manners for these. What? I'm going to put my what in a what. Bang. Right there. Long. You're going to know pretty damn quick. Again, you're way below VWAP. And we know VWAP is your resistance level. So if I can get a 507.40, 507.39, if it's going to give it to me, let me get this area right here. Right in there. That's where I want to be a buyer. Bang. Select price. I don't like that I'm fighting the trend. Look at it. Come on, baby. Oh, fuck. I should do it. I should have did it. I tried. Hold on. Do I still got it? Do I still got it in me? Alright, we're in it. We took it. Fuck it. We took it. That's probably not the best idea. Okay, that's probably not the best idea, y'all. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Okay? I want to look for a pullback into this level here and see if we can't get some support. It's probably going to come in down at 507.20 now that I'm looking at it. Fuck. I don't know. Alright, what I'm looking for is see if we can just kind of get a bounce back to VWAP. Alright, that's my plan with this. Alright. That's a nice... Shit. Man, I should have went for a yesterday. Why didn't I go for a yesterday? Yeah, look at that volume on the 1 minute. I ain't got no manas for these. What? Yeah, you're not getting any buying pressure there. I'm gonna put my in a butt. That's a nice resistance level of 507.58. Again, I just want to try to trade this. You know, you know, all morning we were leaning to the short side. 1.507.10 for the long. Yeah, I feel you there, bro. Well, I mean, I would look here at like... Yeah, maybe you're right. 507.30. 507.10. You know, I think 507's your area. I got in it too early. Again, listen, it feels like, you know, the trade is to the downside. All right, the market pulled back Friday and today. It's got to hold here. It's got to hold. Come on, guys. Bring it in. Come on, let's go. What the fuck? Dude, my stuff is frozen or something. Dude. So we already made that resistance. Why did I go long? That's so stupid. Right? That's so stupid. Look, we made 508.25 resistance. We're going to have another down day. I don't want to be in this. Don't do it to yourselves, guys. Remember last Monday what happened? Short. Do I got to take you guys back to the terrible price action? What is this? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday. Because it wasn't open. Friday, Thursday. Shit. Fuck. God damn it. This is what happened to what? God fucking damn it, mother. Sorry, I hate that. Friday. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, and then Monday. You guys see what happened Monday? The last time we had a Monday, and it gave you that nice downside. So just be aware. Be aware. All right. Don't play stupid games. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. We literally made that level resistance. All right. Look, see if we can get a bounce of like 507.80 again. That would be cool. We're not going to. We're going down, guys. Low volume, downside action. Fucking assholes, man. I'm such an idiot. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. Unbelievable.
BMEA, Fusion, topping to the high $17.08. Bravo Michael Echo Alpha. BMEA.
Yep, look at the hourly trend too. Fuck, look at that 4-hour trend. It's to the downside. It's way up at highs. MACD crossover. Man, you up, bro. You f***ed up. Are the Qs starting to fall now too? Wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me one bit. See if we can get that test. Look at the 15-minute chart. See if we can get a test of 507.87. 507.87. 507.87. All right, 507.87. That would be that little bull flag retest on a 15-minute chart. You could get back up to that 9 EMA up there, and maybe we'll take some profits. You know, I just feel like, I really feel like there's a lot of weakness. All right. Even though the volume's very low, I still feel like sellers are in control today, and I do not want to be. I do not want to take a long. Just saying. Whether it's the right thing or wrong thing to do, I'm going to go with my gut, and that is the downside. It's just pretty apparent, especially if we start to break this level. It's pretty damn apparent. Let's look for the bounce. If we can get this bounce back up into 507.80, that's where I want to look. All right, to see wherever the thing is and how we get there. To take profit, okay? See how are you guys seeing this? Are you sensing the weakness? You're not bouncing at all. Consistent rejections at the 9 EMA. Don't fight it. Get short. All right? You know, you obviously want to get short on bounce backs. But you know, understanding these kind of things here, it's important. That's all I'm going to say. It's just important. It comes with time. Because you're really getting a gauge for whether you should be long, short, short, long, right? Maybe half long, half short. I'm going to try my damnedest. I got 4 days. I told myself 4 days. Right, we not really look, you guys sensing it? You see? See how weak it is? Come on. This thing's gonna. Oh, now we're gonna start making 507.50 rejection. Don't short. I'm telling, or yeah, don't go long. I'm telling you guys, don't be stupid. I'm telling you. I'm trying to get in so I can sell. Look, the Qs are going to start rolling over now. Fuck! Man. Come on. What the fuck, dude? Why did I do that? I know why I did it. Just obvious weakness, y'all.
53,825. Up about 4% today.
Oh my gosh, you're killing me, bro. What the fuck? Dude, my fucking phone's fucking with me. I'm trying to tell y'all, don't go long because you're going to get played like a fucking fool. So I hope you didn't do it. Don't think you're just going to get cute and step in front of this market. I just got to get my phone situated. Unfucking believable. To think that I could have got this shit for 17 cents? What the fuck? It's bullshit, man. It's fucking bullshit. Every fucking day. And the shit's easy. The shit's not hard. I'm trying to tell you guys today, weakness. I told you yesterday and I said it this morning, you have nothing stopping you to get down to those low levels. You have nothing stopping you on the SPY to not only take you to 503, okay, but you have nothing stopping you to get to 501, to get to that double top. Nothing. Nothing. Right? You have nothing stopping you to take you to 503. Nothing at all. Hell, even 501. Alright? So, you know, it's just watch out. Alright, watch out. Because now I'm going to pray to the good Lord above that I can get a test of like 508 or something. Alright? I'm such an idiot, bro. I should have gave the SPY more time. I should have gave it more time. I should have gave it more time. So I'm sorry for yelling, okay? I just want y'all to know I'm sorry, but I'm passionate, okay? It gets frustrating at times when I clearly see something and I'm clearly doing the opposite of what I should be doing. Once again, you cannot even get up to 507.22. Look, you guys see this? You cannot get up to it. You cannot hold it. You cannot. Weak downside. Don't get fooled. You might get played like a fool. Oh, look, it's holding. And then, whoop, you just get one candle that wipes everything out. Okay, you're going to put in a trend now. Can we get a trend to the upside? Is this trend starting? Is the trend starting to the upside? Fuck. Damn, man. What did I get in on these? I paid way too much, and I thought I got them for a good price. 24. 20, damn, that sucks. Right now, institutions are like, y'all little retailers better take your fucking loss. You better take your loss now, bro. You might get a test of VWAP, right? You usually do that in that 11 to like 11:15, 11:30 hour. You'll get that test again. Look, I'm telling you guys, right? You tried to hold it as support here. You broke it. Resistance. You tried to get up above it. Support, resistance, 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 but you hold it. You try to break through it to that level. You get rejected at 508.50. You pull back to hold VWAP. It cannot. It breaks. Double top again right at VWAP. Resistance, resistance. You bring it back again, resistance. And how many more times do you need to get rejected at VWAP to know, hey, I need to be short at VWAP? After the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, I'd hope you get it on the trend. I mean, if you keep getting, you know, I don't know. How many more times do you need it to go to VWAP and make it resistance to say, hey, I'm pretty sure VWAP is now resistance. I'd say after the third, maybe, hell, fourth time. Unfucking believable. I told you. They were like, yo, if y'all don't take your loss right now, y'all better take your loss or we're just going to run it down and run your money into the fucking, we're just going to burn it and set it on fire. So my game plan is to try and get another opportunity at this 508, 507.80 area. Likely we're not going to get it. Going to start off frustration and anger today. Doing stuff that I know I should not be doing. I gave it a shot. I was not able to, stick to my tight stop loss for whatever reason. Microsoft, Google. Look at Google, just wow.
XNCR, Zencore popping to the highs, 2586.
I wonder
X-ray, November Charlie Romeo, XNCR.
why is Google doing this? I don't understand. What was the news on Google for it to have this huge gap down and then the break, retest, VWAP, and then sell off? Does anyone know what happened with Google? And look at Apple. Everything is weak, guys. I knew it yesterday coming in. I'm like, yo, I want to be short. I got to be short this week. I'm such a fucking idiot that I tried to go long in front of the SPY right there. So yeah, I'm not sure if you guys seen any news on Google, but I'd be curious to know what's going on, because you come in with this huge gap down and then to give it the extension, like that's more than just a technical setup off of the 50-day moving average, right? That's more than a technical setup for a candle like that. God, I'm so fucking pissed. I am so pissed. What?
Crude popping to the highs now, 77.21.
Alright, I gotta start thinking about getting out of this. Alright, I gotta start thinking about getting out of this. Again, I was trying to look for like 507.80. I'd like to be able to get out where I got in, roughly. Do not reject again there. Please. Don't be a little asshole. Alright, so I'm setting out a limit order, and I'm going to collect on a whole $1 here, guys. Hopefully. A whole $2, I meant. I put it in at... Shit. You know what? Give me this. I'm just going to sell it. Shit. God damn it. I took that off because we got to bounce into 507.80. I will look for a short. Alright, I'm going to look for a short. I'm going to look to get up to VWAP on the S&Ps. This, you can see that this level right here at support, it's 507.80. See if the market, see if we pull back. See if you pull it back a little bit to 507.50. See if it does it. And then we try to work ourselves up. Kind of consolidate, bring VWAP, you know, down. And look for the short, you know, whatever, wherever. Really right in this area. Oh my gosh, and the camera. I'm sorry guys, I didn't see the camera. It was still being a little bitch. So I took that SPY put off or call. I am out of that for a whole $2 a contract. I feel like things are going to start getting good. I do though, guys. If we get a bounce, I'm looking to get short for a day or two. I really am. I would really like that. I know you probably have some institutions that are here on YouTube because they know I'm fucking dangerous. Yeah, you motherfuckers. No, I like institutions. They make markets. I'm your friend. I'm not your enemy. I'm here to take your money, but, you know, you try and do the same. But don't worry. All right? I wouldn't be surprised right now if Jamie Dimon was one of the 4 listeners. Like, the head of his desk. Hey, you see this guy on YouTube? This dude's fucking good, man. I want you to keep an eye on him. Whatever he does, we want to do the opposite. Fucking tank this market. If he goes long, you fucking take this market. Alright? I don't want none of them making money. He's out here getting ready to feed the poor, and we don't want that. Alright? Only we eat. So, what's up, Jamie? I can give you my address right now. What is it? What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Look at that rejection on the 15-minute chart right there at that 15-minute trade line. Just complete weakness. I there for a second I thought it was not going to hold this level at 507. I thought for a second it was not going to hold 507.50. I really thought that it was not going to hold that level. So, I will say, I am looking to see if we can try to get VWAP. Isn't it funny how I literally just said, let's see if we can get the VWAP and get our second, see if we can't get another chance short at VWAP. And what happened, literally as soon as I say that, it starts to just roll itself back over. You know, it is trying to hold here at 407.50, but it's kind of funny, right? Because any other time, if anybody's been here, you guys know that we will always usually go test around 11:30 or so on these down days. At least I've seen it so many times. I know these things. I've been in the markets for a while. You know, I've been in the markets for a long time. I've seen a lot of charts, a lot of price action. And I know, you know, usually you'll have another shot at that VWAP rejection. And there'll be a trade there. But it's kind of funny how she's hesitating to get there. It's kind of funny, isn't it? And where's VWAP? Also with that prior what? Resistance, which became support, which broke, chances are, should become resistance. And look, she ain't going to do it. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny.
It's truly an homage to reflect on the stories of those that have broken barriers and inspire the next generation.
You have somebody with over $100 and some billion in assets, and they worrying about me. I'm just playing, guys. It's just a joke, but I wouldn't be surprised either way. All right, let's go through some of the trade ideas. So we were talking about shorts. You know, a lot of the stuff that I was leaning on was to the short side. Let's look at the Qs real quick. Qs are still hanging out to the up at highs. So if you're thinking about a long, you might want to look to the Qs. If you're thinking about a short, where do you want to get short? I forgot about ARK. Look at ARK today, guys, with Bitcoin. We gave you that trade yesterday. Oh, my God. I told you guys how good of a trade setup that was yesterday. Did I or did I not? You know damn well I did. Don't even play. Don't even play. Don't even play yourself. You were there. Y'all saw that I said ARKK is a nice setup. Long off of Friday's close. Try and break that 50-day. And then what did I say? We look to try to get into the gap. If we do not get into the gap, then we look for a day like this where we pull it back, we hold the 50-day, and then we look for that break out of jail. It's time to go home. We out of here. We busting out of this joint. All right? I mean, that's all. I mean, that's my plan. That's my plan.
Reporting that the FTC will announce Monday that it's suing to stop the merger of the two companies. That's KR and ACI.
Actually, I made it the wrong color. My bad, yo. My bad, bro. My bad, bro. Alright, so she's pulling back now. Alright, so it's ARK. And she pulling back. What's Bitcoin doing? Is Bitcoin trying to pull back at all or no? Because if Bitcoin doesn't pull back, I'm sorry, I can't fall for it in the markets. Unless you're going to get like this flash crash type of deal. Wow, that's insane. Look at the volume that came in. Look at that volume. That's crazy. All right. So I showed you guys TLT was pulling back here. Getting a little bit of support there. All right. mRNA was one of our short ideas for the day. All right. Off of 95.25. Look to get short. Look to fill the gap down at lows. That's Moderna. Microsoft. We were looking for the break of 410.50. And what'd you get? You got the break of 410.50. We're looking for the resistance up at 412. And then the break of 410. But again, what did I say yesterday? Watch motherfucking 408. If you don't watch out for 408, she's going to bite you in the you-know-what. All right? Because that level right there, I feel like, is your, that's your gatekeeper. You got to get through 408. If you hold 408, then chances are you may have another VWAP rejection or another shot at 410. Okay? Maybe you get another shot at, 409. Friday's close. Okay? So, stay sharp out there. Let's see here. I want to look for a 404. I said yesterday that I was looking to get into a swing trade on this idea. It was a really nice setup. It's playing out. It's playing out. What else do we have here? AMD. I told you guys that it could just trade inside out because it's got... The problem with AMD right now is that AMD is just... Sometimes stocks find themselves in a consolidation and they just can't move because there's so many buyers and sellers just like all at that area. And it doesn't let the stock move unless you get some crazy news. So AMD isn't doing anything. AMD is 0.04% green. It's a spec green. It hasn't moved. And in layman's terms, it hasn't really moved. And I told you that. I told you this morning. All right, understanding all of this, right? Support, resistance, breaks, resistance. You get it. So there's just so much just buying and selling going on here. It feels like AMD is going to be stuck until you break either up and out of this range or to the downside. Apple, okay, I told you guys don't be scared because it could still go lower. There's something seriously going on with Apple now. I was looking at the inverse head and shoulders, but it's pretty clear once that level broke of 181.50 that there was more to this than just, a long setup. That it is actually, there's something that is going on with Apple, in my opinion. Again, all these things I do and say are my opinion. You should not take them as anything other than that. That would be foolish, and taking trades just because I take a trade would make you, it wouldn't be smart. I'm not doing this to, just know you can and will lose money trading. It's up to you to manage, those losses. If you'd like to work with me, if you'd like to learn how to do this, my information is in the description. Please do so and reach out so we can help save you money. We're here to make you money, but we're here to help save you money as well. Because if it don't, whatever Ben Mallis says. Let's see. All right, so I'm not even really caring about Apple. So look, Microsoft's trying their hardest to get their stock moving. That's so funny. They never come out with stupid comments like that. I wanted to see that. I did not see that Berkshire letter. So what do we got going on here? Google's getting slaughtered. Google's getting hurt. You got some small caps. OCEA. Again, kind of a late day today. Look at the volume in OCEA, guys. You're at that high. So I would look for 220. I got to be honest. I think I might. This is a buy trigger right there. At 220, you're going to know pretty quickly. Just throw a trailed stop underneath VWAP. That's a nice setup. You have an increase in volume. It's a nice break through the highs. Yes. What's going on here? Why is this thing trading? There you go. I was going to say. So I would look for that $2.20 on OCEA. All right, on that ocean name. That would be a buy trigger for me. Look at the 15-minute chart. You have your 9 EMA. VWAP converging right there at that same area at $2.10. 210, 220. $234. Boom. Right there, guys. Let's see. Let's see if we can get the volume in. All right. So once again, look at the SPY. Just getting caught. It's got a nice little double bottom down here, but see, I want to put my volume. See, I want this volume to be like bigger, but it's just like come on. You know, that's why I say, guys, be patient today. You know, if you get something, you get something. Here we go. Let's see if we can start running to VWAP. See if we can't run back up to 507.80. Let's see what we got here. Come on, guys. I want to look for this further downside. I really do. We may not get it today, but man, I want to be in that trade when the market really starts to pull back. All right? I want to look for the rejection of 507.75. And look, it's so weak, it's not even able to get there. Right? It can't even get above 507.50. Like, I hope you guys are seeing what I'm trying to tell you, and that is, when you're seeing this, like, just, it's struggling. It can't get above any of these levels, right? Look, it could not get above it. It tried here. It got through it. It immediately rejected. Okay, let me try again. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, I can't do it. That's weakness. All right. Give it a little bit. If it, you know, I don't know. The thing is, by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock had come by, and then here you are all the way down here at like 5:04, and you're like, oh shit. You know, it's funny how the market will do that sometimes.
U.S. Commerce Secretary Raimondo says some chips companies may get half of what they sought or less in government subsidies.
I'm getting tired again. I don't like it. This is what happens when I watch candles and get no sleep. I do want to thank all of you guys for being here. If you guys could, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Share this with a friend. You know, let your grandmother, your mom, your pops, your cousin, your friend, your girl, let them know about me. Let them know. So, again, we're here trying to build a community where, you know, traders from across the world come share some ideas and make some damn money together. All right, that's a nice reversal. Where's the volume? You had a treasury auction, it looks like. As soon as it's over, we'll throw up some CNBC and... Man, once again, y'all, you see how weak that is? You know, I think it's only a matter of time that when we start to stay down here, it's eventually going to give it up. The market, to be honest with you, is still flat. You could still put in some downside, guys. You could get another leg down. It's possible. U.S. Treasury yields rise after 2-year auction. Treasury yields rise after biggest 2-year auction ever. Isn't it funny how Tesla market pull, like literally Tesla just has to do the complete opposite of what the market does. Has to. Well, there you go, guys. You guys got the 198. That's a nice consolidation. Me personally, let's see if 198 held. It did. Wow. Wow, that's crazy, guys. That's insane.
SMBR sleep number of more than 12% now at the high, $16.53.
So Tesla has some relative strength with it. Really nice volume. Someone's loading up on Tesla shares today. If you guys can hear me chew gum, let me know. I do apologize. I will stop. I turn the mic down or something. Wow. Just unbelievable. All right, let's see here. Let's go back to the SPY. Look at AI today, guys. What's going on? Does anyone know? What's up with all the so hedge funds flee tech stocks. It doesn't look like they're fleeing to me. Wow, that's insane, y'all. That's crazy. Yeah, Chris. Oh no. Yeah, that's why dude, I only took one trade today. So that's why I was trying to reiterate, be patient. All right, that's why, be patient. All right, when you see low volume like that, where you got to take it for what it is. It's telling you like, hey, let the market go and let it do it at once. And we'll look for that PCE, GDP, retail sale type stuff to take over, durable goods and shit. So have a great rest of your day, Chris. I'm going to go try and make some moves. You have a great day, buddy. Appreciate you stopping by, as always. I really do. Look how weak we are. Maybe now it's sensing people are going to drop out of the markets. Now you might start to get a push. Psychology is everything. Look, again. Again. Wow. So watch out for 507.40. See what you do there. Just a lot of weakness here, eating up the clock. All right, we're eating up the clock. That's what the market's doing. Qs are trying to trend higher. So this is exactly what I was looking for on the Q or on the SPY. Was that maybe if the Qs could start going, and maybe if we could get up to that like 438 level, break it, and really start trying to like, push higher. I could have gotten long the stock that was weak, not necessarily weak, but on lows, and maybe it would have had more upside. But you want to stay with the strong names, or whatever's working for you. All right, so what I'm going to do is this sucks because I got to go to the bank later, man. I do not want to go to the bank. Them bastards took my card yesterday. You don't do business with us. We don't think we should have a bank account with you. Well, you didn't say that with the money that I paid you back. The loan I took out. Well, if that's the case, I want my $5 out of savings, bro. Give me my $5 back. They're going to take that $5 and turn it to a freaking... They can chop that thing up 20, 30, 40 different ways. So there you go. There's the Qs. Watch the SPY. Dude, how does this motherfucker have 4,000 views? That's it. That's it. I'm gonna be going on the Twitch. I might just start a Discord. Something. It's insane. Why is them fucking Tate dumbasses on my fucking... God damn it.
With leading edge semiconductors, especially with the AI revolution. And one question might be, what happens if we don't do that? And do we have the talent to do it? And a related point would be, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but some people have talked about getting a national security carve out.
Does he just have a cannon pointing right at him? Look at that.
Immigration.
Reflection on Ukraine war.
Or perhaps at the very least stop sending away the
bud.
people we've trained at MIT and elsewhere where they finish their degrees.
Yeah.
Put a green card on the diploma.
This lady's a witch, yo. Her
keep them
mom
here
told
instead
her
of
not to
literally
do
sending
this.
them to-
Don't get into politics.
to
And what
compete
she
with
do?
us.
She
Yeah,
decided
yeah.
to do it anyway.
Is that
So there's a lot in your question. The first
and
part
she
about
loves being an asshole.
what
because
happens
she
if we
can.
don't succeed. I mean, I really...
Get out of here.
Failure is not an option here. If we find
is, though.
ourselves in a world a few years from now Just think about this, guys. All
Here she goes,
artificial
painting the picture.
intelligence, which is the defining generation,
And this
defining
is
technology of our
hypothetical.
generation, runs on chips. You cannot train these models without tens of thousands of leading-edge chips. Imagine if we're dependent on a couple countries in Asia for our entire chip supply. By the way, these are the large language models to train military equipment, nuclear simulation, satellites,
yeah, paint that picture.
bioterrorism.
Get them scared.
You want to buy
Get 'em
all those
scared.
chips from Asia?
Don't tell them what's going on in India.
You cannot lead the world as the United States of America if you don't lead the world in this kind of technology and innovation, including manufacturing. So, I don't know. I can't allow myself to think about failure because it's just that important for our country's strength. I fly all over the world. America is a leader in the world. We have to stay there and advance that leadership. You're right about immigration. You know, the president's called so many times for responsible immigration. We can't afford. We need to keep that talent. I would be strongly supportive of, you know, something that maintains the highly skilled immigrants for this industry. It doesn't have to be so narrow. I wish it were broader than just the chips industry, but it's a huge thing that does keep me up at night.
Well, sometimes.
And they want to stay here.
Yes,
Sorry
exactly.
to interrupt. They want to stay here.
No, there's a certain
They just
irony
want to
that we
bring them
spend
all in so they can send them
hundreds
over
of
to
thousands of
Taiwan in
dollars to
case
train
China
them and
invades Taiwan and
ask
send
them
all
to
these
leave in a critical
immigrants
area.
over to fight a war.
But the numbers, if I'm not mistaken, the numbers wouldn't be huge, but they may well be critical going forward.
Because they've completely shut everyone else out.
And
now they got to
to
find
take a
new
step
bodies.
back here, and I really mean it. You've been inspiring me.
What
in
do-
this.
she has not been
It's,
inspiring.
And I think the Space Act or the space race is really the appropriate metaphor. What do you see as your main challenge going forward to getting these awards out? And you know, you make small groups of people happy, and you'll make larger groups of people unhappy.
Definitely true.
Do you see any clouds on the horizon as you go forward that you need to handle, or
All right,
are
Spy, what are
you
you
fairly
doing, baby?
confident that we have the
So
bipartisan?
there you go. You got your
support
507
that you
test,
need?
guys.
Good question. That's a good question.
See how long
This
it
is
took?
really hard. I'm not going to pretend it's not. Every decision is difficult. Every yes or no is fraught with a lot of dialogue. It helps to have the North Star of our national security goals. And that's what we're just really focused on. And that, I think, is allowing us to maintain the bipartisan support. So in the past month, I have spoken with Senator Cornyn, Republican from Texas, Senator Warner, Democrat from Virginia, who were leaders on this. They're both still strongly supportive. I was with Todd Young, Republican senator from Indiana the other day, Schumer last week, all still strongly supportive. So I think yes. I have no doubt that when we say no to good companies, I'm going to get calls from senators saying, how come you didn't fund that company? And those will be uncomfortable calls. But fundamentally, and they, you know, I understand why they make those calls. They want to stick up for their state. They want to create jobs in their state.
Yes,
I
and-
tell them, give me more money and I'll fund the company.
Right.
You know, there's an easy solution to this. Chips too, double it. I can double the number of companies. They'd be great. But with the limited money I have to hit these national security goals, we got to make tough choices. But anyway, short answer is I do still feel we
That's
have a
where
lot
it's
of
not a
support.
free
I
market,
mentioned
just like
I
in
was with the
2008.
governors this weekend. National Governors
People lost their
Association was
jobs
in town, and I did a panel.
Because of
and there
someone
were like
saying,
17 or 18
you and you
governors
stay,
who showed
you,
up.
you and you, I don't want
Broadly
anymore.
bipartisan.
Well, that's because
You
you're,
know,
you're
from all
backed by a
kinds of
person
states,
that did
big
not
states,
pay me
little
to,
states,
you know, you guys
coastal,
are not
Midwestern.
voting for
So
me,
I
blah,
feel
blah.
pretty good about it.
It's pretty sad.
You know,
There's
in
no
line with
reason
what
why
you're saying
Lehman
there,
shouldn't still be here today.
the NSTC
Bear
seems
Stearns,
to have
right? Why did
enormous
those two
potential,
not get
something that's
bought out
absolutely necessary
just
to
like
make our
everyone else?
ecosystem work.
So
But I've been disturbed sometimes when we see that
that's
there's
when
like
you know
maybe a
when
five-year
people say we
horizon
have a free market.
on that. How do
We
you
do,
how
but
do you
on
see
the grand scheme of
longevity?
things, we do
I'm
not.
pointing to my team. Because I say in our meetings,
Why is
don't
it
be
Intel-
short-sighted. This thing has to be built for the decades to come. We have to have short-term goals. Like we announced just at the end of last year, we announced the board of rock stars. We just announced the woman who's going to run it. This year we want to launch this Workforce Center of Excellence. So we need short-term milestones. But really, these are 10, 15, 20-year long-term goals.
Great.
This has to be, it's hard in politics.
Right.
It's really hard in politics to dare to think long-term. But if we are short-sighted, this is our one chance to get it right, I think. So we have to maximize it.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that. I think the idea that we're one and done on this is perhaps the single greatest risk that you may be running.
I agree with that.
There's going to be a day where we're going to
Just
bring on
last
1,000
question.
people. I'm
We
telling you,
talked
that
about big
day is
companies,
going to
we
come.
talked about the logic.
We're going to get
What
1,000
about
people.
the smaller companies? Will you be able to help those companies prototype their ideas? Is that part of your plan?
Yes, I'm smiling because it is. We just had a meeting about this. So 2 points. We're determined to give small grants to small companies. There are some unbelievably innovative
Here's our VWAP.
companies in the semiconductor supply chain. Sometimes, they're not building big fabs. Obviously, that requires scale. But they might have materials that are innovative or somehow inputs to the fabs. So we have a whole initiative internally to look at small companies to give them small grants. Once again, the majority will be told no.
Not mean for that to happen. My bad, B. My bad, B. Just give me 1 minute. All right, so here we go. Here we go. There's that VWAP rejection again that I was telling you guys about. I was getting ready to take a break. And look, those options are still where I bought them. The spreads got a little bit wider. They're still a little bit down. Shit, man. All right, here's what I would look for. Now you're getting a little bit of price action, right? What I would look for is, do we hold on the SPY? Right there. Do you hold it? I'm not sure if you do. Just being honest here. All right, I'm just being honest, guys. So if you're looking to go long, you need to see what's going to lead you higher. And look, the Qs are helping you out there. The NASDAQ's helping you out. Names like Coinbase are going to help you out. But you got to get above 438.50 and turn 438.50 into support. Look here. Look here. See if that's a long. Right? Is that a buy trigger? Nope. Let it hold and then see if we can get that bounce off of it. I'm not sure though. See? That's where I would look for a rejection then, and oh, that's funny. Jamie Dimon's in with CNBC today. Okay, I'm coming, Turkey. I'm going.
NASDAQ closing in on its own milestone.
Amazon's in the Dow, by the way. 2, I'm going to go feed my cat. 3, if we could get some
and Jim Lebenthal will show you what the markets are doing.
Ideas, if you guys have any stocks you're watching, anything, throw them in chat. Say hello. Anything would help. I'm trying to keep this
We do begin today, though, with a halftime special event. Jamie Dimon with us exclusively today from the J.P. Morgan Global High Yield.
I would like to be able to have like lessons and stuff like that. So, like if you guys are wanting to learn anything, like, or wanting to learn how to trade, or if you guys already know how to trade, I don't know, because I don't know if there's anybody new here. I gotta start reaching out maybe on different platforms or something. But there's Jamie Dimon. Let me go feed my cat. I'll be right back.
Together to talk about the financing environment. How would you characterize C-suite confidence levels now?
First of all, thrilled to be here. Thank you for doing this. This is our 29th conference. I've probably been to 20 of them since I became CEO of JP Morgan Chase. You know, look, you always got to look at markets that they change their mind pretty quickly. But right now, confidence is up. There's more M&A chatter. Equity markets open a little bit. Spreads are getting close to historical lows, which means, you know, there's a lot of money chasing high yield deals, so things are kind of open.
Look, guys, there's that rejection now again. 507.50. What did we say? Look for that run up to VWAP. How? I don't know how else to put this in your hands. I said it. Look, the next time, like, let's look for that run up to 507.80. Where did we go to? Literally. Bang. 507.80. Bang. VWAP. Short. Bang. Collect your dough. You're the money man today if you listen to what I say. I'm just kidding. I can't say that. Don't listen to what I say. I'll say it. You have to decide whether or not it fits your risk profile. Just saying, guys. That's a really nice rejection off VWAP.
That may very well happen, but you know,
that's what we wanted.
80%, I would give them half of that. That's all.
That's what we wanted.
Rate cuts?
No, 70 or 80% chance we'll have a soft landing. I give it half that. We may very well have one, but I think there was also a higher chance in the market thinks of rates being a little bit higher. The other thing I think it's always a mistake to do is look at just the year. All these factors we talk about, QT, fiscal spending, deficits, the geopolitics, those things may play out over multiple years. But they will play out and they will have an effect, and we just don't know what they are. So I'm just, in my mind, I'm kind of cautious about everything.
You're hedging.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about commercial real estate. We've got nearly $1 trillion of commercial multifamily real estate debt that will mature this year. About half of that, about $1 trillion, $929 billion worth.
Yeah.
Half of that is owned by banks, mostly regional banks there. The rest is either securitized or due to non-bank lenders. We've seen higher levels of defaults in certain pockets of the market and a slump in property prices recently. Do you think that stress in commercial real estate will ultimately be the source of the next credit event?
First of all, put commercial in perspective with consumer. The consumer markets are far bigger. So what happened in 07 or 08, this isn't that kind of thing. And a lot of these owners of this can handle what you call stress. So in the banking system, I'm just going to focus this in office for a second, because there's warehouse, there's data centers, there's hospitals, and some of that stuff is actually well done. But if you take just offices, first of all, they're worth less because of interest rates. When interest rates go up 300 basis points, whatever you own with their cash flow is worth 30% less. And so people, that's not a crisis, that's kind of a known thing. And then there's if you have a recession, yes, it'll get worse. If we don't have a recession, I think most people will be able to muddle through this, refinance, put more equity in. And of course, when you talk about defaults being higher, part of that's just a normalization process. They were so low for so long, so in all of credit, you're watching this, things go up, but they're not at a crisis level, they're just kind of going to normal. So yes, if rates go up and we have a recession, there will be real estate problems. And some banks will have a much bigger real estate problem than others.
So you think, as you kind of assess the landscape and regional banks, there'll be more of a whack-a-mole than a kind of domino effect?
As long as the economy stays like this, there'll be more of a whack-a-mole. There should be no domino effect. The problems you've seen were kind of idiosyncratic problems with Silicon Valley, First Republic, New York Community Bank, and a lot of these, it's very local. I mean, you talk about real estate, I think when you say blanketed, if I call it an office and I have great leases in it, it's fully leased out, 20-year leases, that's completely different than a spec building. So you really got to dig deeper, and we try to do that when we look at credit about where it is. It'll be pockets.
Are you concerned at all about just the migration of lending taking place in the non-bank financial sector? I mean, we're here at the Global High Yield and Leveraged Finance Conference. I know there are a lot of private credit managers here, but that's something that's caught the regulators' attention as well.
Well, finally, maybe wake them up a little bit. First of all, I don't mind competition. Some of these people who you call private credit are excellent. They know what they're doing. That doesn't mean they all do. And when you look at policy issues about private credit, first of all, we've been doing it a long time. Just keep in mind, like, we make loans, middle market loans. They came through with a bunch of stuff that made it simpler. Unitranche, actually more expensive, unitranche, different covenants. You could sign it quickly, no pricing. But there are other things, less transparency, less liquidity, no secondary markets, no research. So you got to look at the whole thing, what works and what doesn't work. It will sort through it. We'll be a competitor. I have no problem knowing that we're going to be a competitor. And a lot of smart people out there, they've been on TV saying, I said they're dancing in the street, but they agree with me this time. They say, absolutely, banks are being pushed out of a whole bunch of different businesses. And, I always say, if that's what the regulators want, then do it. I'm completely fine with it. JP will do fine, but it should be done with the forethought, not accidentally. Like I said, there are some negatives. So I think if you have a major recession, you'll probably see some issues in private credit. Whether systemic, not, I don't really think so, but it might be in ways we don't understand today.
Speaking of competition and regulation, last week we saw a major one, and its deal to acquire Discover. The potential there is to reshape the credit card industry. The combination would create the largest card issuer in the U.S., surpassing JP Morgan Chase.
For now.
As measured for now. So if this deal is approved, does it create more competition for you?
I think companies should be allowed to do and innovate and grow and merge and try to challenge things. I think that's good. So I think it's a mistake to act like it's bad. It's good for competition. In fact, I think they should allow some of these smaller banks to merge. If that's how they think they can best compete with JP Morgan, you should let them. It may not work in every case, but you shouldn't predetermine that. You should let the market predetermine that. In this particular thing, there's the credit card business, which is they'll be bigger, more scale. They're very good at it. I mean, I have enormous respect for Richard Fairbanks and Cap One. And then there's the networks. the debit network and the credit network. The debit network, it may have an unfair advantage versus us. Of course I have a problem with that. You know, like, why should they be allowed to price debit different than we price debit just because of a law that was passed? I don't know what their plans are really. You know, like I said, I have a lot of, whatever Richard does, I pay a lot of attention to do. Can they actually create another credit card network? I don't know. But, you know, my view is let them compete. Let them try. And if we think it's unfair, we'll complain about that. But
All right, there you go, guys. Like, that's about it. I'd be looking at, you know, I'm not sure where she goes because I don't know the float. You can see this new high doesn't have the volume to make it, it feels like, to $3.
First USA, which was bought by Bank One, collapsed.
Jamie Dimon, to me, looks like he's going to be one of them weird old white guys. Like, he's just going to be weird as shit.
It all goes full circle.
Making people feel uncomfortable and all that other stuff. I can just see it now.
Been very vocal about this, and there's a lot of talk that these higher capital requirements could be watered down. They could be thrown out entirely. Have regulators really come around to the industry view that this will be more expensive without much benefit for the economy?
So yeah, you're trying to get up into that 200-day moving average. I think you do.
Over here, you know, I don't know. I don't think the work was done to answer that question. So I don't think I should be guessing. I think that's why you have this process. I don't think that process was open, transparent. You know, asking a question, what will that do to small business loans? What do the mortgage loans? But what will it do to market making? Why we have a thing called operational risk capital and how that, I mean, you sit there and it's a 1 in 1,000 year loss. Really? Like, who invents these kind of things? And so I question, I think at one point, and you know, the worst thing is we don't have conversations with regulators anymore. We can actually talk about the world. The biggest risks are cyber. Okay, they're a major recession. There are certain these accounting issues that CECL, you know, they combine to create an issue. But, you know, we should
Look
be
at Palo Alto, really strong today, guys. Getting a bounce back.
Having real conversation about that
Got
risk.
some dip
That's
buyers
the
in
place
there.
Silicon Valley Bank at First Republic. Maybe they never would have failed. But no, they're doing models for the Fed. You know, and I think people have to take a little deep thought. And one day, I think the whole
All right,
thing
I'm
should
going to
be
go
revamped.
grab a little
I think we can make the
snack,
system safer, simpler.
and
We
I
can
will
probably
be
eliminate
right
bank
back.
runs,
Google,
create much more liquidity in the
pulling into
system.
140.
But that's what we should be talking about. And, you know, I mean, it's not that I didn't support Dodd-Frank, I do, but this has gone way beyond that.
That's
And I
really
think
It has gone way beyond it. You could thank the
It's
Biden
interesting
administration.
to say that, especially as we come up to the 1-year anniversary of the many turmoil
It's
we
crazy.
had last year in the regional banking
Putting
system.
dumbasses like
As
Gary
you reflect
Gensler
back,
in
do you
there.
think that
When
there
he
are regulations that could have
sat
been in
there
place
and
that would
talked
prevent
about how
something like
good
that
and
from
all this
happening?
other
I think
shit
that higher capital
for
requirements
Bitcoin,
are
and now he's
Absolutely.
chair of
That
SEC,
was
and
HTM accounting, concentrated deposits, and interest rate
it's
exposure.
just shit.
We all know that. You know, and yeah, so people, I don't know who to blame the regulator. First, I blame the banks. Let's not blame the
Google,
regulators. But the
Amazon.
fact
Why is
those
Google
things
just
do
getting
fit.
slaughtered?
How you look at uninsured
Amazon,
deposits, how you
guys,
create
struggling
liquidity,
up here.
how you back up,
Let's see
you know,
if the market does
FDIC,
try to
how
turn
that
around.
backs
The
up
Qs
banks. That can all be put in a much better
are
view. So the way to run a railroad is to say, how can we make it better
hanging
for
out, trying to
everybody?
hold the highs.
And
The
then with the fourth,
IWM,
decide, do you want
trying to
these things
hold
out of
Friday's
banks?
high
Do you
as
want
well.
mortgages out of banks?
The
Does it create
Dow.
additional risk or less risk? Do you want private credit out of banks? Does it create more risk or less
Dude,
risk?
if you don't give me the Dow, DIA,
Market making is a critical function, and you know somehow the way the regulators treat us sometimes like a hedge fund.
That's
It's
hol-
not.
that's
We buy and
holding.
sell $2 trillion a day.
SPY.
We almost never lose
We
money.
buy and sell
It
2
creates
trillion
very
a
narrow
day.
bid-ask spreads.
We
With
almost
transparency,
lose
risk,
nothing.
controls, it
I told
creates
you guys.
the primary
Told you
market.
he was on the other
So that
side of the
you can
trade.
go, like, raise
Look at that
equity
head and
debt,
shoulders,
and you can't
guys.
have one without the other. So it's a wonderful thing that in America. it's the
Look
best
at
thing ever.
that.
So, you know, if you're gonna add
Left
60%
shoulder,
capital,
head,
you gotta
right
think
shoulder.
through what
Can
that
we
does
break
literally to farmers
507,
who need to
yo?
hedge. You know, to oil, to
Oh, damn.
airlines who need to
That's
hedge.
not cool.
You know, to most of derivatives or FX or interest rate exposures protecting companies from those risks. Do you want it to be more expensive or less expensive? So these conversations never took place. And
It's an election year. Does a change in leadership at the White House change anything for the banking system?
look, you know, my job is to run J.P. Morgan Chase. So, you know, I will, whoever's president.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go figure some stuff out. I want to try to make some phone calls and kind of,
I want to ask you about your
I wanna
plans to
start
open more branches.
trying to grow some
because
stuff
you
and
announced a pretty ambitious
figure
plan
out
to
how in
open
the hell I can
500
get more
branches
audience
over the course of
and
the next
figure out
3
what do
years.
people
That's
want.
kind of different
First
than
off.
conventional wisdom lately, which is
I feel we got a good thing going here.
in lieu of digital
but-
banking. Is brick and mortar really a competitive
I need to come
edge
up with
in the banking
better.
sector right now?
When I got to bank,
I need to be able to come up with better like stuff to do.
I got to JP
I wonder if I
Morgan Chase,
dress
closing
like Jamie
branches,
Dimon
putting money in the
if
future.
that would help
Every day,
eyeballs.
900,000 people go to those branches.
Because
We
like
have much
again,
more
my
call
ultimate
centers
goal
and
is to be able to take.
processing
You okay?
operational centers. So instead of having 6 tellers,
You okay,
have more
boo-boo?
loan officers, small business consultants, wealth managers, etc. I mean, obviously we've thought this through. It obviously enhances our business in many different ways.
Right,
but we
so-
also offer digital. So you can be digital only, and that's fine too. You can do both with us. And you know, some people want to have the backup for the branch. Some small businesses need it. You know, at the end of the day, they got to drop off coin and currency, and even wealthy people like to visit their money. So I think people should be careful about it. And if we had to change directions somehow, you know, we could. But 1 million people a day, and that's been taking place for 20 years. So when people tell me close the branch, I'm saying, really? So you're going to tell 1 million people who obviously walk with their feet?
Yeah, if you guys
they
could give
can't
me
do
1
it
minute,
anymore?
and I'll
So,
be
but
right
That
back.
doesn't mean you can't be a great digital-only bank. You know, so we're going to compete with both, and there's a lot of competition out there. It's about banking. You know, people tend to think about just bank versus bank. No, there's Chime and Dave and Revolut.
There's Big Bank
PayPal
take
and
Little Bank.
Venmo and Cash and
Big
Apple.
Bank take Little
Apple
Bank.
moves money, lends money, holds money. You know, you can pay with Apple wallets, etc. So that's what we have to deal with. But to me, it's always what works for the customer, not what works for us. And you know, like I said, we can always revamp the branch system literally within 5 years if we had to.
Wow. Speaking of the digital side of things, what innovations are you focused on from the AI standpoint? I know you've been investing heavily in AI. How is that filtering through into the customer experience?
Yeah, so the most important thing to me is we've been doing it for 10 years. So you know, this notion that's new. Now LLM is kind of new, but we just made a woman on the management team who's going to be responsible chief data analytics, because that's how important it is. Reporting to Daniel Pinto and me, so that every business is doing data and analytics. The analytics is not just AI. There's all different types of analytics, and AI is there's all different types of AI. It's a permanent part of our DNA, and we use it for risk, fraud, marketing, suggestions, idea generation, fixing errors. And I would think more as it's just starting. It'll be used in almost every job to make it easier to do things. You're going to wake up in the morning and you're going to know you're interviewing Jamie Dimon, and your co-pilot on your shoulder is going to say, here's what they did last week and the week before. Here's some questions you might want to ask, and here's some people you might want to talk to before you do it. And by the way, it'll take you 35 minutes to get there because the traffic is bad. Okay, that's what's going to happen, and that's good. You know, and
Luckily, I wouldn't have forgotten that even if my AI bot hadn't reminded me. What do you make of just the overall hype surrounding AI? Obviously, you have practical applications within JP Morgan, but just kind of overall in the market right now.
This is not hype. This is real. So, you know, when we had the internet bubble the first time around, eyeballs, you know, that was hype. This is not hype. It's real. And so people are deploying it, you know, at different speeds, but it will handle a tremendous amount of stuff. We're all going to get better, faster, smarter. Bad guys are going to use it, so we have to build the systems to counter the bad guys. You know, it's being used to combat cyber right now. Obviously it's being used everywhere. So it's not hype. This will be for the rest of your life, and it'll be modern. You know, you're going to find different ways to use it. And so, you know, we're asking the management teams, you know, imagine what you can do with it. You know, some are way advanced already. We have 200 people in the research department just doing research and synthetic data on, you know, these large language models. The stuff you had, the facial stuff that just came out, we were doing that for a while ago, and how can we use it? So this is real.
For safety.
And it's real, it's very deep, and it'll be used in healthcare.
So I'm thinking about.
It may invent cancer cures, you know, because it can do
Oh my
things
gosh, this
that the
camera,
human
bro.
mind simply cannot do. So, you know, even your blood has your DNA, your RNA, prior diseases.
Look, they try and
They
get
know where you grew up.
all
Is it
of
radon where you
y'all.
grew up? Is this where you grew up? And putting that all together, they may be able to predict with much more accuracy what you might have, and then it can actually invent the drug that can stop it from happening. So I'm a big optimist about AI.
I love
and
that.
yes, it'll be used for some bad stuff too. So.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to end on that note of optimism. Jamie Dimon, really appreciate your time today here from the
I
Global
don't like it.
High Yield and
I
Leveraged
don't think
Finance
people's
Conference,
information
that
should
JP
just
Morgan
be
hosts here in Miami.
given
Thank
out
you,
like it already
Thank
is.
you.
Did you guys know
I'll send it back
this?
over to you, Scott.
All right, Leslie. I
Did you
appreciate
guys
Jamie,
know,
thanks so much for being with us on
for
the
instance,
today. We appreciate that.
the
Fortunate for us today, two sitting on the desk, and Joe
Hold
and
on.
Jim.
I want to
don't
know
if I'd go
where
full on ebullient for
Art
Jamie,
Cashin
but I
is,
mean,
because
his
I
tone
haven't
is pretty
seen him or
good.
they haven't talked about him.
Far-
But real quick, I'll turn that back on in a second. Did you guys know that at least where I'm at, like the hospitals, right, are nonprofits? Okay, the big one by me is nonprofit. Second, that being a nonprofit, they are obligated to give your information and data up to auditors. So they say that there is a law for your safety, but at the end of the day, there's also not a law for at least for your information. So I would fully read the paper next time you guys go, and just look it up. At least the one that I looked up, it said right on the front thing on, on a couple searches that they are obligated to give up your information for forms of auditing. So therefore, pretty much the government takes your information, or whoever, and they try to know more about you. And I get that they want to know kind of like what's going on with like people dying or people like at certain ages and just doing statistics on that and stuff. But I found that very interesting. Everybody talks about HIPAA. Man, there ain't no HIPAA, right? Not when it comes down to like the brass tacks of things. Your information's going to be given away one way or another. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a backside to that, but it says it. It says it. So the reason I bring that up is because Jamie Dimon was talking about how everybody's information and all these other things are with AI. It's just going to be, I could see what he was getting at, but it was just too much. Not that he was saying that it was good, that he would want that.
And I think that outperformance is going to continue. If you just look at the
So,
fundamentals, this applies
Tesla's
not just to
outperforming
JP
today.
Morgan, but to the big banking sector writ large.
Tesla's
what
your
you see here is that
outperformer.
consumer is employed, and yes, credit losses
CRM,
have normalized,
Salesforce
but it doesn't
with
look
the
like they're going to be a
upgrade.
problem as long as the consumer is
And
employed.
I think that's
The
also an
economy's expanding on the
outperformer.
back of
Zscaler,
infrastructure
Palo
acts that will
Alto.
require financing. You got the capital market.
Those names that pulled back last week are leading. So you can see utilities, basic materials, energy and stuff pulling back. I talked about that a little bit last night. Energy pulling back, right? Look for a bounce to the 200-day moving average. See if we just kind of like, sit up here and... Come on. All right. Let's see here. Let me pull up the SPY. So that's Oxy. Josh is right about that. I'm going to put this up, and I'll let you guys know what I come up with as far as a trade.
Time high.
Yeah, well, of course it's not hype. There are elements of it that are hype, just like there are elements of any new technology that comes along. There are always going to be people that speak first and actually, do the research later. And there will always be people that overstate the benefits or they pull forward something that might take 10 years to build and they act like it's already here. That's okay. That's part of innovation. But I want to get back to this point about the banks themselves. Banks are terrible investments, almost always. They can make for good trades. Every once in a while, they get so depressed that you just have to buy them. JP Morgan is almost a thing apart from all of its peers. When Jamie Dimon, who is obviously the GOAT, became the CEO of JP Morgan on January 1st, 2006, it was not clear that JP Morgan was going to be a leader of the sector. In fact, it wasn't at that time. Since then, the stock is up 650%. The S&P 500 is up 476%. The XLF is only up 126%. Think about it. It's almost 20 years. The XLF is only up 126%. Most of those stocks are terrible. The CAGR of JP Morgan earnings per share over the last 5 years explains that divergence. It's 13%. Go look at Bank of America, it's 3%. Wells Fargo, 2.5%. U.S. Bancorp, -5%. Citigroup, -10%. So there's a reason why JP Morgan has separated itself. Now, you might ask, well, obviously it's going to be more expensive to buy JP
I'll be right back,
Morgan
guys. I
versus
want to
those
grab
other
a
banks
little something to
because
eat,
of how
a
well
snack.
they've
I'll be right
executed.
back.
And the truth is, no, not really. You can buy JP
If you have
Morgan
any
stock
tickers
today
or
at a
games or anything,
1.7
ideas, throw it in the
multiple of
chat,
book value.
please.
Bank of
Say
America's
hello.
1. Wells Fargo's 1. Citi is 0.5.
Lessons,
it's not that big of
anything.
a premium. So if the question
Look,
is,
those
I want
calls
to buy a big money center bank,
are
there's
still
one
sitting at
stock to
22,
choose from, in my
23
opinion,
cents.
and it's this one. The other ones,
Wow.
they're in their own category. They're not even in the same sport.
You got to
So,
see if
Brent, let's
VWAP
broaden
can
it out,
break.
Talk about the market at large. We obviously have reasonably muted gains today. The
Oh,
Russell's
come on, baby.
outperforming. Nasdaq's going for that new all-time closing high. Ed Yardeni's out today saying the bull market gets no respect. That might be the case, but it seems to be getting more love. According to Bank of America and their annual survey of advisors, 70% see more, quote, green shoots than red flags. 77%, excuse me, a little more than 3/4 think the bull market continues beyond 2024. Wolf Research is talking about the melt up marching higher. What could possibly stand in its way? Well, maybe some things, but not until the spring at the earliest. Your view?
Yeah, well, I mean, I still think it goes back to right now, NVIDIA. I mean, it's NVIDIA's world and we're all living in it. In Q4, NVIDIA was 31% of the earnings growth for all of the S&P in Q4. And so as I see analysts continuing to raise their earnings guidance for the year, a large part of that is for one company because it's just gotten so big and the beats are so big. And so I definitely think that people on the sidelines see the excitement happening within NVIDIA and some of the other names and want to get in. And I think going back to, what Jamie said also about the economy, as long as labor is strong, as long as unemployment is low, we are a consumer economy. You're not going to go into a recession unless there's an exogenous event. So I still think the labor market is like the linchpin for the economy. And the labor market, we just still have not enough employees to fit all the jobs. So I think that's why you're seeing more people being more constructive, in addition to the excitement and the realism around the earnings momentum around NVIDIA.
All right, so let's take a quick
Look,
break.
she's
When
trying
we
to
come
go
back,
higher.
We're going to do our calls of the day. We also have a new buy from Josh Brown, a Dow component. I'm going to tell you what it is next.
Oh my gosh, come on.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast?
Nope.
What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Oh my gosh. There you go. There you go, turkey butt. Alright, so keep an eye on the cues and keep an eye on things. You can see the cues are kind of like, this is your, this is its way of kind of gaining the lead. And I want to see if we can break to a new high. I want to see if we can hold this previous high here at 438.50. If not, no big deal. I want the market to give me the direction, right? When we get the direction, I want to play it. I told you guys we have nothing stopping us to the downside. If I got to put some risk on up there at like 438.50, I will. If I got to put it on up at like, 439.50, 440, okay, I will. Whenever I start to sense, all right, it looks like we're running out of steam, I want to look to start getting, some, be able to get some hedges on for the downside. We had some really good trade ideas today as well, guys, and I'll talk about them on our way when I get back. Oh shit, that's what's going on here. Sorry. I was wondering what the SPY was doing. Okay. So the SPY is still just being a little weak. I'll be right back.
Welcome back. Dow's up about 20 points, as you see there. We do have a committee move to get to. It is Josh Brown. It is a Dow component, and it is McDonald's. Tell us why.
This is a trade. I really like the technical setup here. The fundamental story speaks for itself. McDonald's in December had an investor day, and basically the plan going forward is to grow this company at the fastest rate ever. They're talking about some very ambitious plans. They want to grow by 9,000 restaurants in the next 3 years. They're at about 41,200. They want to go to 50,000. They're also having incredible success with their reward points loyalty program and app usage. And I'm really looking at this from both a fundamental and a technical perspective because they intend to have 250 million active loyalty program users by 2027. That would be up from 150 million. They're also pushing more and more of the delivery business off of the other apps and directly onto their own. Lastly, they just surpassed Starbucks as the largest app usage. They're at 40 million versus 30 million. So there's a lot happening here that's technological. And then if you actually look at the price setup, you got a stock about 297, 298. If you look at a 3-year chart, that was where the stock peaked out in the summer of 2023. It spent the last almost 9 months consolidating. I think it's going to punch through, and when it does, there are probably not many sellers left. And if you want to look at this from a risk management perspective, it's pretty obvious that the 200-day has been serving as support. The 50-day is a little bit noisier. We did have a violation, but it was a false breakdown. That's where my stop will go. I'll trail it with that 50-day. I'll update that pretty much on a weekly closing basis. But I'm hoping we can stay long this name because I think both fundamentally and technically it has what it takes.
I mean, you're 50% away from cornering the burger market with McDonald's and Shack. You need restaurant brands and Wendy's, and you're good.
Well, also, McDonald's is going to bring back the McCrispy, which I think is important not only financially, but spiritually. I think people want to see that back in stores, and that's part of the plan for this year. So very exciting stuff happening between the technicals and crispy chicken, and there's a lot to talk about here.
Clearly. Thank you for bringing us up to date on that. You want to take a look at this trade?
I see what Josh sees. Technically, it's a very strong trade. And, you know, we heard this morning from Domino's a really strong earnings report, very similar to what Josh is describing in the fundamental environment for McDonald's. And it's counter to the argument that because of all the GLP-1 right now that's going on, that you're going to see these stocks falter. So, I don't know. I look at McDonald's, strong balance sheet, strong capital allocation return, and investing in delivery. And why is that important? Because they have the distinctive advantage where their real estate is in prime positions. So if Josh is ordering a Big Mac and Quarter Pounder, that Big Mac and Quarter Pounder is going to be to him relatively quickly because of the prime real estate. Salad. Okay, yeah, sure.
All right, so Josh has a buy on McDonald's. Other calls, Salesforce gets a few price target hikes today, bullish calls, and that's ahead of Wednesday's earnings report, which is going to be key for another stock in the AI stratosphere that's done well. Joe, you own it. New 52-week high today. Jefferies price target 350. Citi price target 325. Morgan Stanley 350. Top pick, for one or if not more of those.
Yeah, very big earnings report this week, and also Workday. Let's follow that as well. These AI software-related names, whether it's ServiceNow, Adobe, Salesforce, they're all critically important, and I think that benefit from the acquisition of MuleSoft several years in the AI adoption that they're ultimately going to be benefiting. Why the strategy went into the stock last April, the improvement of the balance sheet and the acceleration of margins that was a remarkable story, mid-teens in the early part of 2022, now 3 consecutive quarters above 30%. Strength in margins, cost efficiency is being implemented perfectly, no more acquisitions, and I think that tells a good story in which you're able to focus on the future, which is the AI software adoption.
How about CVS, Jimmy? Initiated outperformed today at Leerink. Price target to 88. It's at 76 as you see. They cite headwinds, but lots of cash potential with the biz model update.
Well, I think the cash potential is the reason to own the stock. Being more specific, last year around this time, they made 2 acquisitions, Oak Street and Signify. They were big acquisitions. They had to take out some debt to pay for those, but they were strategic, and now they're starting to generate cash flows. With those cash flows, the company is paying down debt and buying back shares. Shares traded 9 times earnings, 3.5% dividend yield. Recently got knocked down off of 82, and that was on the back of the fourth quarter results with medical loss ratios higher than expected. Folks, that's been digested by the markets. I think the strategy is in place. You let this break out above 82. That's only about 7% higher. I think it will happen, and once it does, it goes higher from there.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Pippa Stevens. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Hungary's parliament approved Sweden's membership to NATO today, ending months of delays and officially clearing the last hurdle to join and expand the Western military alliance. Hungary was the last nation to ratify Sweden's accession following Turkey's vote in December. President Biden will make a visit to the U.S.-Mexico border on Thursday, the same day former President Donald Trump will be visiting. The White House said that Biden will travel to Brownsville, Texas, where he'll meet with U.S. Border Patrol agents, law enforcement, and local officials about the Senate border security bill and ways to secure the border. Former President Trump is expected to visit Eagle Pass. And the Federal Trade Commission today sued to block grocery chain Kroger's $24.6 billion deal to buy rival Albertsons. In the filing, the FTC said the merger would eliminate competition and lead to higher prices for consumers. The deal has drawn heavy antitrust concerns, with states including Colorado and Washington already suing to block the merger. Scott, back to you.
Pippa, appreciate that. Pippa Stevens. Coming up, Berkshire's banner year. Shares touching fresh all-time highs after posting a record annual profit. 2 of our committee members own that, which means we'll trade it. Do it next. All right, welcome back. Shares of Berkshire Hathaway hitting an all-time high earlier today on the back of a record quarter. Operating earnings jumping 28% in the fourth quarter. Berkshire cash, now topping $167 billion. Jim, I'll go to you. Josh, I'm coming to you in a minute, but Jim, you first. Your takeaway here: they're sitting on a mountain. Prices are high. I think prevailing thought from the meeting and Buffett's tone was one of like, here we are,
Well, he's priced out of making any deals that would cash to work. And that any big deal has been picked over both by him and by the markets overall. So the tone, don't expect to see a big deal anytime soon. Maybe that's, him playing Fox, I don't know, but I think it's more likely to be literally true. What did catch my eye is within the Santa Fe really did not have a good year. Or rather, reading his letter, he indicated this is a capital and labor-intensive business. In fact, he made it sound exactly like a business that he would never own, except for the fact that it's irreplaceable, can't be duplicated. Here's where I'm going with this. There is room for improvement at Burlington Northern Santa Fe. He's no dummy. He knows it. He knows there are other railroads that have made significant operational improvement. He said in the letter that he's going to spend this year with his management getting Burlington Northern back on track, and I think that's what's going to happen, pun intended.
It's probably one of the reasons he bailed on the airlines, too. In some respects, capital and labor intensive, and just got fed up with that type of
It's not his type of business.
No, this is different, obviously.
It is irreplaceable.
Yeah.
It is irreplaceable. You can't go out, and he says this, it would cost like $500 billion in order to replace the assets of Burlington Northern.
So, Josh, what was your big takeaway? I'm sure you had a few.
Obviously, the encomium was touching. I thought the letter was kind of short on anything that you might take away as an investor if you've been reading the letters over the last, few years or decades, as many of us have. There wasn't really a lot new there, and that's to be expected. How many times can you write the same thing and it'll work just as well as anything new that you would say? So my big takeaway was that there wasn't a big takeaway, but I do want to highlight what an incredible time it is to arguably, this has never been a better investment in people's portfolios. Last week, this stock, the B shares, printed an RSI of 84. It's trading like an AI stock. That's the 6th highest relative strength rating in the whole S&P 500. So it's cooled off a little bit. We have RSI data going back to 1995. The only times the Berkshire B shares have had a higher reading than 84 was like August of 09, March of 98, June of 97. Right now is the best, and there's a reason for that. The stock since 2015, people just refused to sell it. It was up 2% in 2020, 29% in 21. In 2022, when everything else went down, it was up 3%. It was up 15% last year. This year, it's up 17% year to date. If you're a Berkshire shareholder right now, you just refuse to part with your shares, and that is manifesting itself in the way that this thing is trading. So it really is an extraordinary time to be long Berkshire. I'm really happy that I am. I don't expect this momentum to keep up forever. But even when you look at the business, insurance revenue up double digits on a quarterly basis year over year for the last 5 quarters in a row. They are just crushing it in most of their core businesses, and the investment portfolio is lit. So I'm just really happy with what's going on overall, the letter notwithstanding.
All right, good stuff. A quick break. When we come back, we're going to hit Alphabet shares. They're getting hit today by near 4%. Some serious questions about their AI positioning. We'll discuss next.
Yo, it's crazy. Like, I'm like scared like to do shit on the internet. Like, I might get hit with a copyright. This is why YouTube blows, man. It sucks. MSOS down day. Down, 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 down. Okay. Disney trying to make a recovery up 108, holding 108. Let's see if you get a little bit of a push higher here. Yeah. God damn. This girl is getting to be too much lately, guys. God, I love her to death. I don't understand what has just gotten into her the past fucking couple weeks. Like, relentless. She is just relentless and... So... You know, I feel like you can't really trust this level. It's in a downtrend. You know, as much as I would like to say, hey, let's try to get long here at 108. Yeah, I just, you know, I got a couple of days left here that I'm trying to, did the SPY pull back? Did we finally get that pullback in the S&Ps? Looks like we are getting that pullback in the S&Ps, you guys. At least it's trying to. That's a nice solid candle. 15 minute. You can see, guys, 15 minute clear rejection on the 15 minute VWAP. Right? Clear rejection. I'm going to grab a bottle of water, and again, I'll be right back and see if we can't line something up for the afternoon. Yeah, I want to see if we can't line something up for the afternoon. I had a very small green trade. Very small, like pretty much break even. That's how small it was.
A trial.
I pretty much made what I paid for commissions. Like, I paid commissions, and then, like, I got, like, that back on the green side.
Alphabet. It is underperforming, under pressure.
Pretty much nothing.
Today, this year as well. Look at it, down 4%. So, Joe,
like,
we have Joe, Jim, Josh, all own shares of Alphabet. This is on the Gemini rollout, which I think it's safe to say has been a bit of a debacle.
Yeah, this is frustrating, and it's frustrating because coming into the year, I identified Alphabet
we can talk about
one of the
some
mega
of the
caps that I felt had the most opportunity to really catch up in terms of performance relative to the other ones.
we
And I
can
wanted to
let me
personally buy
get
it.
some water.
I haven't personally buy it. Look, it began with the earnings report at the end of January. The stock was around 153.
Ransomware, United Health outage.
And there was softness in
UNH,
the Google ad
okay.
revenue. Now we come in this
UNH
morning,
outage
stock is
was
down 4%.
done by ransomware. Even though UNH is not necessarily like hospitals itself. Y'all, I'm telling you guys right now, this dude on the Squawk Box has been ripping them on the mic. Like, just fucking just just laying them things, just like putting in all he's got on them. And he thinks the mic's off, but it's not. Or he's in the middle of like, whatchamacallit. He is working at a lumberyard or something. I don't know. It's either like, because there's been like sawmilling and shit like that. There's been shit going on. Maybe he's getting his house redone. With all that new money. And, yeah, so. If you guys are here, welcome. We have no viewers. But we're going to keep pushing. Tell me how this motherfucker got 5 motherfucking thousand viewers at a time. How do we do it? How is it? It's not possible. Do I need to turn off the lights and get some, like, purple shits going on? Do I need to take my shirt off? Do I need to bring some, like, baddies over here? Do I gotta drop some dimes off and put them right next to me? What? It's crazy. Fucking crazy. But anyway, let's go over to investing.com first. Again, I want to grab a bottle of water. All right, and we'll get right into it. So we'll leave Josh and Joe Terranova on for just a minute. And we'll do some touring the interwebs. The inner parts of the web. The web that is inner. Let's see here. I'm not sure what you guys want up, but I'll throw the S&Ps up.
Flexivity in the prices of securities becomes the reality that these companies live in because everyone else can see how everyone else feels.
This is in that zone, it feels like, right?
Yeah. So let me not mince words. There's a problem at Alphabet. They did way too much hiring. They imported a virus. They've got people running around there, apparently at every level, who think it's their job to heal social injustices and try to fix problems in socioeconomic problems.
I'll be right back because I want to hurry up and get on this. If the market starts really pulling back, I want to take advantage of it, even though I don't think it's going to be the case because the volume's very low.
These wounds that in some cases are thousands of years been a race. I think these people have to either decide they want to help advance the company's interests or they have to be let go. And you watched Meta spend 1.5 years firing these people. They would never say why they're getting rid of people. Of course, it's always layoffs, targeted layoffs related to getting lean and profitability. The reality is you have a lot of people in the building that have their own agenda that is not
Would you sell the stock?
What's beneficial to the company.
Would you sell the stock?
No, I'm not going to sell the stock because I think it's a fixable problem.
Okay. Mike Santoli's next with his midday word. commentator. Mike Santoli here with his midday word. I'm wondering what you made of the assessments of kind of where we are from Mr. Buffett.
Yeah.
You get them within 24 hours of one another, so it's good.
Neither really sounding any alarms. I know when it comes to Jamie Dimon, I mean, his posture is usually to be warned when there's not an obvious problem. You're kind of almost paying the premium for the stock, so he does your worrying for you. And then when it comes to Buffett, in terms of the way the market is processing obvious opportunities to throw a lot of capital at right now, and I think that links up with what Jamie had. Recognizing that it's a pretty comfortable environment. If you look at financial conditions, if you look at where investment grade debt trades, things are better than anticipated a few months ago, and now people have more or less internalized that. So it certainly leaves you in that moment of saying what could go wrong and where we go from here. But I don't think that there's a lot that you would necessarily say this right here is the thing.
Would you use the word frustrated when describing how you think Buffett feels about no great opportunities out there for what may very well be one last big thing with this pile they're sitting on?
I would say not so much frustrated, mostly because he has a stated and obvious willingness to just clip coupons and put the cash in treasury bills and almost trade on the reputation for prudence and safety. And the only reason we worry about
the
that
grandfather
is
of all of
and
the,
that's
you
the
know,
farthest thing
well,
from
first
the
of all,
truth.
the
If you look at
underlying, bedrock of this is computation. It is the massive explosion of processing power, cloud, GPUs. But, that layer on top of that is AI, which is what all I'm talking about right now and everything that you're principally talking about right now.
Yes.
My thesis for the Abundant Summit in a few weeks is the great AI debate. And we'll have Eric Schmidt and Mustafa Suleyman and Ray Kurzweil and Jeffrey Hinton and a whole bunch of amazing people there. And it's going to be a conversation to help people flesh out the idea of, am I a boomer or a doomer? Is this the most important technology? Should we go as fast as we can, slow it down? And of course, it is the most important technology, and we don't fully understand it, and we can't slow it down if we wanted to even.
That's right. That's right. And the one thing I will say about that in terms of the doomers, I'm glad there are a lot of people worried about it because half of the solution is understanding the problem and being very straightforward about it. I was very happy to learn about hallucinations and confabulations and all of the things that could go wrong, and then also to even someone during one of our brainstorms raised the idea that wait a minute, could these confabulations be the same as what human beings go through when they dream? Could this be channeled into something very interesting? Let's not denigrate it. Let's think about it. Let's maybe harness it,
I love that. One fun thing I've done, I've always wanted to do this. The Abundant Summit is part of Singularity University, and Ray Kurzweil and I started that, 15 years ago, and I always dreamt about having AI faculty. And so for this year, for the first time, we've got a number of AI faculty and AI robot faculty. Amica will be teaching a session on humanoid robotics with me. And then we have Raybot. Ray Kurzweil is be there physically, but also as an avatar. And it's going to truly reinvent the entire educational ecosystem in a massive fashion.
Oh, absolutely. Personalized tutors, absolutely. While we're on education, and I wanted to say this earlier, but one of the reasons we moved to St. Petersburg is because of this innovative spirit. After 2 years of being here, ARC's research, as you say, it's not being taught in the schools. ARC's research has been made age appropriate for 6th graders so that ARC's research is the science curriculum for all of 6th grade throughout Pinellas County and soon to be all of middle school.
That's awesome.
It's awesome.
That is
awesome.
That is because at the end of the day, this is not only what our kids are going to inherit, but what they're going to have to lead.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. One foot in the new world. Okay. Excite them about it, you know?
Yes.
And especially in the lower socioeconomic demographic, tell them this is the great leveler. This is the great leveler. Catch this wave, and your life and your family's life will be delightful.
I think that is such an important point. One of the things I talk about a lot is what I call the 6 Ds of exponential, that when you digitize something, you dematerialize, demonetize, and democratize it. It's deceptive in the beginning and disruptive in the end. And Google, for example, isn't a little bit better for Larry Page's kids compared to the poorest kids. It's identical. It is complete leveler. And AI is the same. And in fact, there was a study done, I think it was out of Microsoft, that looked at the impact it had on high-end workers and low-end workers. And it actually brought up the low end higher than it brought up the high end. So it is a leveling force.
So that was a Bain consulting study. It was a study of Bain consultants. And we put this in our big ideas this year. The improvement of the high performing consultants after, I think this was GPT-3, ChatGPT.
Why does this seem fake?
Was 17%. The
Here they are,
improvement of
like
the
just like
lower
YouTube, those
performing
fake
consultants
things. I
was
wonder if this is fake.
43%.
I'm really
Think about
curious.
that. It's crazy.
I probably got it from one of your tweets. I love the social media that you and your team put out. So let's
What's up,
dive-
Rap?
I
How
wanna
you doing,
dive
buddy?
Into AI. I want to
Sorry,
dive
I didn't see your
into
comment for
autonomous
some reason.
Cars, robotaxis,
I was just having a little
flying
lunch
cars.
real quick.
I want to talk a little bit about biotech and
How's your
my
day
personal
going?
favorite subject, which is longevity. Which I think the two biggest financial markets
Yeah,
on the
I seen
planet are
Semi's
gonna
we're
be
doing
AI
okay.
and longevity. Because I still, when I'm in a crowd and I say, how many
We're
of
about
you
to find out
how
right
much of
now.
your wealth would you pay for an extra 20 healthy
If
years?
you get this rejection.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's most of a person's wealth at the end of the day, if they're being honest with themselves. So it's a massive market. We can talk.
Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Okay, guys.
Are you most excited about in the AI world right now? There's so much to be excited about.
Well, again, it's AI and the convergence with
With everything.
everything,
Yeah,
right?
of
And
course.
so, in fact, our chief futurist, Brett Winton, wrote the convergence part of our big ideas. And you can talk about excitement from a number of angles.
Yeah.
So in terms of how our lives are going to change, I think the biggest from a revenue impact for investors to think about is autonomous mobility and what it's going to do to transportation. It's interesting. We just had a presentation. They're going to redo St. Petersburg around the new Tampa Bay Rays baseball team, and it's just going to transform it. And when I mentioned to that organization that, do you know, because they were focused on a lot on parking, I said, did you know that for every car on the road in the United States today, there are 5 parking spaces, but the world's going to change. And we will only need 1 of those parking spots per car. So, 20% of the parking spaces is all we'll need. So we think that autonomous taxi platforms are an $8 to $10 trillion revenue opportunity by 2030. Now, a lot of people dismiss us out of hand now because Elon has been predicting this for as this year for the last 4 or 5 years, and now that
There it goes. It looks like it's trying to break out right now.
I know that I've been
Trying
doing this,
to.
and I know I've been wrong, so I'm not going to give you a time. That probably means we're really close now. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's just
I-
how
I-
human psychology is.
I do. You and I both did a Twitter Spaces with Elon in the last few months.
Yes.
And he's been a friend for 24 years. I would never bet against him.
I wouldn't.
Not even. I remember, in the reusability space, I met him before he started SpaceX because we were space cadets, and we were having dinner, and he was sketching out for me when the Falcon 9 was first launching, how he wanted to make the Falcon 9 first stage reusable and resell it for the same price or maybe higher because it was a proven first stage. And I was like, that's incredibly brilliant. And of course, that's happened in spades. And now
Yes.
Starship is about to occur. And of course, our cars are idle, what, 95%,
Yeah.
97% of the time?
Yes. Yes.
I want to push that big button on I have a Model X and a Model S, and go out, make me money, right?
Yeah,
Go
that's
out, make me
I
money.
really think we really think it's going to happen, and that it's an enormous opportunity. It will lower the cost of transportation dramatically, and so
Yeah.
therefore we will get more of it. So, I know that Mary Barra at GM says zero congestion. That's just not true. We will get more congestion. It's just we will then take to the skies. And that's what started our air taxi work. So
Yeah.
mobility for all kinds of things, delivery of food, people, and so forth, moving to the skies.
Yeah, the example I give is I want you to imagine, I mean, we will get rid of our cars, or if you're a two or three family car, family, in two or three cars in your family, you'll get, rid of a couple and leave one. I imagine you're at breakfast, you're getting up from breakfast with your kids, you're walking towards the front door, your AI knows your calendar, knows your schedule, is watching you walk towards the front door. It knows that you didn't sleep much the night before, and it pulls up in front of your house is an autonomous Tesla or Uber or whatever it might be with a lie down bed in the back,
Mhm.
right?
Like I said, just give me
Taking
one
you
second.
where
I'm
you need to
almost
go.
done, guys.
It will be seamless and you'll never have to ask. It'll
Right.
be, the term I use is automagical, right?
And there will be lots of different form factors, as you
Yeah.
say, some for sleeping, some for entertainment, some for office, study work.
And my numbers are that an electric autonomous car will be 4 times cheaper than car ownership. I'm not sure if you go further than that.
Yeah, we have it really being a third of including everything, and you'll see that in our big ideas and in our study as well, because insurance, depreciation, maintenance, all of that. So we've got it at roughly a third. Yes.
But it's probably 4x if you include productivity time.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I was going to say something else, just lost it. But yeah.
Well, I'll say the thing that's interesting is that the poorest people on the planet will be chauffeured around most
Yes.
efficiently,
Isn't
right?
that
It's a
wonderful?
leveling of the playing field.
It
It is
is.
a
It is. Yeah. So when people denigrate technology as creating the great divide, I just ask them, okay, do you think the cell phone bringing the world together hurt people at the lower? No, it helped them enormously. I remember when I lived in Ireland, which I did as a child. I remember how important, learning about the rest of the world was. There weren't any TVs in the households when I lived there. That was a long time ago, and it was a very rural part of Ireland. And so when one person got a TV and got to see how the rest of the world lived, it transformed their lives. And the same thing happened with cell phones and smartphones,
sure.
right? Hmm.
Yeah, and now the fact that you can make a video call effectively for free if you're on Wi-Fi just continues to blow my mind.
I know.
Um, I love earlier this year, and we could talk about Tesla versus GM or Waymo. Earlier this year when Tesla replaced 300,000 lines of C++ code with
Hmm.
3,000 lines of basically a large language model, um, uh, that was amazing. And
Yes.
I love using self-driving on my Tesla. It scares me on occasion, but it works really
Uh-huh.
well 98% of the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've done some great statistics around this. You know, I'm shocked. I'm shocked when I go to conferences now,
Yeah.
and if they're on the conservative side of things, I'm seeing this anti-EV vehicle. But you present anyone with these facts, and you understand why this is going to take off. So this is a measure of safety. Um, uh, how many miles between accidents for the average car on the road?
Don't know.
Now, this is on surface street driving, not highway. Okay, so surface
Okay.
street, the hardest, 190,000 miles on average.
Okay, that's pretty
Okay,
good.
yep, in a Tesla without FSD,
Hmm.
that number is roughly 600,000 miles. In a Tesla with FSD, uh, uh, it is 3.2 million miles.
Wow.
Wow. So, yeah, again,
Huh.
this is how Volvo made its brand and its name was
Sure.
safety.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm thrilled by it. And then, as you said, in addition to uh, our electric autonomous cars, the other thing that convergence is enabling, of course, what an autonomous autonomous Tesla is a convergence play. You know, I think about the convergence play on eVTOLs, which I hate that term, electric vertical takeoff for landing. I'm going to call them
Hmm.
flying cars.
Yes.
Um,
Air taxis, air
air
taxis.
taxis. Okay. That's extraordinary and coming soon. And the price point, I was speaking to the CEO of Archer, and their goal is the price point for a pilot and four paying passengers is the same as taking an Uber drive. That will be
Yeah.
amazing.
I think, and it's going to be here sooner than I think people imagine. Of course, we have to get the regulators in gear here. That's going to be the gating
Yeah.
factor because I think we're almost there, Peter. In terms of, I mean, we did the study on getting from Manhattan to JFK for roughly the same, for roughly the same uh, cost as a taxi. I think we're almost there now. I mean, technically, we're almost there now. Of course, it has to scale to make sense. You won't go straight down to the taxi rate right away because of
Of
the
course.
massive amount of convenience. And these companies do have to earn a rate of return for all of the investment that they've put in. But I think we're there now. They're just
Yeah.
that we just need to scale it.
And of course, what's happening is we're seeing a regulatory arbitrage where companies are going
Absolutely.
to Saudi or Dubai or China or India because the regulators are more supportive,
Yeah.
which is fine. But the old adage for the FAA is we're not happy until you're not happy.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. We saw when we first started studying drones
Mm,
in 2014 when I founded ARC. Uh, I think Amazon was on its ninth generation drone. And at that time, this is 2014, the FAA would not let Amazon fly its drones outside on its own property. It had to be inside. And so they went to Hong Kong, India, as you say, UK, I think they went, and Australia. I mean, and of course, the same thing has happened with crypto, broadly.
yeah.
A lot of talent has left this country, and a lot of the asset managers in Europe don't even want American customers because of our regulators.
Yeah, I see that. And when I'm coaching entrepreneurs, I'm like, please take your vision beyond the U.S. borderline.
Yes.
It's interesting. I was Kai-Fu Lee. I'm sure you know Kai-Fu
Yes.
out of
Yes.
Innovations in China, and I used to take a group of American investors there to Shenzhen and Shanghai and Beijing to go meet the Chinese companies and entrepreneurs. And I remember two distinct things. Number one was the work-life balance was their motto was 996, which I'm sure you've heard,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. The second thing was a Chinese entrepreneur looks at the 1 point something billion Chinese market and the 300 million US market, while the US entrepreneurs are basically just looking at the US market.
Right.
And it's a big world out there
Yes.
with porous borders. And sometimes regulations allow you to start faster elsewhere. And then, in the biotech world in particular, because we humans
Yes.
are all the same
Yes.
globally.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd love to get your thoughts, Peter, on China, China and GPUs. Do you think that the sanctions that the U.S. has placed on China will embolden them uh, to become much more creative and focused on getting their own GPUs, much like in the 80s when we banned cars, Japanese cars from the US, or certain kinds of cars, or put enormous tariffs on it? It encouraged Japan to become the highest quality, because at the time they were junk, the highest quality, most innovative auto companies in the world.
I have no question at all. For a multitude of reasons, the Chinese will invest. And I was talking to some of my friends who run large language model focused AI companies today. That China's LLMs are at or above the GPT-4 level already, and will be. And one of the things that the Chinese companies have as advantages are a government that puts
It's
their
funny.
finger
This
on the
man got a
scale
lot of friends.
and creates
Absolutely.
But he
creates
talking to
regulatory reforms to
I got a lot
support
of friends
them
to do
and
this. I got a lot of friends
causes
to do that.
capital to flow in. So
What about you,
there are
man?
very
What
few
exactly do you do?
restrictions.
wondering. I'm not hating.
Despite that, America does
just wondering.
incredibly well. But that is a.
Let's get ready for the
China
afternoon session, guys. Ladies,
going
gents,
to
women, men,
play big in this
from around the
in
world,
chip
from the
world
United
and
States,
the
wherever
AI
you're
world, for
alive.
sure.
I think I think the
where you're tuning in
property
from.
issues and just the massive over leveraging that took place
I
over the
wonder
20
if,
years
like, they're gonna
after
start
they
throwing
entered the
fake
WTO,
clips like they did
just
on
buy the
YouTube.
dip, buy the dip,
But I
leverage
don't
up,
think this
leverage
is
up,
fake.
has come back to haunt them, and
Wait.
that they need to change the
Why
subject.
does
So
it
what
not say
I'm hoping
speaking?
is that it's not Taiwan, but that it is actually their own prowess in AI. Yes.
Speaking of AI, let's go to the conversation around AGI and digital superintelligence. The first thing I'll say is we passed the Turing test without anyone noticing.
Yes.
a long
Yes.
time ago, right? So hey, everybody, did you notice we passed the Turing test 1,000 times over
She looks
in
like
the last couple
she's
of
just
years,
such a dork.
or the last year at least?
She does not look like that, though.
You put out
Like,
a
what happened to
beautiful
her
curve
chin?
that
Like,
looks
what's going
at
on here?
people's predictions of
Yes.
when we're going to have
Geese.
human-level intelligence. Right? In 1999, Ray
Geese.
Kurzweil famously predicted 2029. Pretty ballsy, 30 years out
Yes.
to
Yes.
predict a single year
And they thought
not
he was
change its
crazy.
prediction. Thought he was crazy,
Yeah.
impossible. It's 100 years out, it's 50 years out. And so
She
what did that
bought
curve you put out
Nvidia.
say?
Once again,
So
Kathy
it
Wood's
said,
killing it, man.
and as recently as
Killing it.
2019, so that's 30 years after, was it, he put it out in
He
99,
put
did
out
you say it was?
ARK
1999.
Invest bought Nvidia
So
in 2014 at
okay,
$5.
20 years later, in 2019,
After more than 150 fold
futurists,
again.
these aren't just normal,
We continue to take profits.
forecasters of technology, but actual futurists. It's a survey. Brett Winton, our chief futurist,
And
uses it.
AI focused futurists as well.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So 2019, those futurists said AGI was 80 years away. Today, 8 years away. So Ray Kurzweil, and if they continue to make the same forecasting error, it could be 3 to 4 years away. And there you
So
go. It could, I mean, Ray may have hit it on the mark.
nailed it.
Yeah.
They have nailed it. And we'll celebrate him in 2029.
Yeah.
Elon's predictions have been between 2025 and 2028. And he said basically, listen, Ray got it right. And of course, the question becomes, All right, and so what? We have human level AI, because I still think of much of the AI systems that I'm using right now in their focused area are much better than humans. It's just we don't have a generalized AI.
Yes.
But what happens next, of course, is where we have a singularity. You know, we talk about a singularity is a horizon beyond which you can't predict what's going to happen next.
Right.
And there's going to be an AI singularity when AIs are self-programming themselves. And when we get to digital superintelligence, you know, because fine, if we have human level AI in 2029, by 2030, you know, it's 2x, 4x, 10x, because the doubling time in the AI world in terms of algorithms, capital, compute has been less than Moore's law. It's been faster than Moore's law.
Yes,
Yeah.
every 3 to 4 months. Forget about 18 months to 2 years. It's unbelievable because AI training costs are dropping 75% per year. AI inference costs, according to our estimates and research, are dropping 85, 90% per year.
And the amount of
It's
capital,
unbelievable.
going in, now, what do you predict that at?
No, you mean the amount of capital?
Being invested into AI related compute companies and so forth. I mean, last year the prediction I think was like about 150 to 180 billion went in, and I just see this
ESPN.
as
And I don't watch it
everybody's
anymore.
pouring capital in.
Yes,
And that's why
so
Disney
here
stock
is
looks
the
like it
question
does.
there
I'm going to
that
be
we're
honest.
getting all
It's
the
got
time.
to. I
Is
don't
this-
watch
Is
ESPN.
this a
I don't watch
bubble?
the NFL anymore. I
And
really don't.
The way we
I
are
watched the end of the
answering
Super Bowl.
it is no,
That
this
was
is
about
not a
it.
bubble. This is
But
there's
I'll be damned.
something
Like,
Was
profound going
electricity a bubble?
Exactly,
Right?
That's why Disney
now,
stock
is there too much capital
and Nelson
chasing,
Peltz takeover.
chasing the
That's
same
why
thing?
Disney just
That could
continues
be.
to
I can
just
tell you, we've
underperform
had
the market.
and you know the
Continues to
headlines.
underperform the
I'm not
market.
saying anything that,
I'll be
that
right back.
you don't know, but we have been pulling away from NVIDIA mostly because we see how well understood that story is, and it is. And all praise to Jensen Huang and his incredible team. They have done so much of
Fucking white people. I say it all the time. Yes. Who do you think I am? Just want to say shout out to all of you guys. Yes, I can see why go, because like I'm already thinking about leaving YouTube, and it's sad because this whole fucking platform is sad. It really is. It's crazy. All right, the S&Ps, guys. Let's watch here if we start to break. Guys, I'm telling you, I want to take a short. Maybe carry it into tomorrow or something. I mean, we just gotta keep your head on a swivel, because you can always kind of just hold this area and grind high tomorrow. What I'm going to look for, because like, look, I'm telling y'all, I kept receipts. I kept receipts of all the shit that I missed, and I am not missing it anymore. Here it goes. My point is, dude. All right, you know those days where it's like, damn, I should have seen the market turning itself around. Well, those days of missing that are over, because I physically am not going to miss it anymore. If we turn this into resistance, 506, which it looks like we just did. Hello, 505. Hello, 505. Okay, hello, 505. All right, hello, 505. And what I'm looking for is, dude. Oh my god, it's already fucking going. Oh my god. Well, never mind. Never mind. Never fucking mind. I told you guys, it's got room. I told you, you have room. Once you drop, it's a wrap. Alright, it's a wrap. I told you guys that. We have nothing stopping us to the downside. So if you get that move, you're going to go down. It's going to give you the follow through. Motherfuck, yo. Fucking piece of shit. Fuck YouTube. Fuck everything. I can't believe that. I cannot fucking believe that. Excuse my language.
S&P futures, S&P
You're a little late on that, dude. We know. We know, bro. You're a little late on that.
50, 86, 50, down 15 now. Is this the only division now people care about at Amazon and the growth numbers there? Well, I mean, it's a good point. It trades that way, right?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, now we got to look for a bounce. The VWAP is resistance. I cannot believe that. I can't believe it, guys. Fuck. That makes me so mad. So mad. I don't know how much it paid or what. This is why I talk my shit, because I'm telling you guys, when I see something like, yo, there's nothing stopping us. Nothing. Nothing stopping us at all. And once you get that downside, like, that's it. She gone.
you open the door by talking about cloud computing vis-a-vis artificial intelligence. That AI run's been massive. A lot of tech stocks have benefited. Are there ones out there besides NVIDIA that you think represent better opportunities with regard to taking a view, a position on AI?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, with AI, every CEO throws out AI in order to boost their stock price. You know, every company has become an AI company, and I think that's not the right way to think about how AI will develop. Really, you know, we've separated AI into kind of two buckets. One is building out the physical infrastructure of artificial intelligence. That is building out the
I mean, it really doesn't get any better than that right there. It really doesn't.
And then the second part, which will come later, and in a much more meaningful way, is the utilization, the software side, and the proliferation of those services. So right now, for 2024, we're heavily leaning toward the infrastructure side. You have the NVIDIAs, you know, SMCI. You know, that's a company that was growing from double-digit growth rates to triple-digit growth rates in the span of a month. You have companies like Comfort Systems, which does the cooling systems for these data centers. You know, so we're looking at the physical infrastructure right now, and we're dipping our toes on the software side, like the Snowflakes of the world. But we think that
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta say, I don't think that they should be signing it. If they want to get real, that deal needs changed. This bill is not for the border. It's for Ukraine. Over or what is it? 70% of the money goes to Ukraine. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Really is. It's a sad world we live in. It's a sad time in the Western civilization, too. Oh, my God. Come on, Spy. You fucking asshole. Why didn't I get that? That's crazy. So, I'm kind of just waiting for... Again, guys, this volume is so very low that, you know, maybe we can try to catch the bounce. Dude, this thing could just go way down, y'all. We could get this shit down to like 503, 502, 504, boys. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. So I'm gonna look to get ready and get some. See if we can't get a bounce here in the markets. Get on B of A. Get on B of A. So what did y'all do this weekend? What did everybody get into? I told you, man. I fucking knew it. Especially if you start getting down here. You ain't got nothing but like a half hour worth of price action. From 504, boys. Alright. From 504, 50, boys. Alright. You have this little like double bottom, I guess you could say. Came up. And that was it. That's it. About 45 minutes worth of price action. So, let's see if we get a bounce and hit the 9 EMA. You know, I don't know. I guess this is going to be a low volume pullback. I guess that's what we would consider this to be, right? A low volume pullback. And again, if you guys want to let me know anything that you guys did over the weekend. Did you enjoy your weekend? Did you get any work done? Did you not get any work done and you're kind of frustrated about it? Or did you take the time to relax and that's what you wanted to do? Did you get to see a bird? It was actually really cold. What was the weather? It was cold where I was at. And it's starting to warm up a little bit. It was really cold last night and the day before. Fuck. Yeah. So, and I know this is a little off topic, but I think I'm going to do Twitch. I think I'm going to be streaming both. Alright. I'm going to make a Twitch account tonight. So yeah, so we can start doing what it is that we love. And what is that? Markets. Markets, markets, markets. I don't know if you guys noticed, but AI was going ham today. Let's see here. AI. SPX. So we could get a nice little bounce here. See if you can't bounce it back. There's no VWAP. That's funny. SPXX.
Transforming the business landscape. Meet the new icons, the CNBC Changemakers.
exchange, oil is facing multiple headwinds over the past year, including rate hike fears, warmer winter weather, shale supply growth, and increased geopolitical risks.
122.
All that, West Texas Intermediate crude is up
122.
more than a percent, while Brent has actually fallen nearly a percent.
Dude, that's actually a really nice double bottom there.
Trading in oil to continue into the year 2029, saying prices will stay between 60 and 80 bucks a barrel for Brent crude futures. Let's bring in Francisco Blanch, the head of global commodities and derivatives research over at BofA Securities. Francisco, analysts.
Bucks.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Oil is facing multiple headwinds over the past year, including rate hike fears, warmer winter weather, shale supply growth, and increased geopolitical risks. But even with all that, West Texas Intermediate crude is up only a little more than a percent, while Brent has actually fallen nearly a percent. And our next guest expects that sideways trading in oil to continue into the year 2029, saying prices will stay between 60 and 80 bucks a barrel for Brent crude futures. Let's bring in Francisco Blanch, the head of global commodities and derivatives research over at BofA Securities. Francisco, analysts will get a lot of attention for making bold calls. I think as a consumer of gasoline and fuel that I'm happy to hear that it'll stay stuck between 60 to 80, but not everyone feels the same way. Why the call and why now?
Well, look, Dom, every year around this time, we do a medium-term oil outlook review. We look at how supply is going to behave for the next 5 years, and we do the same for demand, and come up with a balance. And we're looking at essentially a slowing global demand picture for oil because of electric vehicle sales, mild hybrids, and just more efficiency generally. But also we're looking at reasonable supply trends in a world where we have about 5 million barrels a day of spare capacity. Now, if you look at the last 5 years, the average price of Brent has been $72 a barrel. And
You gotta be kidding me that Coinbase
which is
is really at 190 when I ended up
our call is not crazy by any means, but I think
after that guy's done. 2024 oil forecast. I literally showed you guys this morning. I was like, yo, look at this anchored VWAP on Coinbase. It was just way too... it was meant to be. Look, and it was acting as support. You got there. It gave you the run. Now you're back testing these previous highs. Up at 190. Now, did I think it would go from 168, 170 to 190? No. I didn't think it was going to go 20 bucks. But damn. Kind of wish I did. I'm a little frustrated. I didn't really see exactly what it was. I don't know. I just didn't think that it was going to go 20 bucks. It's my fault. It's all good. Won't happen again. 158. And now we're trying to put in lower highs there, so watch out.
U.S. shale supply is slowing down finally. But there's growth in Guyana, there's growth in Brazil, there's growth in Canada. And demand itself is not going to be as strong as it may have been on a previous trend basis, given the decarbonization efforts that we're trying to go through. So I think those are the factors that ultimately prevent oil prices from spiking. But I do think that OPEC Plus still has a fair amount of market power. They have prevented oil prices from going lower, despite very steep interest rate hikes. Remember, we started a couple of years ago with rates at 0, and now rates are 5.25, 5.50, and in Europe they've gone up to 4%. So OPEC has done a lot of work to balance the market in the context of very fast interest rate increases. So I do think they've actually had a fair amount of power to the downside, protecting the downside. But then when it comes to higher prices, they hold the spare capacity. They could force somewhat higher prices, but they could risk also reigniting or investment into shale. So I think they have to balance that out. As you pointed out, the U.S. is the world's biggest producer of oil and gas today, both.
Francisco, before we let you go, in the past we've talked about the structure of the futures market for crude oil. This idea that at times in the past, including even now, future oil prices are cheaper than they are at current spot levels. Is there still a so-called carry trade that oil traders can expect over the next several years because of that dynamic?
Well, I think it's very clear that Saudi Arabia and OPEC Plus collectively want to keep inventories low because a backwardation term structure discourages investment, makes hedging more difficult. If you're a producer, you have to hedge the discount to spot, which means you're by definition going to invest somewhat less than you would otherwise. So OPEC is keen to do that. They've actually drained down inventories to create that forward curve, that backwardation, that spot price above future prices. And yes, there is a carry. And in fact, if you look at commodity investments,
Listen up to this.
Even though prices haven't really moved, they've actually done pretty well. Because not only if you own, let's say, a fully collateralized basket of oil futures,
Let's see what he says.
You are collecting a carry, the carry you described, you're buying at the discount to a spot, and you're letting it roll up, but you're also getting paid 5.25%, 5.5% on your collateral. It's an unfunded position. So that adds up to about 10-12% a year if oil prices don't move. And I think you'll see more people coming in.
All right. Francisco Blanch, it's always a great conversation. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Well, coming up in the show, some are calling them the most important tests of the First Amendment in the internet era. We'll dive into the 2 Supreme Court cases that could change social media as we know it coming up after this.
Sorry, guys. I was just getting a little tired here. I'm just trying to wake up. I got no sleep last night. What's new, right? What's new?
Even happen.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court's hearing arguments in 2 cases that could reshape social media and the controls that companies like Facebook have over content. Eamon Javers has those details now. Hi, Eamon.
Hey there, Dom. The cases involve laws in Florida and Texas that seek to require social media platforms to provide equal access to all political points of view and prevent those companies from excluding some political commentary on freedom of speech grounds. The states argue that users of social media sites have freedom of speech rights to express themselves. But the companies, led by their trade associations, argue that it is the companies themselves that have the freedom of speech right to decide what to include or not to include on their own services. And throughout the oral arguments that we heard this morning, all sides sought to find the right analogy from the past to fit their argument about the technology of the future. One analogy is that this is much like a shopping mall, where courts have held that private owners do have a responsibility to allow political activity by customers because the malls are something like town squares. Another was Boston's St. Patrick's Day Parade, where courts have held the other way, that private organizers could not be forced to allow a gay rights group to participate because the organizers had the freedom to decide what to include or not include in their event. Justice Elena Kagan even raised the question today of what all this means for Etsy, which is the vintage craft e-commerce site. No decisions coming today. These are just oral arguments so far, but we do get a sense now of how the justices are thinking about these issues as they question the attorneys for both sides. Back over to you, Dom.
Eamon, what exactly could the business implications for social media companies be if these cases are upheld?
Yeah, look, I mean, if Texas and Florida laws are upheld here, it could be a real game changer for social media, right? I mean, those laws have been postponed. They're on hold for right now. But if, you know, for example, Facebook was forced to require politicking of any kind on their site and not interfere in any way, it might be the case that they decide to dial back a lot on political content at all because they can't, get in there and mechanically make sure that there's some kind of balance. And if they're afraid that there could be some kind of legal exposure for them, maybe they have to dial back in a big way. That's all to be determined, Dom. What we'll have to wait and see is what the Supreme Court does here, and we won't know that for a couple of months.
All right. Eamon Javers with the cross-section of First Amendment and big business. Thank you very much. Coming up on the show, the 3 C's, conferencing, construction, and cloud. We've got the action, the story, and the trade on Lowe's, Zoom, and Workday coming up ahead on earnings next. welcome back. Earnings season rolls on, and we got work to do here, to be honest. We're talking housework, remote work, work management. In today's earnings exchange, we got Lowe's, Zoom Video, and Workday. And here with our trades, Boris Schlossberg, BK Asset Management's Managing Director of FX Strategy. We'll start off with Lowe's, up slightly to start 2024 as the outlook for rates and housing remains uncertain. Bank of America expecting weakness in do-it-yourself projects, but writing that could be offset by Lowe's gaining share from Home Depot in the pro or contractor builder segment. Boris, you see this as a bigger picture macro play?
Yeah, it's surprising because I got to tell you, there's a massive divergence between the price action, which has been outstanding, and the fundamentals and guidance from management, which has been anything but. I mean, we all can see that the DIY trend is pretty much down. Material costs are up, so their business is down by about 11%. They've been guiding it lower, but the stock continues to perform really, really well. And as you said, with the rates unlikely to be lowered, that does not create any kind of a tailwind for housing. So hard to see how this is going to be a further rally unless you simply make an all-out bet on macro. That economy just continues to boom 3.5%. Then yes.
All right, let's do it. Got some
itself.
coffee made. Didn't mean to yell in the mic. Sorry, didn't mean to blow out your eardrums.
A lot of housing macro
That's my
to
bad.
digest there.
Again,
Next
I've
up,
been
we got
making a lot of
Workday,
bads
Boris,
today.
the enterprise software company.
But at least
It's up
they're mine and not
78%
yours.
in the past year. According to Morgan Stanley, many companies are showing increased interest in staff and resource
Just so
management.
we're aware, this
and
is
that
not Carl
Workday's new
Cantanilla, the
financial
guy
and
that's mad at
analytics
me.
software combined with international
Carl
growth
Cantanilla, I would
should
actually
make for a
argue.
strong report. So, Boris, how would you trade Workday?
Well, not a
Isn't
cheap
Asian.
stock, but
There, I
has
said it.
just been an unbelievable executioner of software as a service, within the HR space, and has seen basically its margins go from 10%
All right,
to
if you guys
18
don't know
to
that
about
story, you don't know what I'm
24% now,
talking about.
And many analysts
Carl
believe it can
Cantanilla
go to
got mad at me, the
30%
guy on
margins.
CNBC.
So this looks like an all-out growth play. You got to love the stock, but it is very rich.
Right.
So if you're an investor,
I hit
you
a
may wanna
spot.
either buy a leap as a substitute,
And-
or maybe sell 250,
yeah.
270 puts just to see.
But it's all good. I like
take a little bit
Carl.
of risk off the table. But
I don't
otherwise,
hate.
long term, it looks very strong. Execution has been excellent, and there's nothing but positive prospects for it going forward.
All right, and Boris, finally, it's Zoom Video, the pandemic darling,
So, yeah,
down 10% to start the year,
I
and
just
nearly
made some
90% off its
coffee.
2020
They're talking about the
pandemic
earnings,
highs.
so I'm gonna let them
Piper
talk about
Sandler
that, and then I
neutral on the stock as they look
give you
for
guys the
download
plan.
and churn data, as well
I
as
was getting
demand
really
for the company's
tired.
more business-focused services. What's the trade? Would you touch Zoom Video?
Would you
Yeah,
touch it?
that's
He said,
what
would
the
you
trade
touch
is
it?
in my
Damn
opinion.
right
The
I
stock
touched
has
that.
certainly been left for dead, but I do
What you
think
mean
there's
would
some
I
life
touch
in
it?
specifically because it's actually
You better
making a
watch.
stand
Might
in the
fall in love
enterprise
with it.
space, especially in the call center space and in telehealth. And it has still excellent brand recognition amongst consumers. I mean, Microsoft is throwing everything but the kitchen sink at it, and it's still maintaining its market share. So I think if you see it continue to improve and gain on ground in the enterprise space, it has a chance to really shine going forward. At this point, it's so cheap, $6.5 billion
Wow.
of
Okay,
cash on
cool.
the balance sheet. It
Look
looks like a really
at
cheap
the-
bargain. I would definitely get long.
Look at the volume that came in
Schlossberg
here.
with BK Asset Management on the
Off of
earnings
this,
exchange. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right, that does it for the exchange.
This test here of 506, it's still a commercial, so 506. I still want to see if we can get a rejection. So that's our first decent candle. Because I'm kind of curious if we can gap up tomorrow. What's happening, Wiz? How you doing today? What up, bruh? I was stressing this morning, the weakness, you could just sense it and feel it. Like, when I'm sitting here watching The Spy, and it's just, it can't make no type of progress. Like, when you see it, like, going up, holding levels, and it holds for a while, and eats up the clock, or it just eats up time, you know. But today, it would just go up to a level and just completely just crash. It couldn't hold it at all. So, pretty easy. And I said it and I hung on it all day today. Yo, get the VWAP, get short. If it gets the VWAP, get short. Man, there was a lot of great call-outs today. Coinbase, we said long off of that 160 level. You had anchored VWAP coming up off of the lows, and it was just sitting there at 160, making that area of support. Bitcoin ripping, Mara. I couldn't take this. It was up 14%. Yeah, you know, it can always go higher, but still. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Yes, it had the volume to go with it, but still, it's crazy. So I'm gonna just relax and I'm gonna get mine. I'm gonna be patient. I'm gonna stick to the levels that I have for myself. I'm kind of curious what Apple does down here. There's something going on with Apple. Clearly, some of these people don't want it. Like, it's been down here for a while. You're getting some people that are nibbling on it, but it's not getting bought up in a way that, it's, all these mega cap names are kind of doing the same thing. And they're down off of their highs. And that's okay, right? But, like, what happens to the market next? Mega cap tech led us to the upside. And now it's on its lows. You had technology names like whether it would be like Roku, Shopify, all those random ass names. They made a leg higher. Walmart, Cat, Deere. I'm not doing the Hitler thing, I promise. They all, went higher as well. So it's like Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon, they're all down. You're seeing Google getting selling off today. What does this mean for like are we just going to sit here for a few months, like in this range, and say, okay, are we going to like right now, are we going to be putting in a consolidation to move higher? Is that the plan? Or are we waiting on a data set to say, all right, we need more data to know if we're going to be able to go higher or not? Like, the Fed and its rates. So, I think we're at a pivotal point, guys. I really do. It's just my personal belief. I feel like the market is telling you with the way everything is set up between Meta, Netflix, Amazon, all that fun stuff that, I feel like the market as a whole is waiting for like some type of clarity. And it did just run for a while. You know what I mean? The market did just come off this crazy run. But, some of these names didn't go higher either, though, too. The only one that's been going higher is NVIDIA. So, I don't know. That's really all I got there. We'll go see what see what we have for the afternoon. Long off 130, dip 50.82. AVG looking. Oh, okay. AVG looking for 5,100. Nice job, bro. Sick. AVGO. I have not heard of that in such a long time. Is that AVGO? Broadcom. I knew it. It's Broadcom. Fuck yeah. That was the other thing too, is I was trying to let some people know that, because like some people would like just like to trade a name just to trade it, like whether it's Tesla, AMD, some of those semiconductors. I don't know. I knew where I was going with it, but it's just like there was nothing here. The price action was like the SPY, right? The reason I chose the index on the SPY today was because you had nothing stopping you like to the downside. You got through that level and you noticed how it just gave you that follow through. Today, what did I say? I said AMD will probably be stuck and not get out of its own way. And literally it hasn't moved. It's just that whole area is just a place of buying and selling, and there's too many. There's just too many transactions to that are stopping this from going higher. Because the minute you start to go higher, right, they start to get like there's people ready to sell because you broke 80. As soon as this starts to come down, people are ready to buy because they're seeing NVIDIA and the rest of the other names start to break out and they want to be long. So there's just like a lot of supply and demand, I guess you could say. So let's see here. AVGO. Let's look at the chart. I cannot stand being so tired. Maybe I'm going to do some push-ups. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do push-ups right now. I always say I'm going to do them, and then I never do, and I end up falling half asleep. Did you say you're going long? That daily setup looks like a bit of a... Looks like you're trying to put in a Head and Shoulders there. A lot of names have this. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, but I wouldn't consider it a Head and Shoulders because, you know, that right or that left shoulder there right here shouldn't be higher than the head and all that fun stuff. So I gotta do some push-ups. I think I'm gonna go to the doctor and be like, yo, like the thing is like I think the last time I got my blood work done, like my testosterone and everything was fine. So it's gonna be pretty hard for me to get tested or something to just keep me from being, you know, like last night there was like it was just a late night, right? It was a late night. I don't know what's been going on with my cat. My little girl, she has been going nuts. And it seriously has gotten to the point. It's fucking killing me. Like during the day. I have so much shit that I need to get done and that I want to do. But I'm fucking half tired by 12, 1 o'clock. Because I also still get up early in the morning. I go to sleep at 2:30, 3 o'clock. And I'm up at 5, and I'm up at 6. Like 3.5 hours is just like... You know, and I get tired, let alone if I get 8 to 10 hours of sleep, let alone, you know, if I'm sitting in a chair throughout the day, you know. So, what is this, AVGO? Man, look at this wedge here, bro. Look at that wedge. That is an ascending wedge if I've ever seen one. Look at that. That's a beaut, bro. That might be a sick reversal candle. I mean, AVGO is a strong name, but that right there, to me, looks like a really nice ascending wedge. Let's see here. Yep, okay. And then the camera is cutting out. Alright, push-ups are coming. Let's do it. I gotta go get a cup of coffee anyway. It should be done now. Did you have a good weekend, Wiz? What'd you do this weekend? I don't know if you watched the video from yesterday or today. My dad had Lucid Sapphire at his house, and they took my grandmother for a ride in it yesterday. Dude, it's a fucking beaut. I was gonna do a video on it, but I dropped her off and I was doing errands and stuff like that, and you know, they took her out to dinner, and then I met them later on, and it's so, dude, this thing is just, it's something else. It's so mean, bro. It's so mean. Like, it doesn't do it any justice. This color here, it's so sick. The color's sick. It's got this bare... See, I don't know if this one has it, but it has carbon fiber trim. Like, the mirrors are carbon fiber. It's got a carbon fiber rear lid on the back of it. It's a sight to see. That's for damn sure. See, like, none of these pictures are doing it justice in real life. Those brakes are huge, man. They're fucking huge. Oh, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna do a video with it in a couple days, in a day or two or something. Yeah. Sapphire. That's cool. So my dad holds both for the Dream Air, the land speed record for that, and I think he's taking that Sapphire and doing this. He's talking about doing the same thing with that one. Dude, it's so mean. It's really nice. It's sick. It really is. They outdid themselves on that car. And the color, it's like this purple, but it's like blue. But when you have the carbon fiber trim on it, it's like it's sick. It's sick. Are you said you were long, AVGO? So now I'm awake. Here we go. I'm good. Oh, long off the 130 dip. Okay. I'd watch out. You got a little bit of resistance coming in here. I would be careful there. I would. You have resistance. The thing is, it's like you retrace. There's your opening price. You're putting in lower highs. Your MACD's getting ready to attempt to go negative. Cross down. So again, I think you see a pullback, and I wonder. I might have to do a. You said Top Step, didn't you? Because I've been for some reason I've been seeing these Top Step challenges or something like that, like randomly on YouTube, and I haven't clicked on any of them, but it was just funny that like they were starting to show up. Let's see, pop, boom, 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 boom. I haven't traded Broadcom. I can say that. I have never traded this Broadcom. Apex. Yeah, that's right. You said Apex. I just typed it in the ticker, just being stupid. Alright, there's another rejection. Let's see if we start getting some volume in here. I'm gonna go pour a coffee. Damn it, I missed it. And I yelled in the mic again. Come on. Yeah, and he did say too. He said it's got like 1,300 horsepower, something like that. 13. Because I asked him if it was faster than the Dream Air, like the first one that they got. I seen that color and I'm like, damn, that shit is like, it's nice. It's really nice. Like, the color just goes so sick with the carbon fiber trim. I don't know why I'm talking about it. I just had to bring it up because I have to tell somebody that color that they did with that vehicle was, and to have the carbon fiber trim, it's really sick. It's so badass. Alright, so where am I going to make my money today? I did have a long that I took off on a bounce back. It might have been here. Might have been there on that one. All right, I'm gonna go get some coffee and I'll be right back. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock, so let's lock in here and see if we can't make something happen. You know, be cautious for another bounce back higher to VWAP. The thing that I'm curious about is if it starts finding support in one of these areas. Like, are we going to continue to the downside tomorrow? Is this like all just a front and we're going to run it higher? You know, I got to say we're below the level. We are below 507, so I guess anything up at 507's got to be resistance since it broke. It was such an area that was, you know, support. I love how the news wastes their time with stupid shit.
Tending to trip up the model or not?
That's a great question, Tyler. Yeah, there is a little bit of cherry picking going on here, but still the answers are the answers, and they should be straightforward, but they're anything but that. I do think you bring up a good point, though. When ChatGPT first came onto the scene, stormed onto the scene, there was all these issues as well about misinformation, bias. We can't forget that New York reporter who ChatGPT told to leave his wife, right? There was all kinds of issues that were fairly quickly cleaned up, and I will say that Google is trying to clean this up as well, and these are just inherent issues in these chatbots that are trained on certain kinds of data. So it's not an easy answer, Tyler, but yes, there's always a certain amount of cherry picking.
I've gone in and asked, I think it was ChatGPT, I can't say, so I'm not going to characterize the answers, but asking questions about critical race theory, for example, to untangle it, explain it, tell me about it. And you could see very easily in the answers where, depending on your point of view, you might be offended or agitated by the answer, or you might say, okay,
why
that's
are you
okay,
typing that stupid shit in?
So it is.
Why are you too worried about someone's color? Like, this is where the world has come to, guys. The only thing we have to talk about is what color are you? Are you a color or are you not?
And I guess they're making.
What the fuck?
When you compare Elon Musk to Hitler, the chatbot needs to shut that down and say there is no
We're
comparison here. So
Elon
it's
Musk
these like cut and dry issues that Google is getting a lot of sort of heat for, right? Which should be
No,
a
they're not
straightforward
getting
answer, but they're
heat.
trying to be too politically
They
correct.
shouldn't be getting any
We're
heat.
talking politics here,
You
which
should be able to
I
use
hate
your
to
own
do,
common
but
fucking
that's where
sense.
This has gone.
But that's where it's gone. That's where the sensitivity
No,
is.
that's
And
where you
I would
take
just
it.
say that whether you're an artificial intelligence or a dumbass, invoking
There you go,
Adolf
tell 'em.
Hitler in any form is probably a bad idea.
Yeah,
But whatever. Do you have a question here?
Yeah, I was just thinking, Deirdre, that it's interesting that we're talking about having to have Google try to fix it or like unteach this machine learning. I mean, isn't that kind of the point? It's supposed to evolve with time. I mean, how do you unteach it things? I guess it boggles my mind to understand
Absolutely.
that part.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing, right? When we go back to ChatGPT, when it was first released in November of 2022, there was these issues that are ironed out by now. But the fact remains that Google has sort of just been behind the curve here, right? It took them like 20 months longer to get their Gemini model out to mainstream public consumption. So I always go back to this question, like what happens to search, right? That's what matters to our audience. Let's leave aside the politics.
Yeah.
It's the investor story here. Search is still the cash cow, one of the greatest business models of all time. And we don't have an answer for that. Gemini may have all of its problems, but if more people are going to chatbots than they are search, that's going to hurt their cash cow in the business model that has been around since, the dominant model for decades.
And Google, of course, had their saying, do no harm. And for many years, I didn't really understand how that fit with this business, but Now I do. Thank you very much, Deirdre. Well, further ahead, breaking down the healthcare ecosystem, there's more than one way to
All right, guys. So take notice that the queues are still. There's a takeover. Oh, Charter Communications. I wonder. Disney should probably be moving off of that too, guys. It's so Disney didn't hold. Charter and Comcast. No. Not Charter Semi. What's the... Could have let us know the letters again. All right, so Charter Communications pulling back here. CHTR. That's crazy.
Bloomberg reporting that Charter Communications, CHTR, waiting a takeover of Altice, and Charter's working with advisors on pursuing Altice. No.
63 billion in 2-year supply, the largest 2-year offering by Treasury ever. And right at 11:30 Eastern, the yield was around 470. You see on that chart, we never look back. Yields continually move higher.
No purchase price mentioned in the article.
Eastern, we had 64 billion of 5-year notes. The biggest ever. There's your 127 billion number. And as you look at that chart, what's notable is that right around 1 o'clock Eastern, we put the high yield of the day in at 433. And the rest of it.
All right, you have don't even worry about it. Gonna grab some coffee. I'll be right back. You know, be patient. Wait for your trade. You know, and again, a lot of the stuff is going to come later on in the week. So if you didn't do anything today, just relax, be patient.
And right at 11:30 Eastern, the yield was around 470.
I'm with you, bro.
You see on that chart, we never look back. Yields continually
Hold.
move higher. Now, it was a few hours later at 1 o'clock Eastern. We had 64 billion of 5-year notes, the biggest ever. There's your 127 billion number. And as you look at that chart, what's notable is that right around 1 o'clock Eastern, we put the high yield of the day in at 433. And the rest of it, well, 2-year note yields, as you see on this chart, are on pace for the highest yield close in 3 months. And here's what's interesting. Short maturities, 2-year and 3-year, are both on pace for fresh high-yield closes. The rest of the curve is closed, but it isn't quite there. Why is that? Because the short maturity is most associated with the Fed, and the biggest story of the Fed is everybody scratching their head as to when and how many rate cuts there's going to be, and it's under review. And that really is keeping the yield curve much more negative, as you see on the next chart, at minus 44 basis points. We're on pace for a 3-month most negative close in that spread. So short maturities are leading the curve with higher rates, and long-dated Treasury yields have rested a little bit. Their main dynamic was debt. Right now we're looking at debt, all right, tomorrow complete $169 billion of supply, but it's the shorter maturities. Courtney, back to you.
Thank you very much, Rick Santelli. Well, after a long winter for nat gas, prices had been turning around, but well off the highs today. Pippa Stevens joins us with the details. What's going on here?
So nat gas is coming off 4 straight weeks of losses, but we are seeing some green today, and that's because some producers are now starting to signal that they will be scaling back operations. So specifically Chesapeake, last week they said they're going to drill and frack new wells, but they're not going to complete them until there's a price signal to do so. So in other words, they're not going to turn them on. And this marks a divergent, a different approach from other producers who had still been saying, oh, we're going to keep producing. But Chesapeake is a major player. And so Mizuho estimates by the end of the year, their production could actually be about 30% lower, which is very meaningful. Now, quickly, turning over to utilities, that was the worst sector last year and also the worst sector so far this year. And over the weekend, Warren Buffett did have some pretty choice comments about the industry in his annual shareholder letter. He said that there were severe earnings disappointment within Berkshire's BHE division, saying the final result for the utility industry may be ominous. Certain utilities might no longer attract the savings of American citizens and will be forced to adopt the public power model. He also said that when the dust settles, America's power needs and the consequent capital expenditures will be staggering, and that he did not anticipate or even consider the adverse developments in regulatory returns. And so essentially what he's saying is that there are severe regulatory issues with utilities. Of course, Berkshire owns some Western-focused players like PacifiCorp that are now saddled with, fire debts and other issues. Exactly. And ultimately, he said that the industry might no longer attract savings from Americans.
Well, he talks about a public power model. What is he describing there?
So Nebraska went to a public power model back in, I can't, the exact date escapes me. He said the 30s. Yeah, so that was in Nebraska. And what it is that then it's, controlled by the municipality. And these exist all over the country, but it's not the predominant model because utilities have to grow. And in order to grow, they need capital. And so capital is so important, and that's where investors come in.
And the public markets.
Exactly. And I did speak to John Bartlett over at Reeves Asset Management, who invests in the space, and he said that you can't paint all utilities with such a broad brushstroke, that they each have very different regulatory environments, different management teams, and that to weather the storm and figure things out. But it's certainly the regulatory environment does pose challenges for utilities.
Question of whether these are best as publicly owned public utilities owned by municipalities, utilities that operate within a regulatory. Thanks, Pippa. Appreciate it. NBC News.
Hi, Tyler. Trial for involuntary manslaughter over on the set of his film Rust is July. Court documents show jury selection July 9th, with the trial expected to last 10 days. It comes as the film's armorer is currently standing trial. Her team came for the shooting on Baldwin. Jordan parachuted food and medical supplies into Gaza today in the biggest airdrop operation so far to the war-torn enclave. The delivery comes as local officials say the amount of aid entering Gaza from January to February dropped by 50%. And Don Henley appeared in a New York court today to testify in a criminal trial surrounding the theft of lyrics for California. Professionals are facing and are accused of trying to hide sheets so that Henley maintained to help write a book. His authority.
He looks pretty good there.
Yeah.
I've never seen him in a suit before.
Yeah.
Usually he's wearing flannel shirts and things.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bertha. All right, Domino's Pizza higher, raising its dividend, beating estimates. We're going to talk to the CEO next. Power Lunch will be right back. We're going to serve some pizza.
All right, I feel better. Ever since I got up, I feel a lot better now. My fault, fam. I feel like a new human. I feel like a new human. Where is the activation button at? I don't know why this camera just shuts off. I don't know if it's because it's a Logitech and it's like a Logitech thing. You know what I mean? All right, looks like the Qs are trying to bounce a little bit here. You know, see what the IWM's doing? I mentioned yesterday or this morning that I thought the IWM was could possibly, you know, stretch itself out to the upside a little bit if it had the chance. Because in my eyes, it didn't seem like it had much stopping it. Nope, it never did. It was never able to hold. So, a little bit weak today. Especially in like the Dow. GS, MSFT. I'm thinking about a swing trade on I'm thinking about a swing trade on Microsoft. So let's see here. Let's go look at. So AMD's trying. Let's go look. I think there was news with. Man, this stream is awful. This stream is awful, guys. I apologize. It just really is. It just is. This is funny. Let me look at this real quick. All right. Nothing crazy going on right now. Other than, hold on. Let's see. There's no way. There's no way. I don't believe it. I mean, they could be. So I was just looking. I went on another channel, and I just looked, and I seen a comment. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Daddy's sorry. He's sorry. Oh, he said he's been holding Mara since 2020. Like, that's crazy. This thing went to 150? How, though? Damn, what the dilution in this thing. For some reason, I don't believe it. 35. Hold on. Go ahead. There you go. I bet the girl wanted to come up. All right. My little girl's tired too. That's because you keep us up all night, baby. Turkey, you keep us up all night. Never mind, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say something, but just in case somebody's listening, I'm not going to say it. I can't say it. You know, ever since... So Coin, Apple, MSFT. So this morning I thought about putting on a swing trade with Microsoft. If I get that 410 opportunity again, I'll think about it. I think you got to watch 408. I kind of want to give it a little time to figure out what the markets are going to do. Alright. It's really nice out and it's getting warm in here. Weirdly. Alright, GLD. Man, gold cannot catch a bid. For whatever reason. Cannot catch a bid. I'm gonna go browse the internet or like online. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't mean to take a drink of that in. I wonder if I'm gonna get a whatchamacallit for this. Like just browsing. Wendy's planning excuse me. Uber style surge pricing where burger prices fluctuate based on demand. What? Wendy's planning Uber-style surge pricing where burger prices fluctuate based on demand. Bro, if that doesn't look like shit. I mean, it could be good. Like their fries are really good if they're hot and done right. They do have some good fries. Wendy's, I like Wendy's, right? I don't care. I don't eat much fast food, but what a picture to use. Like, is this supposed to be a breakfast sandwich with a freaking hamburger on it? Like, is that supposed to be an egg? Like, I see, like, the cheese and bacon there, a little bacon there, but what the hell is that? Oh, breakfast. It is. Wow. Unbelievable. People are already ready to have a greasy ass pile of bacon burger bright early in the morning to start your day. You remember Happy Gilmore, how things kick in and he finds a sponsor? I eat Wendy's on a daily basis. You should too. That's good, isn't it? Yo, we could seriously have some fun with this shit. I would love to get a sponsor and have them just give me a camera to like make and edit stuff with like even just a few people. I think that would be hilarious. Anybody see an update on the rumors that they're going to start an Airbnb service to rent out the back of their dumpsters to options traders looking for inexpensive extended stay rates? Funny. I can't afford that type of overhead. This will put me out of business or force me back to that shithole of a Arby's dumpster. It isn't a kind place. Oh my god. Who is going to make the app that surge? Who is going to make that app that shows you where the cheapest gas per gallon is, but for fast food surge pricing? McBroken going to be on it. Next is fluctuating wages. There's no clients. You get $1 per hour. That's hilarious. That's actually kind of funny. Oh my god. That's actually kind of funny. I was like randomly, right? I never really was on Wall Street Bets that much at all. And I forget when it was. It was definitely a couple years ago. I ended up just going on there for just whatever reason. Because I was bored. And I swear to God, I laughed for like 2 hours straight. Just, I couldn't just, it was just the perfect time, perfect place. Let's see what they're all talking about today. Crypto bros are the wrist. Too late to get into PanW. I was looking at Palo Alto. It was pretty strong off of that pullback. I think what you're getting is some dip buyers that understand that this sentiment ain't changing anytime soon. Especially with how they feel about, I don't know. I was getting ready to say something political, but I'm not going to. Sorry, I was just looking at like at this.
Plan. So I think they just launched something very similar where they're going to break out the cost of drugs from the value-added services that they're doing, and it's going
Does
to
she
give
get one?
you that visibility into
What do you guys
pricing and
think?
spread like the
She get a
Martini
W?
brand does.
She get a
So they're definitely taking note and taking actions, but in a way that I think could actually be margin stabilizing for them. And at the end of the day, it's about their power to negotiate with the pharmaceutical manufacturers. And I think
You know, there's a funny business in healthcare without being a nurse. All right, so back to the back to what it is that we were doing. I thought we were going to learn about like some sales for like some biotech stocks. Like, hey, I got this new drug. You want to try it on a few patients? I collect my $100,000 commission check. Okay. Let's see here. And again, that's a joke. You know, I'm not. I don't know. This world's messed up. I mean, it's ran like that. Listen, I'm the person who I don't hate the player, and I definitely don't hate the game. I think we should just play the game with how the rules are written. They're written that way for a reason. Maybe we don't understand why, but you guys may not understand what I'm talking about, but I'm talking about like healthcare and some of the things that go on. But anyway, let's go back to what we were doing. All right, so the SPY is now testing once again that area. I'm really curious if I should try and get another short here. Look, that 9 EMA just completely rejected again, but look at that volume that came in there on that downside. Of course, I don't know how much volume was really to the downside versus the upside in that candle, but I can imagine that a lot of it would be to the buy side because of how it took it back and because of what the volume was prior to that candle. And what I'm talking about is this random where you had this tail and you had a whole bunch of selling that ended up turning into buying. So you had like a high volume candle down there. But damn, man, it still cannot get up above VWAP. Or let alone hold 507. Sun. So this morning, it could hold. What changed? May I ask? What is the difference between now and then?
DXAI, 47% now, off actually out for India.
Sorry guys, I didn't know that that was off.
With over 50 years of loving kindness, we salute our residents, who remind us every day that age is just a number.
Shares of Altice USA jumping in the last few minutes and briefly halted for volatility as Bloomberg reports that Charter is exploring a takeover of the company. Not clear whether formal talks have taken place between the two outfits. According to the report, shares of Altice up 50%, while Charter is trading lower on the report, down 2% at 293 in Cambridgeport.
We all want our homes to be greener, environmentally cleaner, and more energy efficient, right? But what if our homes could actually produce...
There you go. You're breaking back above, guys. Breaking back above 507. Dude, it's so warm in here. I don't know why.
Both the construction and operation of the built environment account for 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So how do we reduce that? Well, one startup says start at home. From solar panels to energy efficient appliances, Americans are
Oh, Lordy. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. What are some of the names you guys are watching? Do you guys have anything on watch right now? You're kind of just like... Kind of just like me, like, we're not really doing anything. There's no real trend. That looks like a really nice resistance zone there. Right there on the cues. That looks like a nice resistance area. If we can start... Excuse me. If we can start and get the SPY, the S&Ps to start making a rejection, this could be really nice. Watch it start to go now. Watch it crack VWAP. Boom, 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 boom. Start shredding to the downside, Qs. Can we get it? I don't know if she wants to. But there's also nothing stopping it, I don't think. Charts. Setting.
Unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Okay.
Business can happen virtually anywhere, but there's nothing like being there. At National, you can skip the counter.
You know, I'm actually kind of not really liking the short on this because you could get a bounce because of the fact it has not broke down at all today. Does not mean that, you know, if it kind of tells me like, hey, you may want to think about not shorting this one because it could actually have a bit of relative strength. So, not sure if that makes any sense or not. But what I'm looking for.
What is N? It's a variable, a symbol of flexibility, solving for the needs of today's investors, finding opportunities across asset classes, investing to sustain growth.
Let's see here. Microsoft, AMD, Moderna, Apple, and IWM. Oh, come on. It's just a boring day, man. I mean, if you're not in Coinbase and Mara already, it's like, what are you supposed to do? I want to see what happens here at the last hour. I want to see if we do try to run a test down to 435. I don't think we will. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we could, because 438 is the area that's now like back under and is resistance at 438. Sorry, what is that? Yeah, 438. You know, if you have a lot of uncertainty, these are the days where you should, you don't need to force your trades. Just hang it up. Just hang it up. I don't want to take a nap. That's why I'm still sitting here, because I do not want to mess up my sleep tonight. Or I would be out. I would be out cold. Let's see.
So Walmart at 175 a share, 178 a share, has more influence on the Dow than Walmart at 57, 58 a share. Not that they care particularly.
And of course, Amazon's going in, replacing Walgreens too.
It is
So Dow Jones, yeah, definitely. Well, Intuitive Machines cargo lander Odysseus returned its first images from the moon surface over the weekend. In an update late Friday, company executives said they believe the spacecraft caught its landing gear sideways on the moon surface while touching down. It tipped over, but says it's still sending data. I just find space stuff fascinating.
There's just a lot of support there. It's not much going on. It's a boring day, man. It's going to put you to sleep unless you're in like Mara or something. You don't get put to sleep.
The husband of former BP M&A manager, one of them, pleaded guilty to insider trading by eavesdropping on his wife's work calls while she was handling a potential acquisition of Travel Centers of America. Tyler Loudon, that name there it is again, a Houston resident, earned $1.76 million with the illicit trades based on non-public knowledge of the possible acquisition at his wife's company.
I don't even know what there is to say
Legal
about
trouble
that.
is one thing, trouble in the family is another. I don't envy this fellow Tyler.
Not at all.
And on that note, folks,
Tesla had a really nice day today. Where did Li Auto finish out? So Li Auto did get there. It's trying to get there. 4150. All right, let's turn this on real quick, and I'm gonna look for some ideas. But chances are I'm done for the day, guys. At least as far as trading, unless the indexes start to move.
Loudon, that name there it is again. A Houston resident earned $1.76 million with the illicit trades based on non-public knowledge of the possible acquisition at his wife's company.
I don't even know what there is to say
Legal
about
trouble
that.
is one thing, trouble in the family is another. I don't envy this fellow Tyler.
Not at all.
And on that note, folks, thank you very much for watching Power Lunch.
Closing bell starts right now.
All right, Courtney, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with the ABCs of Alphabet's AI misstep. Shares getting smacked around today as its latest answer
It's
to
a good thing we didn't
ChatGPT
take that.
faces
I had a
even more
feeling Ford
criticism.
was a
All
bit
of that
weak.
only adding to questions about its ability to compete with Microsoft and others at the forefront of this technological transformation. You see what the stock is
Man,
doing
it's
there,
at the pinnacle
hanging around the lows of the day, down
stuff.
4%. We're going to ask our experts what's really at stake for that stock in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's take a look at your scorecard. With 60 minutes to go in regulation, a mixed day for equities, with really only the Russell getting much going today, and even that not so much, up 10 points, 0.5%. Dow, the S&P modestly in the red, and there's the Nasdaq hanging out to 16,000. Nvidia, what else is new? Well, it's been higher for much of the day, and it still is now, another $3. It is that big slide in Alphabet, though, that has our attention over this final stretch. It does lead us to our talk of the tape. Just how much trouble is Google's
This is so
generative AI
fucking
effort in?
ridiculous, man. I
As it
hate
lost
this,
too much
guys.
ground to
I hate it
Microsoft and
so
others.
much.
Big Technologies' Alex Kantrowitz is with us on set today, along with our own Deirdre Bosa, covers the company. Dee, I'm going to begin with you. On how Alphabet got into this latest mess in the first place, one some are calling embarrassing now.
Yeah, so essentially, Scott, Google was trying to be politically sensitive. Remember that its AI strategy, it's not to be first, but to do it right. So that whole slogan, don't be evil. So try to be politically sensitive, but instead the opposite has happened. Google has found itself at the center of a renewed culture war. Its image generator, for example, criticized for creating diverse images of the founding fathers and Nazi-era German soldiers. So a different kind of diversity problem that Google admits itself missed the mark. Now, its chatbot has been found to have similar problem in a few high-profile examples. Gemini refused to condemn pedophiles and equated Elon Musk with Hitler. Some posted different answers from ChatGPT to the same question and suggesting more straightforward stances. Now, Scott, I tried to replicate some of those searches, and I couldn't for the most part today. In some cases, Gemini, though, simply said that it couldn't assist with the query, while ChatGPT did give at least some kind of answer. And I guess it just speaks to a broader issue, which you touched on, around Gemini's rollout. It's whether it underscores a painful corporate reality for Alphabet and CEO Sundar Pichai. That question that you started your show asking, is it losing ground here, or is this a blip?
Yeah, well, the shares are obviously reacting. Let's bring in Alex Kantrowitz, big technology founder. He's here with me on set. How big of a deal is this? How serious is it?
Yeah, it's a big deal because it's not just about Gemini making a mistake, but it really suggests that there's more organizational incompetence within Google. You know, people are trying to portray this as Google got too woke. Even a woke Google wouldn't want Nazis portrayed as people of color. It's just crazy. So it's more of a testing. Where was the testing here? Where is the organizational competency to roll out a product that even if you're trying to encode values into it, you can't? And that to me is the red flag here. Who's running the ship at Google and allowing this stuff out of the door? This isn't just a minor battle. This is a huge battle, and they're falling behind.
The moat, okay, that they have, everybody knows what we're talking about, is search, right? The behemoth. Alex, how much at risk is this, if at all, when you hear that OpenAI is said to be developing its own?
Not as much as I think a lot of people imagine, at least in the short and midterm. Now, you look at what ChatGPT and Bing and Perplexity have done in recent times, and it's been impressive. They've built impressive products, but Google's lead in search hasn't really shrunk at all. And I really think that, at least right now, you're looking at two different products, right? Perplexity, Bing, ChatGPT, these are curiosity agents. Anything you're curious about, you type in. You can also use it for other new novel applications. Search really is web navigation. You're not going to use these chatbots for web navigation. You're going to use Google for it. So I don't think that Google search is really immediately in danger of being replaced or even really hit too hard. But over the long term, this might become a way that people end up using search or navigating the web, and that's where you run into issues.
Dee, what are you hearing out in the Valley about that issue?
I hear very differently, and actually some stats to back it up as well. I guess, what do you determine as the immediate? I also, like Alex, thought that this was more of a long-term problem, that Google had time to figure this out. However, this stat from Gartner, it kind of blew me away. It predicts that by 2026, search engine volume will drop by 25%. That is less than 2 years away, and that is a huge amount. When you look at 25%, that's all search engine volume. But Google, of course, is the leader here. It is the dominant player, and that's just really a huge stat. And here in the Valley, there's tons of people who use Perplexity, who use Bing, who use ChatGPT, is much more part of the conversation than Gemini is. So you have to wonder if Wall Street feels like they may have more time, but certainly here in the Valley, it feels like there's more of an immediacy.
Interesting. Alex, do you feel like Pichai, the CEO, is at risk here?
It's a tough question because Google did just hit all-time highs in January. So if you're the CEO, what's your job, right? It's making sure that the core business, at least for Wall Street, is producing, and it is. I mean, Google had a 13% revenue increase over the last in the last quarter, and it's dealing with
Again,
a base of
sorry
$70
guys,
billion.
this market's
So you
kind
get
of
to
just
$86 billion
trading
in a quarter,
sideways.
right?
It's not doing anything
and
right now.
There's questions about the CEO's
You know,
job.
at least the
It's-
overall
it really
indexes
doesn't
are-
happen too often.
Coinbase
But
is
I will say, I'm hearing
running
more
up to
chatter about Sundar's
highs.
job
We'll
than I
cover a
ever have
watch list
before.
later on and go
And
over all these,
this perception,
everything
this
that
narrative
happened
could turn
today,
into
some of the
reality because,
earnings.
okay, so the core business is doing well, but what are you giving up? You know, Google writes this transformer paper that basically kicks off this generative AI wave. They didn't do much with it internally. NVIDIA, meanwhile, is reading that and building not only the chips, but the software that's enabling this revolution, and Google hasn't done that. So, yes, the core business is doing well, but there have been some opportunities left on the table, and it really will come up to the board about whether that's okay or not.
I mean, I ask you the question because institutional ownership, as we know, has weakened a bit. You know, the recent earnings slide was discomforting to many who are in the stock. Brad Gerstner, by the way, D, has tweeted out today. Remember, he was in the stock. He sold it because he thought that Google, Alphabet had ceded too much ground and blew it. As it relates to Microsoft. He tweeted today, I'm quoting, the cultural mess at Google, which is now a product and business mess, is not surprising. Sundar Pichai may be a world-class human being, but he appears 100% incapable of leading the Zuck-Elon reset this company desperately needs. Truth. You want to react to that and what you may be hearing from other investors out that way?
I do. And let me play devil's advocate a little bit here. We are not that far from all-time highs for Google. Google had the insight to acquire DeepMind back in 2014, seen as the leading AI research outlet. They've been AI first since 2016 is when he first used that phrase. So they really pioneered the space. And there's one piece of this that I think is worth bringing up. It's a little bit wonky, but the whole open source versus closed source debate. What we're talking about right now is firmly the ChatGPTs, the Geminis, the Bings of the world, which is closed source. But I speak to people here on a regular basis who think that open source models are going to be the dominant models in the future. And what do we get from Google just in the past recent weeks? They're now opening up their own open source model called Gemma. So this race is still very, very early, which I know we hear all the time, but it's true and it's not unthinkable that Google can come back. They have the distribution and they have the data, two of the most important ingredients in the AI race.
You know, the thing you hit on too, Alex, which I think is critically important, is this narrative, right? They don't say perception is reality by accident, right? It's what people believe is happening, despite the fact of where the stock may be. They look at NVIDIA getting all the hype. They look at Microsoft, made the pivotal deal with OpenAI. The narrative is that they're behind and that they continue to lose. And how are they going to change that? How do they change that?
Well, I think there's like the question, like what discussion are you having with the public and what discussion are you having with the board? With the board, you're talking about, look, if we're going to make a reinvention, when do we do it? Because let's say Apple decided that they wanted to go into phones, like in the early flip phone days, right? That's the big moment where they're going to pivot to phones as opposed to when they did the iPhone. You know, they end up looking silly, right? It was because they waited and decided to lead that revolution from desktop computing to mobile computing that they were able to capitalize. Does Google want to give away Google Search today in favor of this AI when it might be too early? We might still be in the flip phone era. So that's the conversation internally. Now, to all of us, the best way to actually change this conversation is to be competent. Put out products that you're not embarrassed of, right? It's really a low bar to clear. Of course, these innovations are brilliant, but the biggest talking that Google can do right now is on the product standpoint. And the reason why we're having this conversation is because they haven't done that to date.
The other thing, Alex, to consider is you mentioned Apple. What do they have up their sleeve as it relates to search and Siri and what they may do at WWDC come the early part of this summer? And if we're going to be having a similar conversation about Apple and Alphabet as we have been about Microsoft and Alphabet. You thinking about that at all?
Oh yeah. So for Apple, there's a similar incumbency question. How much of the operating system on the phone do you actually want to compromise in order to put these AI tools? Like, that is going to be a big question that they're asking because the operating system is their edge, right? But that being said, they are paying how many billions of dollars to Google a year? So, I mean, Google's paying them how many billions of dollars a year to be the default search. Can Apple then put a generative AI product where they think they can do better and create a better user experience. Because if this is the future, it doesn't matter how much money you're bringing in on search. If you're going to lose that future to another operating system, like we've seen, like the Rabbit, which is another AI tool that people are going to use to navigate mobile, if you think you're going to lose that leadership, then maybe you do make a dramatic change. We'll see if Apple does it.
Dee, I'll give you the last word. I mean, you have such a unique seat out there. We think about Anthropic and Amazon and some of these other things as well, and that narrative is real hard to turn around.
I'm glad that you asked about Apple because few people here in the Bay Area count out Apple. Alex said that its Edge is its operating system. I might argue that its Edge is its installed base of more than 2 billion devices, and it goes into the whole idea of edge computing and whether it can actually leverage all of those devices and all of those users to run generative AI on the actual phone. So what I hear, what we talk about, we did a deep dive on this as well for Tech Check, is that it could actually be the dark horse here. Of course, we'll have to see what they announce this year, but expectations are kind of building ahead of those major developers conferences.
All right, you guys got us off to a great start on a very, very big stock story of the day. Appreciate it very much. Dee, thank you. Deirdre Bosa, Alex, thanks for coming here to Post 9.
Thank you.
That's Alex Kantrowitz. All right, let's bring in Dan Greenhouse now of Solus Alternative Asset Management as we turn our attention to the broader market. It's good to have you back with us today. It's interesting on the whole AI deal. Jamie Dimon was in the venue earlier today, in which you are, in which he declared of AI, not hype, it's real. So when we had the internet bubble the first time around, eyeballs, that was the hype. This is not hype, it's real, and that's the reason why a lot of these stocks have run a lot, Alphabet included, notwithstanding today.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And frankly, I don't think anyone really doubts that it's real. I think the issue that a lot of investors have to work through right now, and it's a conversation that you see here at this conference and more generally, is whether this is 1995 and 1996 or whether this is 1999 and 2000. And I put myself, along with Dan Ives, firmly in the earlier camp that think we're in the earlier stages of this build-out.
You know, I thought the interview with Dimon was interesting in part because he's gotten a lot of headlines for being more dour than most over the last many, many months, and you could cite, I think, you know, a number of examples that would back that up. I don't necessarily think we got that today. He doesn't perhaps agree with the 70 to 80% he thinks the market has declared we're going to have a soft landing exactly accurate, saying maybe he's at half that. But he had a different tone, I feel like, this time around. What was your takeaway?
No, I think that's probably right. And frankly, listen, this is a high yield and distressed investing conference. This is not the most optimistic of investors, or the most optimistic group of investors. But there is decidedly a tone down here of what people are jokingly called hashtag soft landing. I think that this narrative has taken hold. And again, for the meantime, for the immediate, looks like it's probably the case. And I think you see that among the investors that are here, as well as the panels that are going on.
I think he admitted as much even when he was asked about commercial real estate and these, you know, these pending disasters, pending doom that people are predicting. It's not as though he suggested we're completely out of the woods on that, but he's like, well, if the economy remains where it is now, we probably aren't going to have, you know, many problems related to commercial real estate. If you have a recession, the economy slows more dramatically, yeah, we're going to have some issues. I'm not sure that's, you know, breaking new ground.
No, that's probably right. And I think I keep saying a lot of the conversations we're having, but I'm here at the conference, so we'll refer to them again.
Yeah.
I think there's a sense here among the people that I've spoken with that there's going to be more losses to be taken in commercial real estate. Everyone agrees. The question is which banks are going to go under, which additional banks are JP Morgan going to buy. But there's also this tone of fate, so to speak, that when something happens, much as we saw in March of the previous year with Silicon Valley, that the Fed will ultimately ride to the rescue and paper things over, and whatever losses are to be taken will be less than people perhaps think, again, because the Fed has shown itself over the last 15 years willing to do just about anything to avoid what we'll call a systemic issue.
You know, as it relates to the rally, you've got people like Ed Yardeni saying, well, this bull market and this rally aren't getting any respect. It is interesting to note, though, that Bank of America's fund manager survey would certainly suggest it's getting love. It may not be getting broad respect in some corners, but more people are falling in love with the idea that this thing can actually last, and it can last longer than 2024. We're showing it on the screen now of their wealth and investment management survey. 70% see more green shoots than red flags. 77% think the bull market goes beyond this year.
Yeah, this gets back to the earlier conversation about 95 versus 2000. I think there's a lot of discussion. I've put some of this on my Twitter feed. I've had these conversations in public and in private. When you look, I think the comparisons to the early 90s, or the mid to late 90s, is somewhat incorrect. And I know a number of people have noted that Cisco and Intel, Sun Microsystems, JDS Uniphase, et cetera, those stocks of the day were trading at 70, 80, 150 times earnings. We're nowhere near any valuation like that. Again, NVIDIA, which is the poster child for the current rally, is trading at give or take 30 times forward earnings. And not that 30 times is cheap by any means, but when you look at what they just did in their last quarter, growing net income, revenue, EPS, et cetera, by not tens of basis points, but hundreds of basis points, by multiple hundreds of a percent year over year, I think there are a lot of people who would argue that the stocks are still cheap if you believe forward projections. And again, getting back to the 90s, those forward projections were true in 97 and 98 and 99. It really wasn't until later 2000 and 2001 when those projections proved to be inaccurate. And again, for investors today, the question you have to ask yourself is whether we're more in that environment of the early build-out, a la 95 through 97, or whether we've already reached a peak bubble, if you will, a la 99 and 2000.
Well, I mean, you may have to, maybe it's not so cut and dry. Maybe some stocks that have gotten in the tide that has been lifted by the big boats of NVIDIA, et cetera, have a little bubble, qualities to them. But sure, I think it's a stretch to make a broad statement and say, well, the whole AI trade is a bubble. When you look at away from those stocks, are you a believer in the broadening? And what would you suggest is the best proxy for that? I'm not so sure that just simply saying anymore, well, the market's not broadening because look at the Russell, or the market is broadening because of the Russell. Maybe that's not the best litmus test for how we should view this when sectors like industrials have looked really good among other areas of this market.
Yeah, first of all, the fascination with the Russell as evidence for a market broadening, I don't understand. The Russell is not a great index. 30% of the index makes no money. Those stocks, in many cases, are minuscule and irrelevant in terms of the broader market landscape. There are real companies in there for sure, but I don't think the index is necessary for evidence of a broadening. You could just look at the S&P 500 itself. You could look on industries throughout the market. You mentioned industrials, something I've been talking about on the air for the better part of a year. The hotels, travel stocks, even airlines don't look terrible. The number of restaurants look great. A lot of consumer-focused themes are doing real well. So I get that the NVIDIAs and the Metas and the Googles of the world are doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the broader market because of their weight. But the focus on them ignores the fact that any number of other parts of the market are doing very, very well, both on a percentage basis. They're just not having the weight in the index because they're obviously not as large as NVIDIA, but that doesn't mean they're not doing well.
Lastly, before I let you run, PCE Thursday, are you as tuned on that as most people are? Although I wonder if a little bit of the cat's out of the bag after we got CPI and PPI telling us that maybe this is going to be a little hotter than we want, but we understand the reasons why and we still believe in the trend?
Yeah, so for people who don't know, you use some components of the CPI and some other indicators to proxy PCE, which usually comes out later. I think that the argument now is that you have some seasonality issues in January and February, which are probably going to make inflation look hotter than perhaps it otherwise might have been. Payback for some weaker numbers late last year, and that by the spring and summer, the trend will reassert itself, which is a return to normalization. So yes, it's an important number to focus on, but it's also important to remember that the trend is what matters, not any individual data point. And for investors, again, the overriding trend here is for inflation to continue moving down. The issue, again, is can you get to 2%, quote unquote, in time for the Fed?
Dan Greenhouse, enjoy Miami Beach. We'll see you back here at Post 9 soon. I'm sure of that. From Solis Alternative Asset Management, joining us down from Florida. Let's send it over to Christina Partsinevelos now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Christina?
Thank you, Scott. Well, shares of memory chip maker Micron up about 5% today after management said it had begun production of its high bandwidth memory 3E chips, which are really just used for heavy duty AI systems. These memory chips will also be incorporated in NVIDIA's upcoming H200 graphic processing units. Micron believes they should reach roughly 20 to 25% market share in this high bandwidth memory market by the end of this year, I should say. But keep in mind, SK Hynix would still remain the dominant supplier. Samsung is also expected to aggressively ramp up as well. Switching gears, Moderna shares are moving in the opposite direction after shares of the vaccine maker were downgraded to reduce by HSBC analysts. The analyst over there wrote that Moderna's RSV vaccine may not be as effective as its competition. Shares down almost 3%. Scott?
All right, Christina, thanks. We'll be back to you shortly. We're just getting started here. Up next, financials off to a strong start in 2024. The XLF gaining nearly 7% so far this year, matching the S&P. Now, top bank analyst Mike Mayo is standing by here post 9 to break down the names he thinks have the most room to run. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Wait until you hear what this guy just said.
Welcome back to Financials, turning negative today after hitting their highest level in nearly 2 years, with stocks like Citi, JP Morgan, and Goldman Sachs outperforming the likes of Apple, Microsoft, and Alphabet over the past 3 months. Joining me now, post 9, Wells Fargo's top bank analyst, Mike Mayo. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Why are these banks doing well of late?
Well, why do they do so poorly before? I mean, the banks are the most resilient they've been in decades. Their core earnings power is 20% higher versus 2019, even when the stocks went down the last several years.
Why are they getting rewarded, though, all of a sudden? Or at least in the we said the last 3 months, they're outperforming these blue chip names that we talk about seemingly 3,000 times a day.
Look, there's 3 issues for banks, the 3 R's, and that would be rates, recession, and regulation. And each one of those is less bad. So when it comes to interest rates, you can't unsee the December Fed pivot. When it comes to recession, it seems a little bit less likely than before, and regulation seems like it'll be dialed back a bit.
Okay, so you posed the question rhetorically almost at the top, suggesting, well, why were they down so much before, as if they didn't deserve to be? But then you said, given where interest rates were, that was a substantial headwind with worries about what the ramifications of all that are going to be to the economy. So maybe now we have a roadmap to lower rates, so these stocks are working. It seems pretty cut and dry.
I think to some degree, this is the third year in a row when the industry should have lower earnings. You're looking at earnings growth for the banks to be down 20% over 3 years through the end of this year. But after that, we see earnings up by 1/3 in 2025 and 2026. You'll see a hockey stick type projection of earnings starting more later this year, but I think the stock market's not going to wait.
Okay, so why do you have such differing views, let's just say, of JP Morgan versus Morgan Stanley? JP Morgan is part of the list of your names that you follow where you have overweight ratings and nice lofty price targets to go with. Morgan Stanley's equal weight. What's the difference between the way you view both of those stocks?
Well, both have performed exceptionally well, but Morgan Stanley simply is pricing in a lot more growth at a time of decelerating inflows into their wealth management business, outflows in their investment management business, and frankly, flat to slightly lower market share in their institutional securities business. On the other hand, JP Morgan is a clear market share gainer over the past 1, 3, and 5 years. So I'd say market share and stock valuation differentiates them. And don't leave off Citigroup, which is my number one.
Well, that's your number one pick.
My number one pick. JP Morgan's my number 2 pick, but that is a worst-in-class story that's becoming less bad. Morgan Stanley was a great story that's becoming less great.
Okay, that makes me want to ask you about the leadership of these particular institutions, but both the job that Jane Fraser has done in reinventing, I don't know if that's too strong of a word, but nonetheless, she's done a lot of work that's gotten applause from investors. That's fair to say. James Gorman leaving Morgan Stanley, and do you feel like Ted Pick this is a prove it moment for him? Is that in part any reason why you're a little iffy on that name?
Look, Ted Pick has been part of the team over the last decade that has really transformed Morgan Stanley into a higher return, more resilient firm. So I don't think he has something to prove in the short term. I think over the next 3 years, though, I mean, it's tough comps for Ted Pick compared to the last 3 or even 15 years.
But they're in the crown jewel business, aren't they? I mean, well, Gorman positioned them in wealth management, which was this
Damn,
great
really,
business
Wiz?
to be in.
Oh,
You
that's
saw it before
for
most.
the semis. Good luck, bro. I'm just chilling. This market's just, kind of boring right now. But we'll see what happens here the last half hour of the day. I'm going to go get me another cup of coffee, and I'll be right back.
His voice picks up a little bit. He was asked about, the
And yeah,
the
I'm not in
impact of
anything.
regulations on lending, the
Just so anybody,
massive growth
if anybody's
in private
wondering,
credit,
I'm not in
commercial real
anything.
estate, what possible issues are down the road as because of all of that. I want you to listen to what he said in your reaction on the other side.
Okay.
Jamie Dimon on bank regulations.
Banks are being pushed out of a whole bunch of different businesses, and I always say if that's what the regulators want, then do it. I'm completely fine with it. JP will do fine, but it should be done with the forethought, not accidentally. Like I said, there are some negatives, so I think if you have a major recession, you'll probably see some issues in private credit. Whether it's systemic, I don't really think so, but it might be in ways we don't understand today.
How do you view that?
I think you used a word that really got Jamie Dimon boiling, and that word is regulation. And look, when I look at JP Morgan and the regulatory proposals, I'm looking at a $60 billion difference in the amount of capital that they have to hold. And that, I estimate, equates to $2 of earnings per share, which equates to about 25 points in its stock price. So if these proposals don't go through, that's a 25-point difference in its stock price based on the earnings that they could generate off that $60 billion of extra capital. So he's in a battleground with regulators right now, along with some others, because he's fighting for the investors and fighting for that extra $2 of earnings per share, extra 25 points in its stock price.
Okay, so if they do go through, do you need to rethink your stock prices and your ratings?
Nope, I'm assuming it goes through right now. I have the much higher capital targets. If it gets dialed back or doesn't go through, then we have some dry powder for some higher earnings estimates.
Watch this right here. See what happens
Post
here.
9, Mr. Mayo. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care.
That's Mike Mayo, Wells Fargo Securities. Coming up, tale of two sectors. Top technician Chris Ferrone flagging some serious weakness in one well.
Market was lazy today, man.
But also
put me to
telling
sleep
us
like
about another group that
every
he's
time
betting
we
on
hit
right now.
VWAP.
Instead, he breaks it down after the break. First, though, a quick message as CNBC celebrates Black Heritage.
The opportunities that come from being a black man in the C-suite are enormous, and so are the responsibilities. I understand that I am an example for others to look to inspire, and I have a responsibility to make sure that I am lifting as I climb, providing opportunities for other people who are underrepresented in the C-suite.
All right, we got just a couple more minutes. Just a few more minutes till the market is over.
Welcome back. Tech stocks leading the S&P 500 again this year, but moves under the
Closes,
surface
I should
suggest
say.
a different sector could drive the next leg of the rally. That's according to our next guest, Chris Ferrone, head of technical and macro research at Strategas, joins me now. Post 9, welcome back. Great to be here.
Strategas.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. Show some charts that help tell that story. But broadly speaking, how do you feel about this rally right here?
I think what's most important about this move is that there's still a cyclical tone
So what
to
would
the
we
leadership. We see it with discretionary.
What
over
would we
staples.
consider today in the spine to Qs? Just a consolidation day?
Point. If this market's really going to
Wouldn't
change
really get
character,
no
I would
type
expect
of,
to see the defensive group start to show up, and there's been no
like,
evidence of that here. Also, none globally as well. Look
how
at
do
the
I
leadership from the autos and the leaders in Europe and Asia and Japan? So very cyclical, pro-cyclical tone still persists.
I mean, yields may be a little too elevated still to get money into the areas
took
you're
half
talking
off
about,
5 points.
correct? Utilities, staples.
You know what's unique when you look at this historically? I know what you're saying intuitively makes some sense, but when you look at it historically, typically the defensives will actually start to work in the last move of a rate move higher.
Sorry, guys,
The
give me
market
1
begins
second.
to
it starts to
anticipate.
okay.
The market
Sniff it
begins
out.
to sniff out that, hey, wait a second, yields are too high. This is going to be a problem.
I just
think
had
the
to
big
plug
level on
in
yields here is 450. If the market's
this,
really going to say, wait a
and
second,
then, I
think
do
it
want to say
happens
thank
above
you guys
450 10-year
Well,
for
maybe that trade was ready to happen
hitting the
until
like button.
Powell said at the last news
Greatly
conference.
appreciate it.
Okay,
It really
Mark's
helps.
not
It
really
really
gonna
helps
happen,
the
folks.
stream.
And then now it's being, pushed even further
so-
out.
You know, Scott, I think the best clues on rates themselves are from the fabric of equity leadership. And when I look at some of the real speculative stuff that's still working, if the market was worried about yields
I
running
can't
away
believe
here,
like
I don't
they
think
just
small
took
cap biotech
Mara
would be leading or IPOs would be leading. So I think
and
there's a tone here
Coinbase,
that
like,
generally says don't
they
worry
just, like,
too much
kinda-
about bond yields running away from us.
I mean, I guess they
You are
didn't
looking
take it
specifically,
away,
as I
but
mentioned at the top,
man,
in a
I'll be
couple of
damned
sectors.
if-
One where you see
I tried
sort
to
of
get
about
long
broaden
this
out, money
morning
continue
and,
to go in, and the other maybe not so much. You have a couple of charts to back it up.
It
Talk to
just
us.
it was
I think
already
on
up
the
like
maybe acting
10,
better than
11%.
advertised is healthcare
Did
here.
I know it
And
was going to
frankly,
go to
it's been a bad
20?
sector
No,
for
because
years.
the ATR
What I
was
like
4.
over the last 4 or 5 months
And
as
it
we've
went
been talking
from
about this, is it's
24
finally
to
broadening out. You have about 80% of healthcare above the 200-day moving
29.
average. It's the best we've seen in 3 years. I thought importantly last week.
You gotta
we had
remember,
more
like, a
healthcare
dollar
stocks
on a
make
on a
52-week
$27
high
stock
than at any point
is
we've seen really since
kind
the
of a big
heyday
deal.
of 2020, 2021. So
Percentage-wise.
there's a broadening out here. That's rarely a bad thing. I'm not sure all of these are the most timely, just given how extended this move has come in the short term. But in terms of looking for longer term performance, I think the setup in healthcare is pretty compelling here.
Looking at it now, it's up, what, 5.5% or so over the last month. It's not like technology is not a huge slouch. It's up about 3 2/3%. I find it hard to
AAL.
believe that money's not going to continue to follow the money into technology.
You know what's a little unique about tech, though? Almost the opposite of what we've seen in healthcare. As tech has gone on and made new highs the last couple of weeks, the percent of stocks making a new high in the index has actually been quietly contracting. Now, that's not fatal, that's not a death sentence, but it is maybe a little sign of exhaustion. And when you look at the ETF flows in particular, there's been a surge, as you know, of money into tech. On the other hand, there's been a dearth of money into healthcare. So I like this almost contrarian setup where what would be a logical place if money leaves tech, what would be a logical growth corner of the market for it to go to? I think circle healthcare in that sense.
Let's say the broadening doesn't happen in any more meaningful way, despite what the charts may be trying to position us to think now. What does that mean for the rally itself? Do you grow less confident about it if that happens?
Yeah, I might push back on the premise a little bit because the market's fairly broad. I mean, 75% of the S&P itself is above the 200-day moving average. That's hardly narrow. I also think
that's fair.
When we look at the equal weight S&P, right? The equal weight S&P is always the benchmark people use to gauge whether a move is broad or a move is narrow. Equal weight S&P price-wise is making 2.5-year highs here. So those stocks might not be leading. They might not be doing better than Microsoft.
So
or
I'm
better
just
than
looking
Nvidia, but
right
to
now,
say that the
guys,
move is
for
narrow,
just to see if I see anything. I'm looking to see if I see anything that's kind of like telling me, okay, hey, you got a nice little break and retest here. You know, a setup of some kind that I could maybe put a swing trade on, something. That's what I'm doing right now. Oh shit, I'll fix the camera. My bad.
It's really in gear right here. You look at the small cap biotechs, they're breaking out across the board. And I go back to kind of what we said at the top. If bond yields were really going to run away, I'm not sure small cap biotech would
And I
be
just feel
behaving so
cozy with the
persistently.
hoodie
We went
on,
back
so.
and looked at all the groups that have the highest sensitivity to bond yields. Small cap biotech comes up at the top of that list. So if yields were going to run from us here, I don't think we'd see that. Secondly, when you look at groups like industrials within small caps, I mean, this has been persistent leadership
Excuse
for
me.
2 years.
Sorry.
Industrials broadly have been persistent leadership for 2 years. So I recognize the largest weight, the financials in Russell 2, isn't as probably
see,
robust as we'd like.
XLF.
But industrials and biotech biotech pretty good.
Is the story here
Dude,
too theoretically
already?
good
Are you
to
serious?
pay any mind to what's happening in
Come
other
on,
global,
bro.
global markets? How do you view that?
I mean, absolutely. There is affirmation globally. When you look at new
HD
highs in Europe,
1080p.
CAC,
Japan.
DAX, Japan, China perhaps waking up here
The
after
DAX.
a very
Oh, that's right. You
capitulative
know what
start
we
to
need
the
to
year.
do?
When we look at for the signals that we use to gauge capitulation, what we saw in China in late January, early February reminded us of late 08, early 09 here. A very,
my
very
gosh.
capitulative message there. Then you have Kospi breaking out, you have Australia breaking out. So again, this narrative of it's just 5 or 7
It's
or
just
10 tech stocks in
crazy
the US,
that
I think negates how much global affirmation there is.
Okay, so what you're telling me then is
2
that
seconds
is the
later,
house
it's
view now at
just
Strategas
going out.
we are in the early stages
We
of a
are.
broad global bull market that can
I think
last
we're
a
in the
while?
middle stages of a pretty broad advance. Certainly began in late 22, kind of on shaky terms. Really, the game changed for us in October of last year when you started to see the breadth surges, the momentum surges, the new high expansions. That is much more characteristic of what's a durable advance. You can get a pullback or a consolidation at any moment. We know that. Watch last week's low, 49.50. If you're a tactical player, I think that's a big level in the short term. Very long-term support, call it 4,700, 4,750. I would be surprised if we saw anything worse than that on a pullback.
All right, good stuff.
Good
Really
seeing you.
interesting. I appreciate it, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks. Chris Verone, Strategas. All right, up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Christina Partsinevelos is back standing by with that. Christina.
Well, the U.S. government wants to block the biggest supermarket merger in history, or U.S. history, and Domino's promising to give back to investors. I'll explain all of that next.
Talking in the mic and the mic's not even on. Look at that beautiful rejection up here at 507. It's like 507.25 on the S&Ps. It's beautiful.
Natural Lawn of America. Got me a beautiful green lawn. With fewer weeds using far less chemicals. Natural Lawn of America.
15 minutes until the bell is ringing. All right. Again, it's just one of those days where we sit back. It's just one of those days where, you know, you kind of just I don't know how to explain it. You know, you're I don't know. You're in You're waiting to bat, and you're just warming up. You're kind of just like, all right, feeling out the pitcher, seeing how getting your trying to get your timing down a little bit, whatever it is that you do. That's the type of day it was today. It's letting us know that it's sticking to levels. Okay? I mean, this is as clear as it gets. You should have one line at 507.25, 507.26, whatever. No, 507.25, and then one more at, what is that? Yeah, you should have that other one at 507.80 and 507.25. Is this your dream of retirement? I like fishing. All right. Forget about AI this week. Why? Bumble Incorporated is likely to lose minus 25% end of week by the end of the week. Hold on.
According to CNBC, that's Alpha Tango Uniform Sandy and Charlie Hotel Tango Romeo.
Hello, fellow regards. Sorry, I was listening to that. I guess he just stopped.
Shares of Altice pulling back. ATUS.
All right, so whatever. It's the
New highs now 2284.
Okay, so I'm gonna get some gum. Hello, fellow regards. I am well aware of the AI hype that has gripped the wallets and a nooses of gay bears and frothy bulls alike these past couple of weeks. However, press pause for just a moment on NBA 2K and listen to this guaranteed 5 times trade that seriously cannot go tits up, man or bro. I'm going to provide a long analysis for the more intellectually inclined, and will also provide a TLDR with a position at the end for you to impatient lissocephalic bastards. Lissocephalic bastards. Thesis: Bumble is going to be worth 1/4 less by the end of the week because nobody is going to be loyal to a specific dating app, and we have no path to continued exponential growth. Background: BMBL IPO'd on February 11th, 2021 at a share price of $43. The share and total IPO price of $2.2 billion valuation, and closed that same day at roughly $70. Keep in mind that 2021 was punctuated with many private companies cashing out and going public at height of inflationary and volatile beginning of 2021, where we saw the stock that shall not be named get squeezed into oblivion. However, behind the scenes, companies like Bumble took the opportunity to cash in on the meme stock craze and fleece clueless, dumb money for all their worth, aka not me, maybe you, or is it you? Nope, we're well aware when they do offerings. Barely 7 months after, that's the name of the game, baby. The name of the game is to raise capital. So if you get a stock price soaring and you're in it, you're saying, here, take my money. I'm an investor in this stock. Take my money. Barely 7 months after their initial offering, Bumble diluted their stock in order to raise money and pay off various liabilities. Okay. As they should, right? This is what a CEO does. Bumble completed another set of offerings, this time offering 20 million shares at a price of roughly $54 a share. The last dilution took place last year on March 8th, 2023, where they were able to raise roughly $160 million by issuing 7.5 million shares at $22 or $22.80. Essentially, from the inception of this company as a publicly traded entity, dilutions and fundraisers have been the primary source of raising money. This is because Bumble has a horrible product portfolio with no real competitive advantage. Of the 4 apps that are owned by the parent company Bumble Incorporated, makes up the bulk of their revenue, with Badoo coming in a close second. The revenue from Fruits and Official, their other applications are not even included in the revenue, as they are essentially negligible. The current macro environment is not kind to companies that are priced exponential growth and lose money. Also, greed is at an all-time high, but not for dating app companies that are trying to sell themselves as a tech company that focuses on dating. Quantitative: Bumble Inc. is a parent company to 4 different apps: Bumble, Badoo, Official, Fruits. All of these apps are centered around dating, with Bumble being the most popular, and Badoo coming in at a close second. As if their last quarterly report between the 4 apps, Bumble is reporting a paid user base of roughly 3.7 million users, which is a 600 million increase from the prior year prior, whatever you want to call it. Also, they have increased their revenue 778 million, which is up from 661 million the year prior, a 15% increase. This all sounds good news, right? Wrong. Their increases in revenue are still coming on the heels of millions of dollars in losses. In the 9 months ended September of 2022, Bumble had a net loss of $45 million. However, they ended up They ended the year in December 2022 with a total loss of 114 million. Oh wow, that's no bueno. When it was all said and done, in the 9 months ending September 2023, Bumble reported a loss of only 30 million. This is not entirely true, as stock dilutions and offerings are blunting the true effect of their losses, and even if it is, they managed to increase the revenue by over $100 million from a year prior and are still posting a loss. Unfortunately, the macro environment is no longer kind to companies' price. Okay, we already went into that. Quantitative or quality, I don't know. But Whitney Wolf, founder and chief executive of Bumble. David Paul Morris, Bloomberg, Getty Images. To the put-call ratio as the week moves on. For this week, 1287 put-call ratio. All right, so I'm kind of curious with this too. Let's see here. Sorry guys. Look, we're still just pushing down. I'm curious if we're going to hold any of these levels. I don't think we are. And I feel like, you know, I don't want to just take a random trade. Like, oh, because I think it's going down. I mean, because you can see here, we got 58 2 minutes. 5:03, we're at 5:06. You can see that we made this resistance at 5:07. I wonder if we can test 5:07 tomorrow. Because we made 5:07, 25, 26 area resistance. You do have a little support there. Alright. Sorry guys, Tyrone, well, lost my ass in NVIDIA today. Hope everyone did well in their trades. No, I didn't do anything. I just traded the SPY. Dude, Ty, what happened, bro?
1 minute to the US market.
Fuck. Yeah, dude, I wouldn't have traded Ty. Look at it back, man. Don't be upset. Listen, whatever position you're in, if it's down, I don't know how much it's down. If it's down, I don't know what you got going on, buddy. Listen, things are setting up really nice right now. So, you know, I don't know what you're good. I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't think NVIDIA is going to give you guys anything. I think that's it. Like, unless you get some new news, your past earnings, like, I don't know how much more it's going to go up higher for no damn reason. I feel like we're past earnings, and I feel like you're going to start having a pullback. Ow, God, that hurt so bad. I'll talk about it more on the watch list. We'll look at some of these earnings. The market was a dull today, man. Other than crypto. I mean, I shouldn't say that because crypto it was ripping. Yeah, I would, for anybody that's in, like, NVIDIA and stuff like that, I mean, unless it's, you know, you bought the stock alone, or if you're in calls and stuff, I would kind of, because I don't know what catalyst now you're going to have to keep some of those names up. I feel like they're just going to put in a range and kind of consolidate. All right, so Microsoft broke 408, guys. Of course, it does it at the end of the day. I went over this in the morning, and I said, guys, 408, right? We want to go to 412, and we want to get short at 412. We got to break 410, right? We break 410. Okay, cool. Which was like Friday's low, or it was like 410.50. I guess. I'm sorry. Either way, 412 short, and then 408. Hold on. What the heck is going on here? Look at that. How did I not take recognition in this? Because I was half asleep. I know how. I know why. If you guys want a trade idea, I think we can get Microsoft down to 404. That was a beautiful trade idea this morning. It was one of my high conviction trades. Get short up at that 412 area. Look to take it down to 404. That's like a $6-7 move on Microsoft. It's a pretty big trade. Look at this bear flag. I like that, just that pennant. So she was tricky today. The market put me to sleep. So that worked out. That's one we called out. Coinbase and stuff, I mean, it is what it is. You know, if you think you can catch more out of this with Bitcoin and stuff going up, oh, okay. Choose for the rest of the week. It seems like every time I trade them, I just get chopped out. I'm going to try and just go for single names. All right, Chris. 690 call. I held through earnings and bought back in. Oh, shit. So, again, that's just my opinion, Ty. I don't think you're going to get much out of NVIDIA unless there's news. Right? I think NVIDIA could start to pull back now. Chris, I really feel like don't just say like it's you know, when I hear that, right? It's like I'm just going to stop trading for the rest of the week. So you're going to say like if we get news and we get some continuation with a nice break and retest with a lot of volume, you're not going to trade the SPY? Like today was not the day to trade them. This is why I didn't make any trades. Right? This is forcing trades when it's not there. Understand the volume is low. We don't need to trade every day. We want to trade the days that give us the best opportunity and movement. I'm telling you guys, I got 4 days, 3 days now to get back break even. If the market doesn't give it to me, it is what it is. Right? If I don't get a nice move with like volume and like a setup to where I can put my money to work comfortably, then I'm not trading. Today was a day, like, you could tell the market was exhausted. I'm exhausted. There was no volume today. It was like, it felt like everyone was just like recovering from the weekend today. You have to remember, you have PCE. You're getting ready to get a huge data point that's going to dictate whether or not we're going to be higher for longer with rates. And if we are higher for longer and the market's pricing in 6 cuts and this PCE comes in up way higher, then that means higher for longer. And this market's probably going to go down. If PCE comes in a lot higher or like higher, that means the Fed is not cutting. The market is pricing in 6 cuts and we're sitting up here at highs. Now people say, oh, the market's pricing in 6 cuts. Well, who's to say that they don't do a full % one meeting? or you know, a 0.5% one meeting. Okay, you don't know what they're going to do. So I feel like if PCE comes in one more time, I know I'm repeating myself, you're going to want to play the index. Because if we get a high PCE number, that's higher for longer. If GDP comes in still like really good, if it's like a 3.5, 4%, which it's not going to be. Let's say if it's like 2 or like 1.5. Okay, the market probably won't really move. But PCE, if we come in and it's higher for longer, I'm telling you, you're going to want to trade the indexes. Today, the volume was nothing. That's why you had trouble, Chris. You're forcing a trade when we shouldn't be doing that. There was a nice little move here. But look at the volume. This was probably one of the lowest volume days of the year, dude. I got to be honest. Because you have so much that's coming that I would say that, you know, saying that you're not going to trade the indexes the rest of the week on a week when we have PCE, which is going to say, hey, market, you're not getting your 6 cuts, and the market's going to start pricing no 6 cuts in, right? So it's like, just understand, hey, today is not a day to trade. Like, we got to wait for these setups, right? We want volume, we want some sentiment, we want news. So that's all. That's why you had trouble. That's why I didn't trade, because I was going to be, it was not a day to trade. That's all. And I'm not yelling. Like, I'm not like, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, understand what we're about to get on Thursday. Like, shit's about to get real. Real motherfucking quick. Because, again, market doesn't get what it wants. And we're talking higher for longer. Then the market's going to start pricing in a recession. Even though we kind of already did. But, yeah, so that's that. Google got caught lacking. It did. Yeah, what was that about, Ty? I was asking the chat what happened with Google, and you know, I know it was just like, hey, you know, it got underneath the 50-day, and then it just kind of just got wrecked. Like, I don't know what the news was. I seen like CNBC said that it was like, oh, they're getting scared of the ownership or something. I don't know. Or like the CEO or something. You can't trust. It's not that you can't trust CNBC. It was like they may have worded it differently than what's. So yeah. I don't know. I am excited about this week, though. I am really excited.
STRL, Sterling Infrastructure, reported $1.28. The estimate on sterling was $1. Revenue of $486 million is short of the $522 million estimate for STRL.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just sitting here chewing gum. Like, yeah, Google definitely got caught lacking. That's what I said earlier. I was like, yo, this thing got hurt. Sweet. We'll see you, Wiz. You have a great night, man. Yeah, that's I felt the weakness, bro. I could feel it in me. I could feel it in my bones. I was just like, you know, I was waiting to see that too, though, Wiz. I was like, hey, are we gonna like start to like hold something here? Right? Because I was gonna hop on it and look for a gap up, but we didn't. We don't have nothing. We don't have anything here. This is it. This is it. I'm telling you guys right now, if we wake up and you're below 506, like we're going to 503, 502, 501. I promise. So I'm a little upset. I did not get that retest up here at 507. 507.25. But if Chris is still here, I'm not sure if he is. Chris, if you were to put today into two like sections, right? If you were to put today into two sections, and you could have traded it just like this, right? Right there. And I was looking at this. So there's that. And I'll make it orange. Right? Bang. And then where's the next one? Bang. That orange line. Support, support, support. You put in that double bottom. Let it come back up to the initial morning low. Right there. Which is right there. And what does it do for you? I literally said it all day. Double top at what? VWAP. Let it go to VWAP. Let it get to VWAP. And get short. If it doesn't get to VWAP, don't trade it. And if it does go short, you know what I mean? If it does get to VWAP, get like a couple days, a week, 2 week, whatever you want to do. Just don't get a daily because it could just hang out and trade sideways. Like today was very easy trading. I did not trade after my first, you know, the first put I bought. Because it was just like the volume was so low, and today was just, you had to be in crypto, you had to be on those some of those names that were squeezing. But this is what I would have done. Right? You got two sections here. Right? You got that low and that high right there, and then you got that low and that high right there. Trade the range. Bang, right? You break down resistance, resistance, resistance. Okay, time to get shouty. But that's all. This week's going to be huge. I know it is. This week we still have PCE, and I'm praying that it comes in hot. The only reason I'm praying that it comes in hot is because I want that higher for longer price action. You got an inverse, not inverse, but you got a head and shoulder forming here, kinda. Again, I wouldn't call it one, but it looks like a little Batman type jaunt. So tomorrow, let's see if we can get, like, depending on where we are, right? If we're under 505.75, 506, if we're under that, okay, then look for the bounce into 506, 505.75. See if you can't take the short. Now watch the volume on the way up there. If it's like a decent amount of volume, you may possibly not want to get short on the first rally to it. Let it show you that it's going to act as resistance. Just like today. Over and over and over. I said, hey, VWAP, get short. VWAP, get short. Every time it worked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Like, that's all. So, you guys have a great night. I'll see you guys tonight on the watch list. I'm going to clean my charts. Come up with a clear game plan on some of these names. All right? You guys have a great afternoon. I appreciate all of you guys. The market put me to sleep today. I think today was just a day where, you know, the market kind of just rested up because it's going to be a busy week. I'm telling you right now. All right. Dude, this fucking camera. Fucking Logitech, man. I'm telling you all. All right, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you guys in a couple hours on the watch list. Peace.